think you guys are very familiar with, and she's kind of like my guardian. So she was there with one of the teams, and she basically said, after your first stint, you've got to go and get some rest. Now, there was the TV on in the truck, and I tried to sleep, and then I saw our car go into the lead, and there was no sleep for me that entire race. So I was so excited to be leading the class and leading our, with our car. It was amazing.
Well, we've spent a lot of time with Jade here, and by the way, thanks for all the kind comments on Jade's contribution here. We don't just let anybody up, we have the best of the best of the best. We talked a lot earlier on, Jade, about the business of motor racing, and it has to be a business, of course, because it's an expensive thing to go and do. But what we should never forget is what Paul's just said, that there's guys like Philip House down there who are coming. Yeah, they're going to be paying some money to go driving, but they've come here to possibly to fulfill a dream, but certainly to have some fun. And that right there, that enthusiasm, that passion, I was going to say you can't put a value on it. Clearly somebody is, because they're asking them for money. But that's gold dust, that, isn't it?
But that's what you find in the Creventic series all round. Every year that I've been coming, it is all about a perfect balance of a professional championship with the fun that goes with it. So this championship suits the pros. They thrive off of this race, but it also suits the AMs because they can bring their friends and family and everyone. I mean, I've come here for the last 5 years, I've not even raced, so they're obviously doing something right if a driver who's desperate to go out is still coming just for the fun of it.
But you've been in the driver meeting as well, and with due respect to all the big pro names, Gary Willems sits there, and he used to race himself, and this was all born out of the fact that he was racing an old Cupra many years ago, and their race kept getting pushed further and further back to the end of the day, and they eventually ended up getting 2 or 3 laps instead of the 50-minute race they were meant to get, and he thought there's got to be a better way than this, and that's how this racing series started. But he always says, guys, the pros, thank you very much for being here, but this is not your race.
Exactly, it's built for the AMs. And, in previous years, they've done the big barbecue and things like that. They want to look after the people that it was made for, which is the AM drivers, the people that are here to enjoy it. And each year, it's got bigger and better. And now you find that the AM drivers are still here, but they're sneakily bringing in a pro driver to come and up their game. And,
good for them.
And it's become, you're getting big names like Black Falcon and people like that are doing the Spa 24 hours and the big races of the year, and they're coming here to Dubai every year with their AM drivers and having a great time.
Well, you've got WRT, who are effectively an Audi Works team. You've got Black Falcon, you've got Car Collection, GRT, effectively a Lamborghini racing team. And by the way, I did get a question earlier on, and I'm not sure I know this answer. I'll put this out there for our listeners as well as our staff here. Christian Engelhardt appears to have been dropped as a Lamborghini factory driver. I haven't seen the announcement for that, but I did notice his name wasn't on the factory driver list, so I'm not sure what Christian's doing for the rest of the season. But if anybody can enlighten us, either here at the track or via Twitter at RSL_studio. But those are the quality, Jade, of teams that are here. KCMG racing the World Endurance Championship, for goodness sake.
People want to be here, and along with the team names, you just have to look down at the driver names now as well. And a lot of them are very, very high quality.
Close battle going on at the top of the TCE series race. The 188 Gilles Magnus driven car, the Audi RS3 AC Motorsport, was up at the top of the list, but suffered a rather ignominious pit stop a little while ago when the penalty they took then went a little bit wrong. But they are closing right in. In fact, that last lap from Gilles was 3.5 seconds, very nearly, faster than Stefan Tanner in the leading VW Golf, the Autorama VW Golf that leads that class. Now that gap has been coming down and continues to come down. So if you're out around the circuit enough, the TV pictures are going to be able to pick up the VW Golf 112 being chased down by the AC Motorsport Audi. Maybe it's because I was talking about Vincent Rademacher. The 188 car is the car that Vincent is on the driving squad of, and we'll see whether or not we can get a battle there in the middle of the night. It's always nice to have a battle to look at. The other thing I'm slightly concerned about, I think it was before you came back, John, but I'm not quite sure because I look out of the window rather than to my left. But the Black Falcon Mercedes went through a point in the as we went into the night where they were being regularly quicker than the Audis, and that period has gone away now. Now, whether it's because the night has got a bit colder, whether it's because they've not quite got the pressures right on the tyres, because getting the pressures spot on can make a big difference, as we heard from one of the drivers we were talking to. But Manuel Metzger hasn't really been making much of an impression, and indeed, if anything, Dries van Toor in the WRT Audi has been closing the gap on him. Now, it's quite a big gap anyway. It's a minute and a half. But Dries has been nibbling away at that gap, and certainly Metzger in the previous stint that he did behind the wheel of the car, remember he pulled away from what was then the race leading car and got himself a good 15-20 seconds further up the road.
In GT4, the battle that a few hours ago was for the lead is now for, I think, 8th and 9th position. Phil Quaife is back behind the wheel of the 488 Dragon racing car. Derek Pierce has just brought the Sicily Motorsport Mercedes, both Mercedes AMG GT4s, into the pit. It's not looking exactly pristine and how it came out of the AMG facility.
I have seen it look a little bit better. But that's what it's all about. It's got character now.
Double stint for Derek, who... Now, did he go straight out onto the track
No,
there?
he went into the pits. It was another...
fuel.
He's gone to fuel.
Yes, he has. So they're now battling for 36th and 37th position. There was 50 seconds between them when Derek crossed the line. He's given up that position to Phil Quaife. So that's 8th and 9th. But both of those cars led the GT4 category before they had issues while they were leading. We had a balmy 45 minutes or so where in GT4 and in TCR, the top of the TCE race, anybody who got to the top of the field spent a couple of laps there, and then disaster befell them. It was an extraordinary thing to happen.
We did have a dramatic start to the race, but like I said, it's going strong now, and Derek's I've seen he's been given some lovely new tyres, so he should enjoy at least this second half of his stint.
The Hankook tyres, which have become such a part of this series over the last few years, tremendously consistent throughout a stint. Now, all the drivers will tell you that, and Mark can tell you that as well. Not that I know very much, but you do, depending on how you bring them in, actually. The first couple of 3 laps, it seems to be very, very important to the Hankooks. But if you look after them straight away, then you can get a very good, consistent stint out of them. And in fact, they're just as quick at the end as they are at the beginning. As your fuel burns off, particularly on some of these heavier cars, you'll find that you can actually get a little bit more performance out. Maybe I have to turn the traction control up a click or two on rear-wheel drive cars. Maybe just one click.
Constantly adapting it depending on tyres and fuel, and the drivers with a bit more experience will know how to kind of help that as their stint goes on, and it makes a big difference.
Another car to look out for coming into the pits fairly shortly. We were just talking about it a little while ago. The number 12 Target Lamborghini, which Timur Boguslavski has been driving, coming towards the end of its stint. He kind of... I don't know, there's been very little to choose between himself and Charles Espenlaub, to be honest. They've been pretty much matching each other. The gap between them, this is the gap I was talking about a little while ago. It's come down a tiny bit. It's still 10 seconds, but obviously nothing that the CP Racing team can relax about. So Charles Espenlaub has been driving absolutely flat out, but Timo Boguslavski, not quite sure how fluent he is in English with a name like that. He's a Hungarian driver, I do believe, and as I say, in the number 12 Target Racing Lamborghini, coming towards the end of his stint. But it'll be good to, if Joe can get a word with him, because not a driver that I'm particularly familiar with, but he's done a good job there, and lapping every bit as quick as Charles Espenlaub, and that is for the lead of the A6 AM.
Big off, and a car on fire on the far side of the circuit, going down into the turn 10 area. It's one of the Honda FK7s that's gone up in flames there, and that looks like a fuel fire as well. Maybe it was hit, but the flames pouring out of that car. This will be an instant code 60, and the vehicles are scrambling to the aid of that car, still with the headlights on the front of it, and that is a huge conflagration down towards turn 10. Now, what I didn't see, Jade, there was the start of that, just the flames as the cars were coming up behind it and lighting it up, but there did seem to be a lot of flame behind that car, almost as if a petrol tank has split or something like that, and whether that's been contact going into the braking area, turn 10. Very, very smart work by the marshals and very brave work by the marshals going into a car that's very well alight. And this is a serious incident there. They're not going to get that out, I think, with just handhelds. They're going to have to get the fire tender there, and it is there.
There was a few cars involved. I saw initially one of the polystyrene markers go up. So obviously people taking evasive action, but there was definitely a few cars around
I think there's been contact there, Jade. I really do.
Yeah.
It's so unusual to see a car that...
you never see a car kind of go up that quickly just through
except
its own...
in the movies.
Yes, exactly. So it definitely looks like there was another car involved at least.
Still fire inside that car, and it refuses to go out. It's still leaking fluid from underneath that car, and every time it comes out, it burns underneath the car. Now, there's not a chance that I can identify which car that is, but it's definitely one of the Hondas. I've got a feeling, and I'm sorry to say this, I think it might be the third place car, the 122 KCMG car that's out there. And yeah, it is. I'm pretty certain it's the 122. That is a horrible situation, and the safety teams are there. Everybody diving into the pit lane, of course, and taking advantage of the code 60. Amazing to me that after all of that flame, and there's still flame, so something, I reckon the fuel pump's still pumping. And my point was going to be there, the electrics are still working on that car, Jade. The front headlights, the rear lights, it needs to have the E-switch pulled to kill the electrics, so I think that's still pumping fuel.
Amazing how quick everyone got onto the scene, but like you said, we just need to turn the electrics off so it stops the fire continuing.
Leader has been into the pits. Joe Bradley, Christopher Haase took the opportunity immediately to come in the 88 car collection.
He's, I'm just going to check, he didn't get out. As far as I can see, he's just taking tyres, and he's going to top up on the fuel. Yeah,
he'll stay behind the wheel, and he'll turn it into a 2-hour stint for him. It's good timing for most of them, indeed, and so pretty much a good time for everybody to come in. They're all at least halfway into their stint, and so they'll get half a tank of fuel, which is exactly what they need. Choice of new tyres or not, they can get the tyres in pretty much as within about 20 seconds if they're good at what they can do. And for the amount of time that loses them, well, the cars on the track around them are only going at 60 kilometres an hour. It makes sense to get the car in and get it some more fuel. And as you mentioned, Joe, with everybody pretty much following the same strategy, it's kind of inevitable that you end up with everybody in the same positions at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly so. Soaking up a penalty here is Timo Bugzlavski in the Target Racing, number 12.
That will help the cause of the CP Racing team, because they came through in the queue of people that were coming in, and they came in round about 10 seconds ahead, but then Boguslavski having to spend all that time soaking up the penalty.
People will be saying, hang on a second, how can you serve a penalty when you're coming into the pits? Well, in Creventic rules, you absolutely can, and you can serve it. Normally, you can't do anything else if you come in to serve a penalty, but you can then go and do your normal pit stop and get fuel. You can even serve it under what is effectively a neutralised track, but there's a special rule for that.
Which means doubling the penalty, that's right. The other thing you can do is occasionally, would you believe it, drivers do things wrong twice and they get penalised twice. You just add the penalties together, spend the amount of time that is the penalty in total. So if you've been penalised for 10 seconds and then for 30 seconds, you can just sit there for 40 seconds and everything's fine. So we've been getting a lot of information about the penalties, but I have to say it's dried up a bit since it's gone. I say not gone dark, but since we've gone into the middle of the night, and so we're waiting for more information about penalties. But we heard from Martin van der Pava earlier on. They do get a lot of small penalties, and they hand them out, and they do make a difference because it's a good way to teach people what to do.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. 802 BMW. Taking one of their penalties. In fact, we've got a couple of cars down there as the number 7 Audi was sitting behind it in the pit box for penalty box for Dries van Toor, and he's had to pull out around him. Just before I go back to Joe Bradley, just a word for KCMG. They were rather concerned looking at the pictures of their car now swathed in extinguishant. The electrical cutout, I think, has now been hit by the guys. I can understand you don't want to get too close to a car that's burning. It was very, very smart and brave work by the marshals here. The lights were still on in the car, which made me think the main electrical switch was still on. But they've now got that turned off, and it's going to take a wee while to get that car recovered. The KCMG Honda Civic FK7 TCR car was in 3rd position. Tuk Wai Yang behind the wheel of that car, and we'll give you some details of the driver as soon as we get them. And a very, very scary moment. Meantime, Joe Bradley was watching that target black Lamborghini, the number 12 car, as it came into the pits.
Yeah, I heard Paul mention the car. That's the car blasting away.
Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. They've taken the opportunity for this Code 60 to change brake pads. This is the brake pads that have come off.
Don't
Still
touch.
Thousands of miles on them. So I might have them for my Lamborghini. Who was it that got out the car? Was it Timo?
Yes.
Right, let's see if I can find him.
Timo Boglowski.
Yeah, Boglowski. Is this Timo already out of his overalls?
That's fast if it is. I'll leave that with you, Joe. Give me a shout. Oh, you there already?
Yeah, where is he?
Where is he?
That's classic live broadcasting, isn't it? Bradley whips off to the back of the garage to find out where the driver's gone to. We're under Code 60. This is 15, Paul?
14.
14. I keep adding one on here. I don't know why. This is Code 60 number 14. It is the 122 Honda from KCMG Racing. It was 3rd position in its division and its class, actually. The division being the TCE or the GT series. The GT for this particular car. And a huge and very fiery moment. Not sure how that started. He's gone on beyond the turning point of turn 10. And there was a bit of polystyrene up in the air as Jade Edwards, who's alongside us here in the broadcast centre, we were on board with one of the leading cars when it all happened, and there was about 4 or 5 cars, I reckon, up ahead of it. And them surely must have been coming together, unless the action of running over the marker board has pulled something, a fuel pipe or something loose. Amazingly, the car's still rolling.
I wonder if now, because he's off the circuit, I wonder if the fire happened and to get off the circuit, he's caused a bit of mayhem on circuit.
Yeah.
So maybe cut across a couple of cars, and that's what's caused what looks like could have been contact. But I think he was just trying to get away from the main track.
Okay.
There is only that car that's missing. There's no other car missing from the lap charts.
My speculation was that he got hit up the backside quite hard, and it's maybe split a fuel line or a fuel tank. But now I'm not so sure about that, Jade, if I'm honest. But that was a horrible moment. It's been dragged onto the flatbed. The Hankook tyres, despite the heat, the Hankook tyres have still got air in them. And other than the car looking slightly medium rare, and now covered in extinguishings. Back window's missing, I notice. That could be the heat as well from underneath the car, but that car has gone onto the flatbed relatively easily.
And I mean, if it was purely the fuel that was on fire, then there may be nothing wrong with it. Obviously, you need to know what the fuel was, what was happening to the fuel to get it away, but it's potential. I mean, we'll wait and see what happens.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley. It's been a fraught race again for Colin White's CWS team, although the Ginetta is back leading its class remarkably. It did lead the TCE series earlier on, and Joe Bradley has a bit of a developing story down there.
The Angus fender has broken again, hasn't he? Angus, what on? The car's back in, the 378 Ginetta of CWS is back in. What now?
It's steering this time. We had when Stephen was in the car a little bit earlier, we had an issue with the steering, and they thought they'd fixed it, but around 10 laps into my stint, the same issue came up. So down the straights, I was maybe around 30 degrees of right-hand lock. In every right-hand corner, you'd be on 90 to 180 degrees of lock, so it was a little bit scary. But it stabilised after a little bit. I kept on going. My times weren't too bad, so I thought, I can drive this. And then around an hour and 10 minutes later, coming around the last corner, I just get a whole wash of understeer. I thought at the time I'd just run on some marbles, but after weaving down the straight, I thought, it's not too bad. I feel like it's just what I thought it was, but hit the brakes into turn one, front left just exploded.
Now, you race a Ginetta in Ginetta Super Cup, so you're not unfamiliar with the feel, but with 45 degree of lock, I would be a bit unsure about that, an indoor karting track, let alone Dubai in the middle of the night. So what exactly had broken?
Not too sure at the moment. The guys are trying to figure it out. Personally, I think it's either a kingpin or the steering rack itself just getting a bit worn, but it's hard to tell at the moment. Of course, the tyre went and then we lost lights, so I was driving back blind, so I don't know, hopefully it won't be here too long, but I said earlier I'm here for the learn, and I'm definitely learning a lot.
Yes, you are. A bit of a challenge there with steering that doesn't work and no lights. Angus, you're learning the hard way. Thanks for talking to us and that bit of insight. Angus Fender there, who, albeit in the face of adversity, is having a ball by the look on his face.
Well, exactly right. I like the fact, well, you know, I went out and after 10 laps it was a bit dodgy. An hour and 10 minutes later, you know, that is the absolute spirit of endurance, Jade, isn't it? You do things here that you would never do in a 40-minute sprint race.
You just kind of adapt to all the issues that you're having, and if your lap times are okay, you just drag it round, and that's why half the time racing drivers pull into the race track with a crabbing car or three wheels on their wagon or whatever, because we just don't really pay attention to all these dramas that a road car's having, let alone a race car.
Yeah, just drive around it. I like that. We've all done arrive and drive karting events, whether for charity or a bit of fun, and you turn up and you get one that doesn't turn, so you just throw it in every corner
exactly,
instead,
yeah,
don't
you just have fun with it, or you try and nick your mate's one. So maybe Angus will be over to someone else's garage and try and hitch a ride in something else.
Yes, good young man that. Been driving that type of car. The G55 Super Cup car is basically the same car as he's driving here, obviously stripped down a little bit for sprint racing, around about 40 minutes. Still support the British touring cars,
yes,
yeah?
so they're on touring cars, so they're a sprint race, so they're, I think, 20 to 30 minute race, so it's not too long.
Normally put the quickest lap times in of the weekend.
Exactly, yes.
They are very
quick cars, very quick cars.
That's my only claim to fame, is when I did the G55 Super Cup, I got to say that weekend at Rockingham, funny enough, that I was faster than Jason Plato. I neglect to mention that I wasn't in the same car as he was, obviously. But
minor technicality.
As far as I'm concerned, you know, I don't care.
Win's a win.
Yeah, exactly. So we are under another code 60, everyone at 60 kilometres an hour. Again, we'll get you some news as soon as we can on Chek Wei Yan, the driver of the Honda Civic, but the car has been taken away. I did see the medical unit on site, but that left the scene, and let's hope there's no issue with the driver in that fiery moment, as the cleanup is underway just beyond turn 10, actually. As Jade quite rightly pointed out, Jade Edwards, who's in the booth with Paul Trustwell and myself, John Hindhoff, he's gone straight on effectively at turn 10, probably trying to get out the way when the car burst into flames, and then a bit of carnage going on behind him. But once that clear-up's done, we should be able to get back underway. I'd be interested to hear from the team, Joe, if we can get a word to see if they got a chat with their driver before he was taken away to the medical centre. That's standard operational procedure, to be honest, so let's not read too much into that and worry too much. We'll give you the news, the proper news, when we get it. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the length of the delay is going to depend upon how much of the debris, fuel, whatever it is actually on the racing surface. If most of it is not, then we could get away with it relatively quickly, but there may be some on the racing surface, and they'll be very concerned to make sure that the racing surface is clear.
Joe Bradley is into the scrutineering area behind the pits. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, there's no car yet, but I've managed to speak to the team, and the word is that the driver got out of the car. He's fine. He's just gone for a check at the medical centre as a matter of process.
And any news on what caused that, whether it was contact or just something on the car that failed?
Nothing yet, nothing yet.
I'll leave you.
They're as bemused as we are. They saw what we saw. And obviously, I think the reason why they didn't get a chance to speak to the driver is because he hopped out of the car pretty quickly. Oh, yeah.
When there's fire in the car, it's only ever happened to me once, but when there's fire in the car, the last thing on your mind is radioing in saying there's fire in the car. You're just going to pull it over next to a fire point and get out of there as quickly as possible.
I've seen, I remember one at the Nürburgring 3 or 4 years ago now, where a car was on fire and the driver was getting out of it before it even stopped.
Yeah.
And it risked actually doing more damage to himself doing that.
Look at Colin White at Barcelona last year, Paul, as well. That was another big conflagration, wasn't it?
It was, but again, driver safety out of the car when the car was stopped, at least. Yes, driver in question, John did mention it, Czech Y or Andy Yan in the KCMG Honda Civic, but we do sort of wish him well. With always awkward when you see incidents involving fire.
It's twice today we've had cars ablaze.
Remind you that there is a reason why Nomex fireproof
Very good point.
Racewear is necessary. If you think of maybe just putting on a cotton T-shirt underneath or something.
No. Can I just say thank you to Fiona James for my Valero underwear. I noticed that they've just done a deal with Kobo Seats as well to become partners. She'll be at the racing car show. I'm probably not up at, well, you never know what's going on in the bar at the Metropole at the moment, but that's what I wear underneath my fireproofs. They're a temperature controlling fireproof underwear with some very clever nanotechnology, and never ever get in a race car. Don't think you can get away without socks either. Make sure you get your socks on as well.
A third pit stop for the race leader under this code 60, Christopher, yes, it is Christopher Haase, in, and I can't see from here, I'm not quite sure where, no, Joe's over by the collecting area, isn't he, so he won't be able to tell us, but it looks to me from here, John, you're a bit closer to it by about 3 yards, looks to me like they're doing a brake change on the front of the race leading car collection.
Agreed.
Audi.
Now, what I can't tell you is whether they're doing just pads and discs, or rotors, as our American friends would call.
Yeah, so I think it is a full disc change.
Let's go down to the KCMG, what was a blue and white Honda. Joe Bradley is down there with Seb, one of our cameramen, and they're having a look underneath that car. The rear of the car is where it was really ablaze. Joe Bradley, what can you tell us? The exhaust is right down the middle of the back of that car.
Yes, it looks like it's made out of concrete, the sort of colours that have developed with the powder and the blackness. It doesn't look like it's had a big hit,
no,
is what I can tell you. The all four wheels are pointing in the right direction. The bodywork.
All four wheels have still got air.
They've got air in the tyres. Yeah.
Left rear might be flat actually. That's the only one. But I mean,
only
I'll
flat
forgive
at the bottom
that.
though.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. You can come again.
The old ones are the best.
The old ones are still the old ones.
No, there's not really. There's a bit. It's hard to tell whether it's cause or effect because there's a bit of damage on the right rear corner. There's certainly the dormer is completely melted. There's a lot of melting going on here because that was a massive fire. But I think the majority of the fire has been coming from underneath the car.
How long had that car
fuel
been?
Pipe come off or something?
How long had that car been out, Paul?
Stand by while we...
I'll give you notice of that and come back to it while Joe's watching the car being... And it is rolling off. I mean, the car's intact, pretty much intact, Jade, on that. The team will be looking at that, and the front end of the car's pristine. Absolutely pristine. So that's a very scary incident, and they'll want to get to the bottom of that, won't they?
He'd done 17 laps, which is not quite half a tank full, but it's...
The reason I asked that is...
a third of a tank full.
The reason I asked that is you do sometimes, when you've just filled a car up, you might get a bit of blow out of one of the things, and maybe one of the breathers, and then maybe that had happened, but not at 17 laps.
Well, no, absolutely. And we remember right at the start of the race, we spoke to one driver who was saying how there was fuel
from the BMW
coming out of some of the cars and getting sprayed around as the cars came out of the pits. But
so that had a bump up the back end on the right rear?
Even if it has, I don't feel like it's big enough to kind of trigger anything like that. They, you know, like you said, the exhaust there is fairly intact and everything like that. So it seems to me like it's a bit of a freak incident where, you know, something's gone wrong.
Go ahead, Joe.
Sorry, I didn't realise it was on.
No,
I've just asked one of the team members, do you have any idea what caused that? And he's as bemused as we are.
So there was no report from the driver to say, I've been hit or something's gone wrong? And
there's nothing apparent on the car. That right rear corner that I was that you guys have just mentioned.
It's just melted, I think.
It's cause or effect, isn't it? So it doesn't look like it's had a big shunt or anything. It just looks like maybe a fuel feed pipe has come off from... But that should be internal, shouldn't it? It's nothing exposed underneath the car.
That car fills from the right-hand side and the breather's on the left, as far as I can see there. But, I mean,
yes,
that's a...
But it's not force-fed, is it? It's pump-fed.
It's just pump-fed.
It's a conventional race fuel system. So that'll be effectively in the boot of the car.
Correct. The cover is going on that car, and that car will go back. The biggest job the guys have got to do to start with, and if you've ever had to do this, and Bradley, you'll have done this before, is getting the extinguishing off it. That's going to be a job, isn't it?
That's the job for the apprentices. That really checks their attention to detail, I can tell you.
Really?
Absolutely.
It's everywhere, doesn't it?
You think it's clean, do you, son? Let me be the judge of that.
I'm so pleased I never worked for your race team, Joe Bradley.
The Code 60 has been on for 20 minutes now, and so it makes me think that there is quite a lot of work still going on down at the end of the back straight. There's certainly a lot of service vehicles down there.
What they've done, Paul, is they're diverting people off the track at 10 and actually onto the runoff area on the inside of the corner whilst they're cleaning up the track surface, because actually where the car came to rest was just about, probably just on the turning point to turn 10, maybe a tad further than that, but of course some of that fluid, some of that hot burning fluid may well have
got onto the
down
tarmac
towards the apex of the corner.
Does that mean that my race distance completed is going to be wrong because they've cut the corner for 4 laps?
Yes.
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 Okay. Coming up towards 5 o'clock in the morning. It's not that long till we get dawn.
When does she turn up, and does she bring some coffee? 07:05 is official sunrise. We'll have by that time had 13 hours and 18 minutes of darkness. Rob is back over in London, and good morning to him and to you, wherever you are in the world. Welcome along. We're live from trackside at the Dubai Autodrome, and we'll start another hour of racing. Well, once we get rid of the Code 60 in just a few moments' time. Heading up towards 5 o'clock in the morning, Jade Edwards has been our guest for the last hour and a half or so. Thank you for coming over and seeing us.
No problem, thank you. It's our catch-up for the year. I'll see you again next year.
Can we try and make it slightly before that?
We'll try our best.
Good luck with running the Clios again this year. Keep us up to date, and we'll have you on Midweek Motorsport again and find out what's going on as you're getting closer to finding out. Is there a cut-off date? Have you given yourself a time?
No, I mean, last year it got so tight that I actually signed up for the championship 48 hours before I hit the track on the Friday test. So I like to leave things late. Yes, exactly. Leave things late. But I'm hoping this year it's a bit more positive. We'll get a few more signed up before the start of the season, and I can get some test days under my belt.
Have a good one, Jade, and enjoy the season.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the race, guys.
We will. You're always welcome up here. Jade Edwards joining us in the booth, heading back to Sicily to see the guys down there. It might not be the prettiest car of the race, but it's been fast, and they're still making up time down there.
When you say heading back to Sicily,
Sicily Motorsport, that's CI, yes, not to the island in the Mediterranean. Very good, Paul, very good for this time of day, I tell you.
it was just the way you said it.
Shall we take a look at the standings whilst we've got a little bit of quiet out there in the circuit? Can I also say we've got a bit quiet out the circuit? Thank you to all of our rescue teams, marshals, flaggers, and other officials and volunteers. You've been doing a great job all week this week, and that last incident proof, if proof were ever needed, of the bravery and the good training of everyone. There's some British marshals out here. I was talking to Ian earlier on as well, and I know there's still a few British marshals come out here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. 14 hours are in the books, and the AC Motorsport Audi number 188 leads the TCE part of the race, the TCE division in this race. TCRs are first to 8th position. The KCMG 122 Honda, listed in 3rd position, will drop down the standings after that fiery moment just 20 minutes or so ago. That's sort of good news for the cars behind them. I don't think they would have wanted to gain their positions in the way that has happened. However, Duvo Racing and Fun M Motorsport continue to battle it out in the Cup 1 category, with now just 4 laps between those two cars. In A3, GR Motorsport continue to hold sway in A3 with the E46 BMW M3, that's the 603 car. And in SP3, CWS Engineering are leading that. That's 13th position, but now on the same lap, the Vortex Scirocco GC10, the 301 car. So the Ginetta has been in the pit lane, and is it back out of the pit, says Hindhoff? I'll just have a quick look. No, it's not. So Angus Fender brought that car in with the steering problem. So Frank Lefebvre in the Vortex number 301 will go through next time around, I think, to get themselves back in the lead of SP3. I'll confirm that in a moment or two. The Porsche at the bottom of the standings there did not take the start of the race, but the two Lotus are both back on the track. No, the 633 is in and has been for quite some time, but the 634 is back on track in the hands of Michael Cordini. That's how it stands in TCE. We'll take a look at the overall at the head of the field, which is also the GT division, as we're moving into another hour of racing. Less than 10 hours to race now. It's still Christopher Haase, who's been through the pits a couple or 3 times in this full course purple, the code 60, and 20 times down the pit lane for our leader. Got just about a full lap on Jerome Blakemolen in the Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz in second, Dries van Toor in the Audi in third. 88, 3 and 7, your top 3, separated by about a lap and a half, those top 3. Another couple of laps further back, Joseph Kral in the Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488 is in 4th place. Stefan Mücker is behind the wheel of the BWT Mücker Motorsport car, the number 9 Audi in 5th position. The top 6 is made up by the Grasso Racing Team Lamborghini. They've completed 340 laps to the 344th Christopher Haase, who leads. The best of the AMS CP Racing now up into 7th position. The number 85 car has Shane Lewis, who's been drafted in for this race, another American driver in the American entered car. 7th position, as I say, for last year's champions. Their nearest competition, Target Racing, in that number 12, the Black Huracan, Stefano Constantini behind the wheel of that car. KCMG with bad luck in the last few minutes with their touring car, but the number 35 Nissan is in 10th position in the overall standings in GT. That's the GT3 Nissan GTR, and at the moment it's Andrea Gagliardini who is driving that car. Let's look for a few more of the class leaders. And in SPX, Leipert Motorsport back at the top in their Huracan Super Trofeo Evo for Frederick Schandorf behind the wheel of that car in 17th position. The closest competition there is the Porsche 991 Gen 2 Cup car of MRS GT Racing, Dennis Durrani back behind the wheel of the number 90. And then inside the top 20, another class leader is the Dual Racing 950 Porsche. That's got Charlie Eastwood behind the wheel of that car. He's the driver drafted in by the Moutron family to help them out. 20th position, as I say, for them, but leading the class. And just ahead they are of the NKPP Racing by Baz Cooten. They've got a couple of laps on that Gijs Bessen driven 991, and then Helmut Rödig in the MRS GT Porsche Gen 2 Cup car is in 3rd position. He's on the same lap as the 2nd place car. GT4, that's been a cracking battle, hasn't it? 26th position in GT for ERC Sport. The number 405 back in the lead of the GT4 category, and that is Ryan Ratcliffe, who's ahead of Nico Verdonk by just a lap there, so that could go either way. The QSR Racing School 454 in 2nd. The 3rd place car is a little further down in 29th position, Frederick Lestrup for MRS GT Racing. And in 4th place in GT4, and just in the 30, Fidel Lieb in the Zorg Rennsport BMW, the 451. Beyond the top 30, it's a mix of 991s and GT4s for the next 10 positions, but not huge gaps between them. A lap here, a lap there, but quite a few people on the same lap, so any issues there are going to cause some big changes. Just a few gaps beginning to open up towards the bottom end of the top 40, where Century Motorsports are now 5 laps away from the 39th place car, the 429 BMW, then in 40th position. From 40 to 50, all kinds of stories going on in that area of the timing screen. Nathan Freak is in the 40th position. Lewis Proctor for Optimum Motorsport in position number 41 in the Ginetta G55 GT4 car. But all of these guys have got stories to tell. Kurt Oyster Racing, the 717 BMW, up to 42nd position. KCMG number 23 Nissan. That car must have had problems. That's dropped way down in the standings. Ollie Jarvis brought that car into the pits, 2 3/4 hours ago. That's something that we need to investigate, actually, because I can't remember talking about that, Paul, and that would have been when I was here, the 23 Nissan. V8 Racing Corvette's been in the pits for 2.5 hours. Attempto Racing, Matthias Drudi behind in the pits for 3 hours now. A little more recently into the pits, the 999 Track Club car, but even so, that's been in the pits for a wee while now. Ian Logie brought that car in before, then it went back out again, but it's back in again, so they're fighting some issues as well. And beyond the top 50, the tales of war continues. There's a couple of bright spots, though, from 51 on downwards. Danny van Drongen is back out in the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW, and Jan Krabek is lapping again in the KTM Crossbow, the number 246. The rest of those guys have been in the pit lane for a very long time indeed. 10 and 13 hours for Bert de Hees and Stephen Crumbly, and respectively the MP Motorsport Mercedes and the Porsche 9-1 Cup car, those cars are not coming back. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, so some of the cars not actually in the pits, but in the scrutineering bay, the dead car part, rather than the pits being worked on. Just occurred to me as you were going through the two races that we've got the overall and GT series race being led by car number 88, and we've got the TCE series led by car number 188, which hasn't been the case throughout, because the AC Motorsport Audi has had a much harder time of it at the top of its list than the 88 car collection Audi has at the top of its list. But just wonder if somebody's tried to do something clever with the 8s and make them into 4 rings or something. But it was the number that Velox used as well when they were running Audi R8s. But I don't know if that's got anything to do with it.
Velox ran the 8s because Sam Lee, who had the team, in Sam's culture, the 8 is a very
lucky number,
very fortuitous number. Yeah,
and the more 8s, the better. It's like 7s in British culture, if you will. People tend to regard 7 as a lucky number.
Lucky 7.
Yeah,
all right,
okay. You know, when you get the 3 numbers all come up, but more so. But you're right. Anyway, it's lucky for Audi at the moment, because there's Audi's leading in both races, and indeed, as far as the VAG brand is concerned, we've now got 2 Volkswagen Golfs in 2nd and 3rd places in the GT class, although not very much to choose between the AC Motorsport Audi and the VW Golf. They're separated on the track by probably about 100 yards or so, and when you're doing 60 kilometres an hour, the temptation to do 61 kilometres an hour is very great indeed. And the penalty for only doing 59 kilometres an hour will be equally great. So we'll see whether that gap remains at 40 seconds. But for them, we'll keep an eye on it. The thing I mentioned slightly, and I'm slightly concerned about, was the fact that the 88 car, the leading car, did these 3 pit stops under this code 60. Now, depending how much longer it's going to go on for, they may choose to do another one. I think we were hearing from Joe Bradley. Can we have some from news from Joe down in the pits?
Yeah, sorry guys, the 25 Mercedes has been in. They've changed drivers. Bryce Borsey, I think, was the driver that got in. Certainly Indy Johnny definitely got out. So they've taken advantage of this code 60, the long code 60, to completely service that 25 Mercedes, and that on its way to
John McCarthy among a number of others watching the pictures a few moments ago that you can see live around the world without interruption or any geo-block. Can't believe that Honda rolled off the flatbed, he said, after that fire. Tend to agree.
Under 1 minute till we go green, and so yeah, all the circuit. Just to make the point that the code 60 period was extended in order to allow track cleaning to take place and to remove debris from around the circuit in general, because as we heard from Martin, if there is a code 60, then it's a good opportunity for the marshals just to make sure that as much as possible of the little bits of debris that just gets strewn around the place get mopped up at every code 60. But we've done all of that. We're ready to go racing again, and
just before it gets loud, hello to David Williams, who's signing on for the early morning newborn twins feeding shift. Sam and Mallory, who are very small indeed, enjoying their first 24-hour race, hopefully of many to come. Have I missed anything, he says? You better watch the highlights programme. We're back to green flag racing with 9 hours and 48 minutes to go. And Christopher Haase, as we go back to green, because he doesn't get the benefit of a clean track ahead of him necessarily, he is where he is on the track. He's fortunately he's got a little bit of clear air before the traffic ahead of him. What would be very interesting to see is just what it looks like down at turn 10 when he gets down to that area of the track. He's actually gone past that already as he comes round towards the start of another lap, so we'll keep an eye on what the track surface looks like down there. Sunrise at 7:05 this morning, so that's a good that's about an hour, a couple of hours away. It's now 5:13 local time here in Dubai. Stefan Mucker getting a bit of a wiggle on there. He's 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Joseph Kral. Joseph in 4th position in the Ferrari GT3, the only Ferrari in the race. And that is the battle at the moment. And we've also got Steen Shorthurst, who's just come out of the pits. He's only 3 seconds ahead of Stefano Constantini for Target Racing in the battle for overall 8th position. Shane Lewis goes through underneath us in the 85. Josef Kral in traffic at the moment. And over by the hotel at turn 12, the right-hander. The difference that building's made there. No, sorry, excuse me, that was turn 16. No, the wonder it looked different at turn 12, because it wasn't.
Yeah, you're just mentioning the number 85, the CP Racing Mercedes in, say, 8th place overall. And that's as high as it's been recently. The good news for them, depends if you're a Lamborghini fan or not really, in which case it's bad news, is that the Target Racing Lamborghini has now slipped a further place behind. So the KCMG Nissan GTR has got itself in between the two A6 AM contenders, and of course that's important as far as the 85 team are concerned, because they're really only after A6 AM honours. They'll take anything else that's on offer in overall positions, but it's A6 AM which really interests them. And one of the reasons why you in order to be in A6 AM, you don't change the car or the composition of the driving crew, but what it does demand is that the AM drivers between them have to do at least 12 hours of the race. So within the Creventic world, drivers are not graded as platinum, gold, silver and bronze as they are in other areas. They're graded as either one of three. They're either pro, they're AM, or they're semi-pro. And as an AM, as an A6 AM team, you are allowed to have a pro driver on the squad, but the limitation is that the AM drivers have to do at least 12 hours, and that's where, if you've got some good AM drivers, you can move yourself quite far up the list. And interestingly, we made the point at the beginning of the race, but with the demise of the Herbert car, we've not really mentioned it since. The Herbert car is also running in AM, still running in 5th place in AM, and they are a typical team, John, where the drivers of the Herbert team between them are usually pretty well matched. And even though, for example, Alfred Renauer is graded as an AM driver, he's not that far off the times of Robert. So they're a very useful team to be able to just put in, doesn't really matter which driver, and very often when you look at their driving times at the end of the race, they're extremely well balanced.
Hello to Motorsport Matty. Starting 8 hours of work on his own, but that lines up nicely with the rest of the race, he says. So I'll have RSL1 on the radio all day long. You can watch and listen as well via the player at 24hseries.com or radiolemon.com. Hello to Renger van der Zande, who's been trying to go to bed for the last couple of 3 hours, but has been completely drawn into this enthralling and fascinating race. Renger, you would absolutely love this. This is right up your alley.
Has he not been to this race?
I think he has.
I think he's done this one before.
Yeah. But this race just keeps getting better. We said at these in the introduction some, 13 hours ago, that 14 hours ago, that this was shaping up to be a classic on paper. The answer to that, of course, is the race doesn't run on paper, it runs on the racetrack. But so far, it's lived up to its billing. We've had drama, we've had heartbreak, and we still got 9 hours and 40 minutes to go.
there'll be plenty more of both drama and heartbreak.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it has been fascinating. Although we've just had that interruption with a Code 60 period, which in the end turned out to be, how long was it in the end? I've got to slide that one down. 37 minutes.
That was the longest one that we've had.
Which has taken us over the 3-hour mark of running behind Code 60. As I say, although we've just had that half hour of Code 60, and there have been winners and losers out of it, but you kind of make your own choices in that scenario. And for example, I mentioned it again, the 88 car collection car came into the pits 3 times during that Code 60 period, whereas the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes only came in twice, and as a result there is now just a minute and a half separating the first 2 cars. So on the same lap as, they're both on the lead lap, and then in 3rd place, Dries van Toor in the WRT Audi is only just under a minute and a half behind in 3rd place. So the first 3 cars separated by less than 3 minutes. Yeah, that really is no distance at all. But it's distance that the drivers have to get back. They can't just say, oh, we'll wait until the next safety car and then we'll just catch up, because that's how it works. It's not how it works in Creventic racing. If you want to get a minute and a half back, you, the driver, have got to get it back somehow, or the team manager's got to work some magic for you and do something clever with the pit strategy. But it's hard to do that in this form of racing, where, as I say, you can't just wait for a safety car to close the gap up.
If you want to get in touch with us at RSL_studio, please, on Twitter. That's the one that I'm watching at the moment. Jack Bell spending the early hours of his 21st birthday tuned in here. All the best, Jack. Martin, FIAWEC Martin here. What have I just missed? Been awfully busy moving house, got a piece and coffee in for the night shift. You've missed cracking racing. And there's been all kinds of battles going on. Wheel-to-wheel stuff early on was absolutely outstanding. Morning to David Williams. He's listening in as well and watching at RSL_studio if you want to get in front of myself or Johnny Palmer when Johnny returns in about 40 minutes' time.
There's some work going on the Track Club Porsche down below us, John, and there was a fear of some fire there. In fact,
no, there is. Yeah, it's steam. Actually,
it's just steam. Yeah. I say there was some fear of some fire. They were working around the back of the car, and then all of a sudden, it was like a kettle. It just suddenly, or not like a kettle, like a steam engine. It suddenly let off steam, and the mechanics who were working around the back end rushed away. The door popped open. I think that was because the inside of the car was filling up with steam as well. The driver has walked away from it.
This is the car, Paul, that had all the handling problems earlier. Had a right rear puncture, then Ian had to bring the car back in. I've got to tell you that the left rear wheel still looks towed in. Even visually looks towed in a bit too much for my liking.
Joe Bradley is going down there. I can see him. He's not as quick as Seb is. Seb's about 20 yards further up the road than Joe. Come on, Joe, keep up.
What I'm worried about there is that the radiators aren't at the back. The engine's at the back, but the radiators are at the front. So, Joe, if that's steaming from the engine there, that might be a cylinder head that's gone.
Yeah, you shouldn't really see steam there.
No.
That's where the coolant starts, I suppose. Not sure what you mean about the left. It might be a trick of the light from where you are on that left rear.
Love the fact they've been filling it up with mineral water, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's what you find. It's the first thing that you have to hand.
Are you sure that left rear wheel doesn't look towed in, do you?
No, I've just said it. I think it's a trick of the light from where you are in relation to the wheel arch. It looks fine from down here.
Okay.
It's very tight under the rear hatch into the engine bay on a Porsche, as you well know. And they are filling up the coolant, and hopefully it'll not be... you know what? It tends to be at that stage with that amount of coolant loss having to be brought into the pits. It's usually not a good sign, is it?
Not the world of a moment to fill it up either. Underneath that rear wing, space is at a premium in the engine bay of a rear-engine Porsche anyway, but with the rear wing, which stops you from pulling the engine cover all the way up. I did tell them black and white stripes was not the right colour for a Porsche. I've said that all week, and, you know, sorry. Slippery surface at turn 10 is on the screen and has been since we went back to green flag racing. That was after the remedial work, after the fire for the 122. The KCMG car, Andy Wayan in behind the wheel of that car. And hopefully we'll get a chat with him. Joe watched the car come off the trailer and it immediately went under its cover and back to the... No, did it go back to... No, it's actually now got the cover off it, and they've got that car all opened out, and they're having a really good look around that car in the scrutineering area. The inside of it is pristine. So just underlining what Joe was saying about the flame looking spectacular, but not having done any damage inside. The boot is open, both the rear doors and the front doors are open, and the bonnet is open on that Honda FK7. Joe?
A lot of fluid going into this Porsche. That tells me that it's lost a lot of coolant. It's just how long, over what sort of time that the engine's been cooking itself.
No, park it.
Litres of water going in here.
I'm going to tell you now that that'll go out for 2 laps and it'll be back in again.
But you've got to do the work. I mean, this is... I mean, I can understand your the logic of what you're saying, John, but this is not always a logical thing.
Well, it's what Jade was saying earlier on, though. If you're going to another race, Mugello, in a couple of months' time, it sounds like a long time away, but these cars have got to go into a container, they've got to be taken to a port, they've got to negotiate customs, get the carnet signed, and then go on a boat.
And there's a racetrack here as well, so if you can do something and sort it out, you can then go testing, and you've got 9 hours testing for, say, for free. You've already paid your money, so you might as well use it. So it's not really for free, but it's for no extra cost.
I do wonder how much a 991 Gen 2 Cup car engine is, though, if you completely detonate it.
But it's racing. Dries Van Toor's being a bit of a star. I thought he was being a bit of a star earlier on, before we had that long code 60. He's stayed behind the wheels throughout the half hour of long code 60, and now we've gone back to green. He's closing the gap slowly but surely. It was a minute 22, I think, when we went back to green. He's down to 1 minute and 14 seconds now, so 7 or 8 seconds, and he's got it down to.
I really hope that they're bad at pouring water, because if they're not, it's just going in the top and coming straight out the bottom of the 999 Porsche. It's not even staying in the innards. So that's not an engine problem. Joe's got to be a hose problem somewhere.
No, it's not that. It's not quite as simple as that. It's not going into the system. It's just being pushed out by the pressure from within the cooling system. So the water that they're pouring at the top, it's then bubbling out from the whole system. So it's... We've got a box of mineral water now, and we're going to continue to try and put water in, but the system's just pushing it out. It's obviously an airlock in there, and the pressure that it's building up. In comes the bottles of mineral water, but as fast as we're putting it in...
Is the engine running, Joe?
No, the engine's not running.
Right,
that's how cooked that is.
Still hot then. Still pouring water in to...
Flowing over the top. The water's not going in, it's just flowing over the top.
Okay. On the track, we got a bit of a battle brewing. We got, I think, probably tea brewing down there at 999. But the battle that's brewing on the track is Andrea Gagliardini, who is catching Shane Lewis. Now, that's a pro car catching an AM car, but it is for 7th position. And that is down now to 12 seconds. But Gagliardini in the KCMG Nissan, a second and a half or so quicker than Shane Lewis on each of the last 3 or 4 laps. And not too much further back is Stefano Constantini in the Target Racing Lamborghini.
He's
and
only
that
7
is
seconds behind, and that is important.
correct, because they are both AM cars.
Yeah, when they came in...
And he's quicker than both of them, actually.
Yeah, when they came in, the Lamborghini was only about 10 seconds behind whoever was in the 85 car. It was Charles Espenlaub who was in the car at the time, and it was Josh Burden against Charles Espenlaub. Sorry, it was Timo.
It was Timo, yes.
Timo, who was going well in the Target Racing Lamborghini. Since then, we've had the Code 60 period, and that was when I said that the CP's racing team managed to pull out a little bit. They got the Nissan between them, which kind of gave them a little bit of protection, but Gagliardini, as you say, John, is now putting the pressure onto Shane Lewis, and is at the moment... He's 13 seconds behind, isn't he? So there's 20 seconds altogether separating the 2 leaders in the A6 AM class. Not going to be a nose-to-tail battle just yet, but certainly one to keep an eye on.
It's not going to be long, is it? In all honesty, because Constantini... well, he's now hit the traffic that the other guys did, because he was down in the 03s when they were in 07s, but now Shane Lewis has cleared his back down into the 203s, and Constantini in the Target Lamborghini, the Huracan GT3, is in the 207s, so that's gone back out again.
59's coming in from Haase, from Haase on that last lap, from Dries van Toor on that last lap, and there was another 59 in there.
2 minutes flat for Klaus Bachler in attempt Tour Racing number 99.
It's
59 for Ralph Bourne in the Herbeth Motorsport car. And just a note on the drivers there, there has been a bit of a change in their driver ratings.
In Herbert Motorsport?
Yes. Let me just scroll down to where I saw that. I think it was Right Turn Lover who... Oh, there it is. Who popped that up. FIA Gold on Creventic Pro, which is an upgrade for 19. Robert.
Yes, Robert was a semi-pro last year, and this year he's a pro.
Alfred is a silver and FIA, which is semi-pro here. Ralph and Daniel are bronze, therefore full AMs as far as the Creventic system works.
Yes, and I think I misspoke, because I thought that Alfred Renauer was an AM and that Ralph Bone was a semi-pro, but it's the other way round. Ralph Bone's down as the AM and Alfred Renauer is down as the semi-pro.
But that, as I said, that was a change there.
Yeah, so it doesn't... I suppose it actually helps them a little bit, because it means that Bone and Alleman are the 2 that have to do the most of the driving. So between them, Bone and Alleman have to do at least half the race, and Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer, they can do up to 11 and a bit hours, but remember, when you're counting driving time in Creventic races, time spent in the pits doesn't count, so the total doesn't add up to 24 hours. So if your minimum driving time is 12 hours, that means actually that you have to
spend more than 12 hours in the car.
Yes, and you're doing more than half the race, because generally at the end of a race like this, you'll probably have spent at least an hour in the pit lane. And
as soon as you start getting problems, and you spend time in the pits, 20 minutes in the pits, that's 20 minutes that somebody can't be out on the track.
Exactly, and if
and there's no pro rata.
No, exactly the point. And that's why if you're in an AM team, it does mean that your AM drivers end up doing the lion's share of the driving. Whereas if you're running as a pro team, then your AM driver only has to do 2 hours in order to qualify, and everything else is then down to the pros, and that's part of the reason why I think Black Falcon decided that they would have 2 pros in their number 2 car, which sadly has had difficulties with its braking system and so has fallen back.
Haase on a bit of a quick lap before he got to the end of the first sector, which is where he is now, second sector rather. Lovely. Under 40 seconds first sector, that is very quick indeed, but then he's been held up a little bit in sector 2, 356 laps completed last time around for Chris Haase. And the Rabbit is running away with it at the moment. Bleecker Moreland trying to keep him honest, but 2:02 for Bleecker Moreland last time, where it was a 2 minutes .0 for Haase. Van Tour 2:02, 2:04 for Josef Kral. You can lose so much time. Having gained some time in the first sector, lost nearly, in fact, more than a full second to Bleecker Moreland in sector 2. Last time around for Chris Haase. It comes through to complete another lap and is about to pop underneath my feet. If I lean forward, I'll see him cross the line. He's gone through, and that was a 2:02. So yeah, lost a couple of laps.
A couple of seconds.
A couple of seconds, yes, excuse me.
Dries Van Toor, this is the exuberance of youth, isn't it? A couple of laps ago, put in a purple sector time.
Yeah, saw that. That means the best of anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So the best time that anybody has done through a single sector, done by Dries Van Toor a couple of laps ago, ended up with a lap time of 59.97. In the last 10 laps, he's put 3 laps in underneath 2 minutes. But then he spoils it a little bit by doing a 2:02. This is why I always ramble on about average lap times, because it's all very well doing a 1:59 or 1:59, but if you then spoil it with a 2:02, then you might as well have done 2-minute laps all the way and been a little bit more circumspect when you came across whatever it was that slowed you down.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, though, Paul, and sometimes you can't help it.
True, but
and it's far better losing a couple of seconds than sticking the car into the wall.
True, but sometimes as well, you get drivers who just take that risk too often. And
very true.
The fact that they're willing to push hard enough to get 59s out of the car, I mean, maybe the car's just going nicely when it's a WRT car, but certainly noticeable that it's the Audis that are putting in those lap times now, not the Mercedes. And earlier on, when Johnny Palmer was up here, the Mercedes were every bit the match for the Audis, and we had one Audi driver suggesting that the Mercedes hadn't gone as fast as they could do in qualifying.
I think the track conditions at the moment favour the mid-engine cars. I think the front-engine cars all seem to be struggling for front-end grip all the way through the stints. They're getting terrible, terrible understeer.
I wonder if Joe will be able to find out from anybody whether or to what extent the tyre pressures are affecting this, because I forgot who it was. It could have been... was it Blake Molan, I think he was talking to earlier on, someone was talking to, who mentioned that they'd had one set of tyres that hadn't quite worked, but apart from that one set of tyres that hadn't worked, the rest had. Now, given that they're a spec tyre, it's not that you're looking at a trick compound. The only thing that
everybody's using the same compound.
The only thing that you can do, which is slightly different to the tyres, is to change the pressures before you put them out there.
And the guys from Hankook are very good, because they will give you operating parameters for the tyres and tell you what pressures you shouldn't be going above or below. But then, of course, you've got to work out how to get them up to that pressure. So where do you start? That's the black art, isn't it, Mr. Bradley? As far as tyres are concerned, you've got to do a little bit of work early on in the week with some new tyres, even if you don't want to bang some new tyres on. Where do you start the pressures to get them to the optimum?
It's all about the tyres, doesn't matter what it is. And he's a man who knows it's all about the tyres. Derek Pierce just jumped out of the 462 Sicily Mercedes. 2 hours, I believe, you were at the wheel of that car, Derek?
Yeah, 2 hours on the button, yeah.
So that was planned to keep you out for the full 2?
Yeah, we've had a bad start, Joe, and we're just extending as much as we could, try and keep driver changes down. And the code 60 was a bit of a pain there. It was quite a long one, so yeah, 2 hours is a long time in there at this time of night, but it was car was good.
Those niggly little problems at the beginning kind of put you out of contention. You're slowly creeping back. Does that, when that happens, does it kind of take the pressure off somewhat? It's like you've got nothing to lose, just get out there.
No, it puts the pressure straight on. And then we were in the lead, yeah, we had a couple of problems with a wheel speed sensor, with a spin and a bit of a shunt that had to get repaired. So we've been basically clawing back, you know, nice and steady, but just we made it hard for ourselves, I've got to say.
Well, it's not like you not to do that. What's the track conditions like? Has it changed much with the temperature drop?
No, actually it hasn't, and surprisingly enough, there isn't a huge amount of marbles. I was expecting the track to be littered with marbles. There is a bit of, you know, tyre degradation all over the place, but and you get a bit of pickup, but it's not as bad as I was expecting. So the track is actually really good.
There was a fire, a car was on fire at the hairpin at the bottom of the back straight. Did you see any of that? And has that affected the track surface? Because there was a lot of work went on down there.
Yeah, I did nearly see it, I nearly ran into it because everybody braked and then split out the way, and here was this car on fire right in front of me. Yeah, it was well alight, it was a big fire, but the guys seem to have done a great job with the track. Doesn't seem to have affected it at all.
Great stuff, Derek. I'm going to let you cool off, get some sleep, mate. Well done.
Thanks, pal. Thanks very much.
Joe Bradley down there in the pavilion. Joe, I'd like you to nip down to the KCMG pit, actually, for where the Nissans are, because their 23 car has been in there forever and a day, over 3 hours now. Joe Bradley?
I think it's finished. When you were talking about that on the rundown, I was actually taking 5, as they say, at that pit, just watching some work going on. Kind of swapping stuff off subframes, gearbox out, which is gearbox transaxle on the Nissan GTR. I think the 23's finished, and maybe have become preparation for Bathurst, because those 2 Nissan GTRs, remember, are going to go from here down to Bathurst, where you will where they will meet up with you for the 12 hours.
Yeah, that's all they're going there for, just to meet up with me, obviously.
Obviously. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Do we know what the problem is, Joe, on that car?
Not yet. I'll head down there and I'll ask, because that went, that car disappeared from the track probably while I was on a break, but it's not going to take any further part, that's for sure.
3¼ hours ago, Ollie Jarvis had been making that car sing. He'd got it back up into, I think, back up into 8th position from memory. Its team car at the moment is sitting inside the top 10, is it? Yes, it is, 35. Andrea Gallardini has pulled the gap down to Shane Lewis, down to 2 seconds, so that's something we need to start having a look for now. They're coming through the final sector now, and Shane Lewis in the CP racing machine, the 85 Mercedes, has got the 35 KCMG car within 2 seconds, and then just another 13 seconds further back, Stefano Constantini in the black Lamborghini Huracan number 12. So that's all coming back together again, and that is the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th position. And crucially, in fact, as they go through, Gallardini has gone past, so Shane Lewis has lost that position, and let's see, lost 0.2 of a second as they go down to turn 1. So visual confirmation of the darker Nissan ahead, and in behind the 454. 23 car in the pit lane. The reason we need to keep an eye on that CP Racing car is now he's only 14 seconds ahead of Stefano Constantini, and that is the battle for A6 Arm lead. Meanwhile, Joe Bradley, you were spot on down there with the KCMG guys. This does look a bit like prep, doesn't it? We might see this car out for a few shakedown laps, but the whole rear subframe going into that car.
Yeah, it was the subframe that failed on this car, and they've been doing the repair job, so the whole rear transaxle is mounted on a subframe, which kind of makes life a bit easier, doesn't it, if everything just drops out the bottom, which it is. They're now putting the new subframe, which has everything attached to it, on the rear axle, which is the diff, the gearbox, the drive shafts, the rear hubs. It all goes in as one unit, and they're just positioning it now. Now, I did say...
That's a very creative use of 2 trolley jacks.
It is, isn't it?
One to put the subframe on, and the second one to jack the back of the car up, and you just sort of let one down onto the other. That's very clever.
You know what? These 4 guys are working as one organism, aren't they?
Yes.
Just in unison. It's like one organ, like a big octopus. So I walked in and I
It's
said,
the Borg.
so lads, is this prep for Bathurst? And they went, well, not really. We are going to take the car back out. So they are crazy, yes. Just like everybody else here.
At the time that the...
You're probably right though, mate. It's probably more of a shakedown for this repair, just to make sure everything's working.
The time that the GTR came out, pretty certain it was the only car in series production that had a 6-speed semi-automatic transaxle. And that was the street car. All-wheel drive, of course, the street car, which you're not allowed in GT3 regulations. Through goes the Grasser Lamborghini, making its way through turn 1. Rolf Eischen behind the wheel of that car again now. He's about 90 seconds behind Stefan Mucker. And Gagliardini has pulled out almost a second and a half on Shane Lewis since he went past last time around. Klaus Bachler closing in on Constantini as well, so 8th, 9th and 10th still worth watching. Just a couple of seconds between Attempto Racing's Audi and the Lamborghini Huracan. So that one's hotting up as well. That's numbers 12, the black target car, and Klaus Bachler in the Attempto Racing Audi. They've had a mixed race as well, Attempto.
And only just over a lap behind that, the Klaus Bachler car. You've got the HTP. In fact, it's a little bit under a lap behind, isn't it? It's just under a lap behind. You've got the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. Martin Conrad at the wheel of Bernd Schneider's car, I'll call it that, or the Mann-Filter car. And then behind that is another AM car. So the battle for Pro, very tight at the top, but the battle for AM, equally tight, kind of filling up the places from 10th place downwards. And they're beginning to line up now with, again, not huge intervals between those cars.
No, not at all.
The big gap, I suppose, is behind the Herbert car, is where the... sorry, it's in front of the Herbert car, isn't it? Is where the big gap is. So Herbert, having lost that 20 minutes, have, in effect, a 3-lap disadvantage to the car next up in front of them. So Elmar Grimm in 12th place is kind of the in fourth in the AM class, able to make up progress perhaps on the Mann-Filter car, but with Klaus Bachler up ahead as well, John, as you say, is certainly charging. Bachler is in a pro car though, but going very well indeed. I think the Shane Lewis CP Racing car probably finding the same difficulty with his Mercedes as the Black Falcon Mercedes are with theirs, that it just isn't quite performing in these conditions, whilst the Audis are... So they're making hay as such, but they just do have that slight advantage, and evidence of that, the fact that Dries van Toor is very nearly now only a minute behind Jeroen Blekemolen. Yeah. And neither of those are slouchers, and it's all to do with the way the car's going.
Christian Matthews is watching the race from Reading, Pennsylvania. Temperature dropping down to 19 degrees. On the Fahrenheit scale. That's a bit chilly. He says, can you send me some of the warmth from Dubai? It'll help me a lot since my gas heater's on the fridge. Well, be careful with that, won't you? Nasty fumes from that. John Hepburn has tweeted to RSL Studio the hashtag This Is Endurance. Is the TCR class still using joker laps? No, they are not.
I don't think TCR ever used jokers.
No, I don't think they did.
I think they've always been a free-for-all.
Yeah, and in fact, nobody's using joker laps in that concept anymore. They went last year.
And interestingly, for the people who are following the dynamic bop or the self-correcting bop, we haven't had any alterations to the refueling amount that was originally specified. So although cars going as fast as they can, they're not going faster than the theoretical, the sum of the 3 best sector times. None of them have gone faster than that, so therefore none of them have had to take the hit on the amount of fuel that they're allowed to take. Now, in a way, that's quite clever, because once the fueling allowance goes down, it stays down for the rest of the race. So if you are going to push, then it's better to push later in the race than it is to push early in the race, because if you push early in the race, then you've reduced your amount of fuel for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do it in the later stages of the race, at least you've got the advantage of having had more fuel earlier in the race.
And you can, effectively, you can still back time at
absolutely.
that point, and you're losing fewer laps. Because you'll do it over fewer stints. No issues for Christopher Haase. Got to come in the next couple of 3 laps, though. His stint length is showing at 1 hour and 50 minutes at the moment in that number 88 car collection motorsport. This is one of the new for 2019, the evolutions of the Audi R8 LMS. Chris Renke, the man at the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing, will be very happy indeed to see how those cars, 3 in the top 5 and 4 in the top 10 of those new evolutions. A little more frontal downforce, some changes, detailed changes to things like the gearbox, mainly for serviceability, reliability and longevity in those cars, and a very reasonable amount of additional spend required. Tens of thousands rather than hundreds of thousands, which we have seen in that. I do remember the first year that I think it was Ferrari had a GT3 upgrade kit in the early years of GT3, which I do remember being 120,000 euros. So I thought,
buy an Audi R8 for that.
You could buy a TCR car pretty much for that now. So shall I upgrade my Ferrari, or shall I buy a whole new race car?
Yeah, that's quite. I was going to say, oh yes, we've already had the pit stop for Dries van Toor, haven't we? Because Dries has been in. You were saying that Christopher Haase is reaching his limit. Well, I was thinking, well, he's going to reach his limit about the same time as Dries reaches his. Well, Dries has made his pit stop and handed over to Mies. So Dries van Toor handing over to Christopher Mies. So that's in the number 7 car. As you say, Christopher Haase coming towards the end of his stint in the race-leading car, and my suggestion would be that to take it into the dawn, well, they're going to be digging out Rick Breukers to put young Rick in the car again.
Seems reasonable. The GT4 battle has been as enthralling as any in this Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Currently in 4th position. Just about half a minute behind 3rd. Ben Klukas is out of the 447 Fox Motorsport Audi. Joe Bradley's down in that pit.
I've managed to catch up with Jamie Stanley, just getting an early morning coffee. Jamie, it's getting quite tense in GT4. There's about 36 seconds between your Audi in 4th place and the car ahead in 3rd.
Yeah, it's been a long night, and so far so good. We've got the Ginger Ninja there at the minute, chipping away. And I'm in after Ben again, so I've just come back from a nice couple hours of kip, and we'll just keep chipping away, and I think we're in that cycle, and we've had a good couple of calls at Coast 60s, a couple that haven't worked for us, but we don't have the pace with the VOP this weekend with the Audi to fight on the track, so we need a bit of strategy, and Coast 60 look to help for us.
Getting rest in a 24-hour race as a driver seems to be a bit of a personal thing. Some drivers I've talked to say they can't, they struggle. How do you manage? Do you manage to get to sleep?
My wife hates it because she says I can sleep anywhere. However, booking that hotel on the last corner was probably a bit of an error on my part. It's really convenient, but very, very loud.
All right, so the reason why you didn't get to sleep was because of the noise from the track.
I was hoping it was going to be a really long Coast 60 while I was in bed so I could get some sleep.
Right. It's better than the car in the car park. Jimmy, fingers crossed, you guys have had a lot of problems this week. They're all over, so hopefully, fingers crossed, the battle continues.
Thank you.
Another Audi that's doing rather well at the moment has just come into the pit lane for car collection. Christopher Haase with about a lap or 2 left before he would have bust out of his 2 hours. It's a full service. Haase will be getting out. A new set of Hankook tyres going on to the 88. This is the leader of G. Wow, that's a quick tyre change. The car's down and away. Chris Haase walks away as if he's been in that car for 5 minutes and just done an installation lap. That's very annoying. Very annoying indeed. I don't want anybody to ever suggest that racing drivers aren't proper athletes. And that is a proper 2-hour shift that he's done there, and the car immediately goes into the fuel. His in-lap was only a 2:06, Paul, so he's not been hanging about hard, so he's been very impressive.
Indeed, yes, and I think, you know, your point, he's actually been in the car for longer than 2 hours, but because the time spent in the pit lane is taken off that, and because the car did those 3 pit stops during the Code 60, then that brings him down to 1:53 it was in all, so he could have done another lap or 2, but always best to keep it just inside, just in case you get another Code 60 or something on the lap that you were intending to come in on, and that'll end up adding another 5 minutes, or potentially, depending on the timing, to the time. Remember, of course, we had that change to the BOP just before the race, where the Audis were docked 5 litres of fuel. That has the kind of double effect of bringing the car in more often, but it also makes the pit stop a little bit shorter. Now, there was something strange that happened in Kota, where the Audis were then penalised for having slightly shorter pit stops, but I don't think that happened. We've certainly had no indication that it's going to happen here. At least I haven't heard anything, and John's not disagreeing, no. So hopefully we're not going to have any of that, because that did seem like a rather strange decision.
Just a confirmation, by the way, from the official Corvette Motorsport Twitter feed that the V8 racing car is out. I said, unfortunately, our 2019 Dubai 24 Hours has come to an early end, but despite the DNF, a big thank you to our fans for coming out to show your support. We'll be back in Dubai again in the future at V8 Racing BV, Duncan Heisman, and of course at Corvette Motorsport. Yes, so it's a sad one, that. A lot of fans around the world following that one, and good to see Corvette getting behind that with the official Twitter feed.
Yes, it was Wolf Nathan who was at the wheel when it had what was potentially a rather nasty accident, but we were told that Wolf was all right, taken off to the medical centre for a check, but other than that, all was well with him. Down the pit lane now comes the Elmar Grimm car collection Audi, which I was saying a moment ago is kind of the last car in the lead group, if you can count the top 7 laps as being within the lead group. Change for the lead, because as a result of that pit stop, it's from the car collection car. Jeroen Blekemolen has gone through onto another lap and has taken the lead. So the gap, as it wasn't on the previous pit stop, but it was on the one before that, between the 2 leaders, sufficiently small so that when the car collection car comes in, so the Mercedes can take over in the lead of the race, and that's what's just happened, John.
We'll do a full rundown in just a few moments' time. We're just over an hour away from sunrise here, when the long 13 hours and 18 minutes of night will officially come to an end at about 7:05, which is just over an hour away from now. This race moving into a very interesting period. We're live from trackside, Radio Show Limited and RS1 in sound and vision, with 022 Pictures coming to you wherever you are around the world. And Johnny Palmer will take you through another hour of racing in just a few moments' time.
Nine hours and 3 minutes to go in the 14th edition of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. My name's Johnny Palmer, and to my right is Paul Trustwell, and of course, continuous updates from the pits coming from our crew throughout the course of the race. It's been Joe Bradley, Nick Damon and Bruce Jones. But let's kick off this portion of the race with how we sit in both of the two separate races as cars stream across the line once again. Still no hint of light in the sky. Actually, before we do a rundown, Paul Trustwell has something to mention.
Yes, just before you do the rundown, because we've still got a minute and a half to go before we get to the top of the hour.
Good point.
And it's going to be nip and tuck as to whether or not the Black Falcon Mercedes makes its pit stop before then or not. So if the hourly update comes up and Jeroen Bleekemolen in the Black Falcon Mercedes is at the top of the field, then by all means wave your Mercedes flags and cheer, but don't expect it to last for long. If it doesn't, it will be because Jeroen Bleekemolen has just come into the pits, because he is coming towards the end of his stint, not because he's coming to the end of his driving time, which is what happened to Christopher Haase and to Dries van Toor, but because he's coming to the end of his fuel. Now, I will imagine they're going to fill it up to full and change the driver, and that will possibly put Lucas Stoltz back in the car. And this is a crucial stint in some ways, Johnny, because this is a stint which will lead into the dawn, where the rate the cars are going means that we could get some very fast lap times indeed as the sun comes up.
368 laps completed for Jeroen Bleekemolen for the Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon squad. The team, or that entrant, is technically UAE flagged, although Black Falcon very much a German team based at the Nürburgring in Germany. Rick Broiker's just going over the line now for the car collection outfit, so it's a Mercedes versus Audi battle with Chris Meese for MS7 by WRT in third. This is the order further that down the screen than that then, after those Mercedes Audi combination, and the 7 car is in third, as I say. It's then the Czech Republic outfit of Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha, or Team Prague. Car number 11 is a lone Ferrari in the entry, and Josef Kral back at the wheel of that Ferrari 488 with its twin turbocharged 3.9 litre engine. Also the TCE leader coming down pit lane. We'll get there in a second. Stefan Muka in the number 9 car is in 5th position, the BWT Muka Motorsport Audi R8. 6th place is the first of the Lamborghini Huracan, steadily further up the order. And Rolf Eichen in the 63 car doing a good job to have got that car back in the top 10 initially, and now into the top 6. Leader in A6AM remains the 85 Mercedes from CP Racing. Shane Lewis back at the wheel of that car. Klaus Bachler, unusually for him, racing an Audi in this year's race. Normally someone associated with Porsches, but Klaus Bachler in 99 running with a Tempto Racing and is in 8th position. Stefano Costantini for Target Racing is driving the Lamborghini Huracan to 12th place. That's also an A6AM car, so second in that class. And Martin Conrad is in 10th position in the HTP Manfilter Mercedes. Sugiya Matsuda, fresh from a pit stop, returning to the race once again in the number 35 KCMG Nissan GTR. Then it's the 34 car collection Audi ahead of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Another Porsche is 14th from Team Porsche Centre Hong Kong, number 92, and the Santalot Racing Audi completes the top 15. SPX is led by the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan of Frederick Scharndorf, car 710. The 991 class has at the head of the order Dual Racing's 950 Porsche, and it's Charlie Eastwood piloting that right now. Riccardo Maurizio for MRS GT Racing completes the top 20 in the GT Series element of the race. NKPP Racing's Porsche, no longer a Seat in a TCR category, but it's a Porsche in the 991 class, 21st, and also from MRSGT 980 is 22nd. In GT4, the ERC Sport number 405 Mercedes is still at the head of the order there. Gabriele Piana at the moment on course for back-to-back victories here at Dubai. He won the GT Series outright in 2018. Well, leading GT4 at the moment, although has just been in for a stop. So Nico Verdonk technically back in front now for QSR Racing School, but it's nip and tuck every time those cars come in for their relevant pit stops, their relative pit stops. Fox Motorsport is in third position in GT4, which puts it 30th in the GT Series standings. They've got an Audi R8 GT4 this year. Five cars, beg your pardon, from GT4 altogether then. 31st position is 426, that's a BMW from MRS GT. Zorgren Sports M4 number 451 comes next, ahead of the Century Motorsport M4 number 430. Another M4 from 3Y Technology is 34th, and the Dragon Racing Mercedes 35th. A Stray SPX car is 36th, that's the VDS Racing Adventures Mark II. Mark Cars 2. You'll remember that the Mark 1 was a sort of space frame chassis, a silhouette car that you could string a Ford Focus body on top of, or in some cases a Mazda, but they've moved forward with a car that looks very much like something else, but I'm told it definitely isn't a Ford Mustang. In 40th position, the Century Motorsport 429 BMW completes then the top 40 places. Still another 15 cars on the timing screen at least. First of those being the Optima Motorsport Ginetta G55. There are some A6 Pro cars this far down because of problems, and sadly the garage door is down at V8 Racing for their Chevrolet Corvette, listed as 45th position. There have also been problems throughout the piece for the Treble 9 Track Club Porsche. Hoffa Racing's Mercedes is now out of the race, I believe, after problem. Kenneth Hire, the last man, one of the last guys from that team that we heard from, and I don't think we've seen anything since for the Hoffa Racing crew, former champions in this series. Excedra Motorsport and their KTM Crossbow out of the race, as is the Porsche Lorient Racing 912. The KTM Crossbow that suffered a fire very early on in the race has been in and out of it since, but 19 Mercedes, definitely a retirement, as is the 968 Russian Porsche, which is listed as 55th. So you get that far down a 55 car entry, and sadly many of those cars will not see the light of day again in this year's Dubai 24 Hours. So in the TCE series, a recent pit stop for Vincent Rademacher, or the 188 car at the very least, sees Vincent back at the wheel now, and the AC Motorsport car back into the race. Stefan Tanner in the 112 Autorama Motorsport car wasn't very far away from the AC Motorsport Audi in pitting, and the Volkswagen Golf is still in the fueling area as I speak. The 121 Kieran Griffin car, who has done some British Touring Car Championship racing in the past. He's also been associated with the Volkswagen Racing Cup, as I think all three of his co-drivers have in that JW Bird Motorsport car. So certainly Philip House and Paul de Hadre, regulars in the Volkswagen Racing Cup in the UK. So good to have them here in the Middle East. Currently third. Then the Red Camel Jordans.NL 101 Cooper is fourth, ahead of another Cooper from Baz Kooten Racing, car 125. Audi is sixth from TFT. It's a Cooper from Zhenggu Motorsport seventh. And the two Cup 1 battlers, 8th and 9th. Duvo Racing still leading Fun M Motorsport, and completing the 10 in the TCE series entry, Teamwork Motorsport with their RS3. 11th position in the TCEs is Andy Yan, or he was at least last to drive the KCMG Honda Civic. They had big problems. Oh, it's out.
Well, it's caught fire.
Oh dear.
We don't know whether or not it's going to be back in the car.
It conked out, I remember, during my last shift when it was trying to serve a penalty
Yes.
and wouldn't refire, we thought, because it was out of fuel.
Yes.
Had to be pushed to the fueling area.
It was going again very nicely
did.
indeed. That wasn't a problem. Then caught fire in a big way at the end of the back straight and caused the most recent long Code 60 period whilst they mopped all that up.
Right, so still shown as 11th, but unlikely to rejoin, we reckon, because of presumably the amount of damage done by that fire. underneath to wiring looms and other stuff too. Vortex V8, their Sirocco lookalike, is the SP3 leader, if it's still running.
I think it is running. Yes, it is.
Okay, so the SP3 leader is that number 301 car. The GR Motorsport A3
is also
BMW,
still running.
And that car is in the fueling area, so a class leader. Then the CWS engineering machine.
Is still running.
Excellent. And then we get into possibly some iffy territory, because Antti Burri shown in the pit lane, the 129 car. That was looking very, very strong during my last 3 hours. But the LMS racing car is out of the race. ATEC Racing out.
Yes.
Peter England last to drive that Seat Leon. Matteo...
Maybe not. I'll leave Peter England as a possible. He's been in the pits for less than an hour.
All right. Well, we've certainly had longer stops than that. Matteo De Florian is circulating in the Lotus PB Racing Elise. That's car 634, which is another A3 car. Jake Giddings is out after big damage for the Team Dynamics Audi. And Marco Fumagalli is out again, so we're back to the full complement for the Lotuses, I noticed. 312 never started, the AMAG First Century Porsche Ticini. I'm hearing murmurings down in the pit lane, so hi Tom, we got an update from that direction.
Good morning everybody, just come back from a few hours sleep. I found Michael Markusson. So the 979 Porsche had its problems early on. You had problems early in the race. Explain what's happened since then.
We are just going steady fast. Trying to maximize everything and minimize time in pits. And now we are moved up from last position to P6, and we are at the same lap as P5. So we are getting closer and closer. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, and you just had the brake change. The car looks incredibly clean. A lot of the cars look really... I know it's got a new nose on it, but it's looking very smart.
Yeah, we need to stay out of everything before we can move up. So it's my first time here in Dubai, and it's for me it's an incredible experience and a lot of traffic. So to keep the car clean, that's a huge achievement.
Well done. See you later.
Thank you.
So first update of a few from Bruce Jones. We've been cycling through our pit lane reporters as the teams have been cycling through their various drivers, and we'll be hearing from Nick Damon and Joe Bradley before we're done later on this afternoon at 3 p.m, a slightly adjusted start and finish time to this race. It has been 2 o'clock in previous years, but still well over a third of the race still to go. And it's developed into a scrap between Mercedes and Audi out front, and Jerome Blakemolen able to stay out front for a reasonable amount of time on the pit stop cycles.
Well, yes, I mean, the last time the Mercedes led, we had 2 laps in the lead for the number 3 car, and 3 laps in the lead for the number 2 car. Since then, and updating you, Johnny, because I think it happened after you left, we had a problem for the number 2 car, the Adam Christodoulou car, which is all to do with the brakes.
Yes, I was just about still here then.
Right, okay. That lost about an hour in the pits whilst the brakes were investigated and sorted out. They seem now to be sorted out, and the number 2 car has resumed with Saud Al-Faisal having his not his first stint behind the wheel, I don't think, but Saud Al-Faisal now behind the wheel of the number 2 car. The number 3 car has now been in the lead of the race for 8 laps, I think, 374. 7 laps. He's on his 8th lap in the lead because Jerome Blakemolen still hasn't come into the pit. So add together the 2 and the 3 laps that the Mercedes were in the lead before, and it shows, I wouldn't exactly call it a scrap, but I would show it as a slow catching of the car collection Motorsport Audi by the Black Falcon Mercedes. However, what happened particularly, I'm not blaming Hindhoff for this, but particularly whilst Hindhoff was up here, was that the pace of the Mercedes just seemed to drop away a little bit. Now, that may have been because Blakemolen was saving fuel, and he's clearly showing the value of that fuel saving now. May not have been as quick as Christopher Haase. Christopher was opening it up. But he has been able to do this very long stint and therefore established the car in the lead for a little bit of the time. So, as I say, I wouldn't call it a scrap, but a slow catching up by the Black Falcon Mercedes, and what they've now got to do is to get the car turned round, and whatever they did to the tyres before, or whatever else it was, when the Mercedes certainly seemed to, on pace, have the upper hand, they need to get that back somehow.
But presumably, I mean, very definitely Black Falcon are translating, extrapolating what's going to happen over the next 8 hours. And if they can be in this scenario in 8 hours and 45 minutes time, then all good for them, because they've got a 90-second lead. But I'm sure Car Collection will be in a position to adjust if necessary. That's down to not only noting your own strategy and where you are in the race, but also what everybody else is up to, I suppose.
Exactly so. And the only problem, of course, with extrapolating towards the end of the race is that you don't know how many Code 60s you're going to have, because, yes, you can say, well, if we carry on the way we are now, then we'll be ahead, or Car Collection will be ahead. But you only need to have a Code 60 which slows the pace down for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. That'll knock 2 laps off the overall race distance, and that'll possibly change what your extrapolation looked like.
It's a funny old game, isn't it? With the ground moving beneath you all the time, depending on what might be happening out on the track that you have no control over. And
no,
it seems that we've had more, well, you and I were discussing, we've had a lot of Code 60s, but then I think it was Charles Putman who said, well, it always has been like that in this race in the early stages, and actually he'd expected more Code 60s than we had.
Yes, I mean, and a lot of the other drivers were saying as well that with 20 less cars in the field, there should have been less Code 60s, and compared to last year when we had 13 of them, this year we've already had 14. We've now gone over 3 hours of Code 60 time in total, and last year was 3 hours and 48 minutes, I think I said. So 3 hours 38 minutes last year. So we're not quite up to the length of time under Code 60, but still with 9 hours to go, there's plenty of time for that to happen. On the other hand, I'm optimistic that perhaps as it gets light, they will start behaving themselves a bit more. But on the other hand, cars will get more worn out and they might start to fall apart a bit more. It demonstrates what you say. There's a lot of things going on in the race that are outside your control, and you just have to deal with the race as it plans out.
Yeah. Well, we've just ticked over beyond the hour mark since the last Code 60. That went back to green at 5 hours and 12 minutes, as in the local time. So we're 12 minutes past 5, and we're now 15 minutes past 6. And in an hour's time, it should be getting light again, with sunrise expected at 5 minutes past 7, so within the hour. Jeroen Bleekemolen over the line to complete 376 laps. Rick Brokers still on the same lap and trailing the Mercedes by around about 90 seconds. In third position, the second of the Audis, this time from the Belgian squad WRT, MS7 by WRT to give them their full team name. And Chris Meese is doing the driving there. Josef Kral for Bohemia Energy in the Ferrari is fourth, ahead of Stefan Mucker's Audi from Mucker Motorsport, the BWT-sponsored Mucker Motorsport. Rick Brokers able to just dart past that Ginetta in the GT4 category before needing to slow the car for turn 1 and 2. 2 corners thrown at the drivers in quick succession there. And as you exit turn 1, all important to whip over the curb, more or less monster that curb at turn 2 to then get a good run towards 3 and 4 and the S's at 5 and 6. Clear road in front of Rick Brokers, albeit briefly, with the Parabolica coming up next, this long lingering left-hander, which is a real bowl and high camber on that corner, but that spits you out the other side and onto the long straight then between turns 9 and 10. Red or orange number 2 on the side of that Car Collection car, telling us that it is second in the order. However, Jeroen Bleekemolen comes down pit lane for a latest stop.
Yes, this is the final scheduled stop then for Jeroen after a stint of some 36 laps. So he really did wind down a lot of the fuel. That's as far as that car has gone on a tank full in the race altogether so far.
Watching the stop will be Bruce Jones.
Jones, yes. I'm going to get a word with Jeroen when he comes back out into the garage. Obviously a good stint there for him, as you say, working very well on that fuel economy. While he's out the back, the neighbouring garage has got a visitor it didn't want, and that's the 462 Sicily Motorsport Mercedes in the GT4 class. That was in not so long ago. We heard from Derek Pearce, who was talking to Joe Bradley before I took over. And the fact it's back and the bonnet is up maybe suggests that problems are continuing with this one. I had a quick walk around the car. Driver on board, driver wait, and it's Ben Paliwoda who's back in. He's the one who, in fact, the front corner of the car is a little bit damaged, as you can see, and that was early in the race. That was in Ben's first stint. Got it wrong at turn 7. That's been taped up, but other problems manifesting themselves. It's just time, actually, for a brake pad change. Change as well. That will be underway. And now going to walk back to Black Falcon Racing and see if I can get Jeroen back in. But again, looking down the side of that number 462 Mercedes, damaged down the left side from that very early incident. So they are clearly just keeping on going. And, faces of the crew started to look a little tired. I'm not saying what I look like, probably even worse.
You look great, Bruce, from here. Not so in the dark, he says. We're several metres away, so maybe that's the better place to be. I love the combination of sort of Union flag racer tape on the front left corner of that Sicily Motorsport Mercedes. It's obviously been adhered in a real hurry, but this mishmash of red, blue and white colours on that front left corner, just about doing the job after, yes, it was fairly well ill-treated by Ben Paliwoda earlier on in the race, but he's had stints since and they've been very neat and tidy.
Dries van Toor is being, or I should say was being a bit of a star. He's now handed the number 7 WRT Audi over to Christopher Mies. But over the course of Dries's stint, we were kind of concentrating on the gap between himself and Jeroen Bleekemolen, because Bleekemolen was in second place and Dries was trying to close the gap, and he did close it, and over the course of about an hour, he closed in some 30 seconds. So, you know, that's a significant amount of damage done to the car that's currently leading. But Christopher Mies has taken over, and he's going just as quickly. Rick Breukers now retakes the lead of the race as a result of going through across start-finish line whilst Jeroen Bleekemolen is in the pits, although, strictly speaking, I suppose the Black Falcon car in the refuelling area has left the pit lane some time ago, but it'll get a full quota of its fuel. It's allowed to take on 100 litres, and that will take it a good 90 seconds, and then he'll be on his way after that.
So Lucas Stoltz returning the number 3 car to the race, also pitting not too long after the number 3, the sister Black Falcon car, number 2, with Saud Al Faisal bringing that in, and this is the one that had big problems with binding brakes, mainly on the front left corner, when Adam Christodoulou had to bring the car in. Another driver change taking place as the airline is whipped from the side of car 2 and it falls back onto its Hankook tyres.
A6AM is turning into a proper scrap now, going through on that last lap, separated by nothing at all. Less than a second separating. In fact, it's changed. No, it hasn't changed. Sorry, I got the wrong line. Why has the gap gone up? Because I thought it was down a lot less than that.
Costantini's just come in.
Say that again.
Stefano Costantini's just pitted.
Just come in.
So
yes.
Shane Lewis does take the lead. So that is a change of lead for... No, it's not.
No, it was. It stayed the way it was. It was about to change, but the reason it didn't change was that Costantini came into the pits instead of overtaking Shane Lewis. And that would have been as I say, the lead changing in A6AM. Costantini has been consistently quicker than Shane Lewis, Lamborghini quicker than Mercedes. That's no particular surprise, I suppose. But the effective work of CP Racing in the pits, particularly at the last Code 60, meant that it kind of managed to eke out another 20 seconds whilst the cars were doing their refueling in the pits. A yellow flag being shown at turn 10, which is the area down at the end of the main straight.
We have been trying to get hold of Jeroen Bleekemolen, but he's been rushed to the back of the garage, so we may not be able to get a word straight away after that stint and find out whether he has been fuel saving or not. Meanwhile, the yellow flags are out at turn 10, and the 916 Porsche has ground to a halt. Now, that was a class leader until recently in the 991 class, but Philippe Descoumes now falling to 5th position. So the 991 class, in fact, was led by Charlie Eastwood, but that car's come into the pit lane as well. Riccardo Maurizio not very far away from overtaking that car, and it'll be Harry Hilders maybe in contention. No, even that car is 5 laps back, so when Charlie Eastwood rejoins, the 950 car should still be out front. But Dual Racing has been battling, it seems like all race long, with the 916, but these are further dramas for that Modena Motorsports car. Here's Bleekemolen with Bruce.
Jeroen, thank you for coming back out. I know you were looking at that bed thinking I'd like to lie on it, but really good stint there. Brought the 3 Mercedes in from the lead.
Yeah, I'm surprised we made it that far. We lack a little bit of pace to, especially the 88 and the number 7 Audi. They're really flying out there. But we're doing everything we can. The team is doing a great job with strategy and figuring everything out. So we keep going and see if we can catch them.
Of course, the sister car, the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, has had braking problems. How are yours?
We just changed them, so that's good. We've got that one out of the way, and the brakes feel great. It shouldn't be an issue. I think we know what the issue on their car was, so hopefully we don't get the same, but I think we'll be fine.
Now, it does seem the Audis have just that little bit more pace when the temperature's like it is at the moment. Are you concentrating at the moment just fuel economy, and just see where you end up?
Yeah, we just want to stay out of trouble and put them a little bit under pressure, but on pure pace they are a little bit quicker, so all we can do is push them hard and hopefully force them into a small mistake, and maybe we can get back into the lead again.
Keep it clean, go and enjoy a sleep. Thank you, Jeroen.
Well, no suggestion from Jeroen that he was in fuel save mode. Maybe they're just admitting that it can't be done on pure pace, and the strategy might well swing it for them. The code 60 is out, although we haven't had confirmation of that on our timing screen yet, but the flags are definitely flying.
And thankfully, the clever bit of time services system has also told me that we've gone to code 60. So, yes, that makes it 15 code 60 periods, and this will be presumably to deal with the Modena Motorsport cars stopped out on the circuit, and whether that, I think it will probably, Johnny, be able to be dealt with a tow, will it? So it won't need a flatbed or anything, it'll just be a tow.
Yes, a pickup truck has arrived on the scene, and they're now attaching that tow rope to the eye at the front of the car with frantic gesticulation from Philippe Descoumes, who is at the wheel of the Modena Motorsports car.
Now, this could play against Black Falcon, having just made their pit stop. An opportunity for Rick Breukers and the WRT Audi to make stops under code 60, because they've already used about a third of a tank, and that'll give them enough space to take advantage of the fact that everybody's going slowly. Just finishing off the point I was making about Dries Vanthoor's time when he was driving the car. Christopher Mee's taking the car over now, the number 7. As a result of the pace of the car, now that Jeroen Bleekemolen or the Lucas Stoltz, who's got into the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes, have done their stop, they've rejoined in 3rd place rather than in 2nd place, which is where they came out. So, in effect, the good work that was laid down by Vanthoor is now being rewarded, and Christopher Mies has been able to take over 2nd place. So we're back to the situation where we have an Audi 1-2, whereas previously we had the 2 Audis sandwiching the Black Falcon Mercedes with Audis in first and third places.
Yes, with the Mercedes in between of of the Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon crew. Lucas Stoltz currently driving. That's the Jeroen Bleekemolen car. 916, slight question mark over that for me, because it had obviously had some problems even before it came to a stop to create this code 60. Because, as I say, the lead in the 991 class was flipping backwards and forwards between the dual racing car of the three Moutras and who else have we got in 950? Charlie Eastwood, who has most recently been driving it, but Nabil Moutrat took charge of that. Ramzi, Nabil and Sami Moutrat all from the UAE, so this is very much a local event for them, and it's great to have them back because we've had at least one Dubai 24 hours without their either Seat or this brand new Porsche, but a return in 2019 after a busy spell business-wise for those chaps. And they are now in a clear lead in the 991 class, despite an awful lot of scrapping with the 916 car. So this perhaps the latest of a few dramas for the Modena Motorsports Porsche. It slipped to 5th place. It could well get even worse than that now, with that car returning to the pit lane on the end of a toe strop. Turning right at the start of the pit lane, but as soon as that is clear of the track, it will only be a short period before we can go back racing again. Almost another half an hour ticked through, so we are approaching 6:30 in the morning, and confirmation on our timing screen that it's now under a minute to the end of the current code 60. Code 60 number 15, which was started at 6:24. We might even be able to come out of that within 6 minutes. So that's a much faster code 60 than the previous one, which was almost 30 minutes in duration.
Just over 30, I think, wasn't it? 37 minutes I made it.
So, yes, you're right, Paul, absolutely. The Audi is coming down pit road. Let's get a little more from Bruce Jones on that.
Well, we've had almost all the cars nipping in for a quick bit of refuelling, but the number 7 Audi caught almost everyone by surprise, came in and whacked on a fresh set of rubber before joining the back of that refuelling queue. Could this be a masterstroke? They've certainly rolled the dice. A few moments ago, their garage was pretty much empty after the driver change. Dries van Tor out, but coming in very quickly, getting that tyre change down to refuelling, and a couple of garages away, we've got the Modena Motorsport, well, the Race Pro Motorsports Porsche, entered by one, run under the name of the other. That has been brought back in by the safety team. And the car looks absolutely fine, trying to work out why it might have stopped on the circuit as the number 2 Mercedes, not so long ago in the pits. Jeroen Bleekemolen got out of that. Looks like that's going up onto the dollies. I was worried. I saw those being prepared in the garage. And hands up from the drivers, the car's going to be spun into the garage. So remedial work for the car that had a number 1 in its positional board just a few minutes ago before the Audis went back ahead during the pit stop. That is now being pushed back into the garage. I think all the teams are just going, code 60, it's a time to make repairs if repairs need doing.
We're not in a code 60 anymore. That's the problem for Black Falcon. The number 2 came in a long time ago with brake problems. They've just changed the brakes on the number 3 car, reported to us by Jeroen Bleekemolen. But the new pilot at the wheel of car 3, Lucas Stoltz, brings it in after only a handful of laps.
How many? Exactly 3. Not exactly. But the fact that you had a question mark.
Exactly.
Yes, the fact you had a question mark at the end of your 2. I was going to say, compare your hatful earlier on, which was 10, and a handful is 3. So, yeah, I mean...
That's how they used to measure things back in the old days.
Indeed. I remember it well. But, no, I mean, a significant problem there for the second of the Black Falcon Mercedes, the number 3 car, which was... running so well, and particularly, I mean, there was no suggestion in what Jeroen Bleekemolen was saying to Bruce that he was covering anything up. There was no hesitation when he told Bruce that everything was running fine. No, it is in the garage. Bruce...
well, Bruce, I'm remembering that...
corner they're looking at the brakes. They've got, of course, as always, they have a tray with a new disc, new set of pads ready on that, but that work had been done before, so it's another issue within that front right wheel arch. They're now looking bonnet up, torches out, so it's something that's manifested itself. So I'm sure Jerome was straight down the line. No braking concerns as far as he was concerned, but now it's looking under the bonnet. It seems incredibly dark at the front of the garage. No wonder the mechanic who's kneeling up on the front wing needs that torch look deep down. So I don't think it's a braking problem. I think it's something else altogether. We'll keep abreast of that situation, but sudden frustrations for the car that was leading at the top of the hour.
And Lucas Stoltz is also taking a keen interest in what exactly the problem is. Obviously, he's desperate to get back into the car and try and keep it in lead contention.
I'm concerned, though, that he's out of the car, because if it was going to be something easy, they would have let him in the car. And Lucas not looking at all happy as he steps away from the car.
Disconsolate, isn't he? His head down, he's wandering away, just sort of lost in his own thoughts there. Obviously revved up for a normal length stint, and already being told to step down, it would appear, because this car maybe not going to head back into the race for another 15 minutes at least.
A lot of shaking of heads in the garage area, and that must be hugely frustrating for the team, having not lost the number 2 car, but lost an hour whilst they repaired it. And now with, I mean, the way that Lucas slouched away from the car, you did get the impression that that was something terminal with the engine in the Black Falcon Mercedes number 3 that we were just saying might be in with a chance. It was just sneaking up onto the tail of the car collection Audi.
But you had also spotted, Paul, that the lap times were starting to drop off a little bit. There was no suggestion from Jeroen Bleekemolen that that was a deliberate ploy to try and save some fuel, although it did seem like if it was a fuel-saving mechanism, it had given him a 90-second lead just prior to the stop. But if there's been a noticeable drop-off, that might indicate an engine, the early gremlins of an engine trouble.
It was so small, I can't. I mean, in terms of his average lap times, it was less than half a second slower over the course of the hour, pretty much, that Jeroen was behind the wheel. So.
So it's just come out of the blue then, perhaps?
Yeah, I think probably so, because, I think, well, yeah. So leaves Rick Breukers at the front of the field, and he is certainly still going very strongly indeed, although I have to say that Chris Meese is now on the lead lap with Rick Breukers, which he wasn't before, and that again is partly due to Meese's lap times, also due to those of Vantour before him.
Audi from Audi and a Ferrari set to join those two in the provisional podium places with still 8 hours and 25 minutes to go, but it will be the Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha 488 to benefit because of these issues with the Mercedes. That Ferrari is over 4 minutes further down the road, but it won't take many laps at all for the Ferrari to leapfrog the Mercedes, and quite possibly Marcus Winkelhock's Audi will go up a place as well, depending on how long that Mercedes has to be in the garage for. Didn't look like Lucas Stoltz was going to be on a quick recall, though, somehow. Mirko Bortolotti also could be looking to benefit, running in 6th place in the GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini Huracan. It would be very special for those guys to get back into the top 5 after it fell so far down the order with a bent rear toe link. And Bruce Jones has been working hard down in the Black Falcon garage to find out exactly what the problem is for Mercedes number 3.
Well, you saw Lucas Stoltz walking off with his head at 45 degrees, the absolute picture of depression. And he can't tell me the car is out of the race, but what he can tell me through absolutely a clenched jaw, steering problems, nothing to do with the brake, and they've clearly manifested themselves very quickly very soon after he took over from Jeroen Bleekemolen. And the pace of work on the car doesn't suggest that it's an altogether good thing. But Luca, it's like he was like a balloon that had a puncture as soon as he went to the party, I'm afraid.
Yeah, if you were in drama class asked to to act like a depressed or disconsolate figure, then that was Lucas Stoltz. Sort of 3 times the normal figure that you would see wandering away from the car. As you say, 45 degrees, his head to the angle of direction, and I'm surprised he managed to get Luca back so quickly. But at least he was able to be very honest with us. Now, whether that's power steering related or a bent steering issue, what we don't know is whether that car had any contact during the opening 3 laps of his stint.
I'm shocked, I suppose, is the right word, that a steering issue can be irreparable. That they can't do anything about it.
Well, if it's power steering, that's surely just a belt gone, which
or
can
it's
be
hydraulics, or yeah, I mean, maybe the rack has broken or something, and they can't actually get into the rack to replace it, or if they did, it would take so long. I mean, I suppose that's part of it, that Black Falcon are not here to be heroes and work on the car for 3 hours and get it back out again. You know, we've already got one car that's had an hour of a delay, so I suspect that you know, there may have been a bit of pragmatism in that decision to retire the car as well. But anyway, so the Black Falcon Mercedes that, so we haven't had an official notice that it's been retired, but certainly looks that way, which leaves us with Audi's first and second, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in 3rd place, Matteo Malicelli back at the wheel of that car. Just a reminder, there's only 3 drivers doing the work in the Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and Matteo Malicelli, therefore, in fact, all of the team getting a relatively short break. They'll be probably driving for the best part of an hour and then getting a rest for the best part of 2 hours, and then they'll be back on duty again. Up to 4th now comes Marcus Winkelhock, taking advantage.
And if you're enjoying coverage of the 14th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours in both sound and vision, then on board with the new 3rd place car for Matteo Malicelli. So he was rather a picture of depression earlier on as well. They're not leading the race, but they have managed to get the Ferrari into the top 3, which seemed rather unlikely, what, 4 or 5 hours ago. It just shows what can happen if you keep your mind set on the job, I suppose. Mind your own business, and those around you may well incur some difficulties. 2 Audis, a Ferrari, and then a 3rd Audi represent the top 4 then, as the sky is very definitely lightening ahead of an official sunset in 25 minutes time, sunrise in 25 minutes time.
Yeah, so the Ferrari then is 3 laps off the lead lap. So, yeah, and then there's no real way that the Ferrari can get up onto the lead lap on pace, but what it can do is take advantage of anything, any crumbs that the 2 Audis, one from Car Collection, one from MS7 by WRT, happen to let go from the table and pick that up and run with that. Meanwhile, in the TCR class, the gap at the head of the field there is pretty much exactly a lap, with Jerome Ogier now at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf in 2nd place, and he is 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind the Vincent Rademacher Audi with a lap time of 2 minutes 12 seconds. That means that Vincent Rademacher can see Jerome Ogier very clearly ahead of him, but the gap not quite a full lap.
We're entering a rather special part of the race, I would suggest, because the timing screen is being lit up not only by Matteo Malicelli's pace, who's just set the number 11 as a car best sector through the final portion of the lap, but Marcus Winkelhock has just done exactly the same, and Chris Mees could be on for something very special on this lap because he's done an absolute best through the first sector. So we're into that portion of the day where the air is just right for some very good lap times.
The so-called happy hour, yes. We did have a purple sector time in Sector 1 from, I think it was Christopher Haase earlier on, but that's now been bettered by Christopher Mies. And the lap time that he does is the best time for that car at the end of the lap. 1 minute 59.251 is 0.2 of a second slower than Mirko Bortolotti went on the third lap of the race. So a very quick time there from Christopher Mies. Not quite the best lap of the race, but certainly within touching distance of it.
And for qualifying, we were down in the 157s, weren't we? So we're a little way off that sort of speed, but obviously cars are tuned specifically for single lap pace in a 45-minute qualifying session and are carrying next to no fuel as well. A 159.251, very impressive for the number 7 car. And that might be just the start of happy hour. As above Chris Mies now, the sky looks a little bluer over to the top right-hand corner of the track map, if you like, because this back straight, as we keep calling it, runs on the diagonal from turns 9 and 10, but at sort of 45 degrees compared to the main straight. And it's still rather hazy in the sky as well, with the floodlights illuminating the main straight, and there appears to be some of that dusty sand again in the ether. Does mean that you're never really in a situation where the track is fully clean, certainly not offline. There is a racing line that has been developing nicely for the last 15 and a bit hours, as Marcus Winkelhock is heading for the S's at 5 and 6 now, and then the much tighter right-hander at turn 7. He is in 4th place, and there are 4 R8 LMS 2019 spec cars in the top 3. Rather 3 in the top 4. Get the numbers the right way around so it makes sense. The interloper is the Ferrari from Bohemia Energy then, Matteo Malucelli, who has inherited 3rd position because of the travails of Luca Stoltz.
And look who's crawled his way up into 5th place, Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini, the Grasser Racing Team car, number 63, having lost, what was it, 20 minutes or so earlier in the race with the rear suspension issues that car had. Having had those issues, the car has gone very well, although Bortolotti just getting to the end of his stint now and brings the... Actually, no, that's not the end of his stint. Why is Bortolotti bringing the Lamborghini in? That's another problem because 63, Mirko Bortolotti, has only been out there for 7 laps. And so the Lamborghini, having crept up the order, shouldn't have to pit just yet. The other thing to keep an eye on in the A6 AM class is Dennis Lind, who is travelling considerably quicker than Joe Foster in the CP Racing Mercedes.
Well, Bruce is watching Lamborghini's every move down at GRT.
Yeah, well, the weird thing is it came in, no one was suddenly rushing to do the standard things like check the tyres. One person had a quick skid around. They've just been looking in the cockpit, diving in on the side away from the driver. Now engine cover coming off at the rear. And looking furiously in there. Have we got the start of an electrical problem? I do not know. I don't want to just guess at that. Engine cover being put back on. I'll step out the way as the mechanics go back through. The 63 Lamborghini sitting there, about to be fired up. Oh, jerks into life. Puff and tyre smoke is back into the race. Can't tell you what the problem is, but let's hope that's more of a fear, maybe a little in the driver's head rather than in the under the engine cover. But I'll stand down at the GRT garage for a while and just see what comes back out. But right now, all the mechanics have walked to the back, don't look enormously concerned. I think it was checking rather than fixing that time around.
Didn't go for fuel, though. Went straight past the refueling zone and straight out onto the circuit, even though he'd been out on the track for 7 laps. So he could have got a bit of fuel in. It was worth doing, given that you're in the pit lane already. But they didn't choose that option. And have sent him on his way again. And the gap back to Klaus Bachler, who was the next car back, is actually quite a significant one. It's more than a lap back to Klaus Bachler. In fact, 2 laps back to Klaus Bachler in the Attempto Racing Audi.
Well, Mirko Bortolotti, a spin for the number 2 car. So the 2, which is the Black Falcon from Mercedes further down the order, Abdelaziz Al Faisal has either made a mistake at turn 1, the exit of the first corner, or clashed with another car. But as the Mercedes recovered, I didn't see anybody else within frame, and that car is now back up to speed. We will have had yellow flags briefly at turn 1 and 2, but no need for anything more severe as far as caution is concerned. I was about to say Mirko Bortolotti is a Lamborghini factory driver, so knows these Huracans like the back of his hand, and can probably work out there's an issue at a moment's notice. Whether he can sort of self-subscribe, diagnose?
Yes.
Maybe that was the word I was after. It's early, very early in the morning. But self-diagnose it whilst it's out on the track, I don't know. He obviously needed a little bit of second opinion from the team. But anyway, the car's back in the race now, and let's see how long he stays out there for.
Dennis Lind is 31 seconds behind Joe Foster. And on the last time around, Dennis's time was a 2 minute 0.89. Joe Foster has just gone round in 2 minutes 3, so 2 minutes 3.2. So 2.5 seconds gain made on that lap. And Joe Foster must be expecting to stay out there for long enough to allow Dennis to close in. They do say closing in on an opponent is one thing, getting past him is another. Joe Foster won't make life particularly difficult if he does get caught, but does mean that Dennis Lind, who has been impressive throughout in this Target Racing Lamborghini, and has done a good job behind the wheel. Also was particularly impressed in the earlier hours by Timo Boguslavski, who went extremely well in that same car and closed it down nicely, closed the gap down nicely when it was Timo versus Charlie Espenlaub.
Let's go back to the pit lane, because Bruce Jones has been asking all the important people at GRT Grasser Racing the pertinent questions. And what do you know then about the Lamborghini Huracan?
Well, of course, the first response was, we don't know yet, but then Marky Nyken said to me, actually, Mirko smelt fuel in the cockpit and was concerned. They'd checked it, but they're still busy checking. But their first concern is there is a possible fuel leak.
Okay, right, well that really does need investigating, and therefore it might need to be fueled a little more regularly, a little more frequently than previously, but they'll want to try and solve that as quickly as possible. We were hearing from Colin White much earlier on in the race that the BMWs were not quite leaking fuel, but when they were full of fuel, it was coming out of the car and spraying the windscreen of Colin's Ginetta. But this sounds like it's maybe a cracked pipe or seal, and therefore that Lamborghini, I'm not sure how Mirko Bortolotti knew there was a problem. Presumably it's something that's been read on the data by the team, and he was called in rather than being able to feel it himself, unless it's leading to some sort of pickup problem. Anyway, happy to circulate for the time being in the number 63 GRT Grasser Racing team. That could be a long job if they do decide to fix it. So better perhaps to just leave it out there until disaster truly strikes.
Can I do another of my speculative concerns? Because Rick Breukers, since he's been in the car, Rick was astonishing in the early parts of the race, but since Rick has been back in the number 88, he hasn't been as quick as the drivers who were driving the car before him. And I don't know if it will be possible from telling what car collection are doing, whether he's actually got a problem. It just looks like his lap times aren't quite as rapid as those of Christopher Mies, certainly, but to the extent that over the 10 laps that they've been out since they came in during the Code 60, and you did mention that Rick got a new set of tyres, didn't you, Bruce, when he came in, and since then the car collection car has lost 10 seconds to the WRT car in second place. Gap now down to 1 minute and 19 seconds, where it was up at 1 minute and 31 seconds when they came out after the Code 60.
Okay, well, whether that is at the start of a problem or whether it's just that Christopher Mies is a little more clinical through traffic, it is a quieter racetrack than it might have been at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, for instance, because there are fewer cars out there with various machines and teams having problems. As the light continues to flood this this race venue, and natural light is what I'm talking about, because we're now only 13 minutes away from 7:05, the official sunrise time here in the United Arab Emirates. We are in Motor City and the Dubai Autodrome, which first opened in 2004. First major event was the final rounds of the 2004 European Touring Car Championship. Never held Formula One racing, although it has held a Grade 1 licence in the past, and we are on the Grand Prix circuit. But this event has run since 2006, so less than a couple of years on from this track first breaking ground, and a staple way to start a brand new racing season. The Creventic promoted and organised Dubai 24 Hours, powered by Hankook. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live coverage from trackside of this 14th edition of the twice round-the-clock race. And Rick Brokers leading the way, but the gap is steadily being brought down between him and Christopher Mies in car number 7. 2 Audi R8 LMSs then first and second, with a Ferrari in third.
And in TCE, I was giving you a quick rundown a little while ago, and the gap now is a proper lap, and that is to say that Vincent Rademacher has got himself ahead of Jerome Ogier, and there is now a lap and a little bit separating the Audi from the Volkswagen Golf. Up into third place had come Ivo Breukers in the Red Campbell Jordans.NL Cupra, but that's now come into the pits, and it will then drop back down again because he'd only just got himself ahead of Ronnie Yost in the other Cupra. So we've got Cupras coming up to the top of the list, and Audi's fading away just a little bit in TCE, whereas Audis are beginning to come back to the fore a little bit in the GT part of the race. Behind Ronnie Yost in the Bass Curtain car is the JW Bird Volkswagen Golf. So 2 Golfs, 2 Cupras and 1 Audi is the top 5 in TCE at the moment.
And presumably this is the first race back for Ivo after a long layoff because of an injury. And this his second stint in the race, or I don't remember seeing his name against the 101, but I haven't been in the booth all of the time.
No, he has been in the car once before, I think. I seem to remember having seen his name there. Let's just... he's just done a double stint, so he'll be getting out of the car this time. So Bruce will be able to ask him about his leg, which he damaged. He did a double stint about halfway through the race. And yeah, so that was his second stint behind the wheel. He's the fourth driver in the car, Klaus Kresnik having started it, handing it over to Henry Littig to Cody Hill, and then Cody Hill to Ivo Breukers, and then they've just done that cycle through the race thus far, and Ivo has come to the second to the end of his second go behind the wheel, so that's 8 driving stints.
So both father and son Brokers out on track at the same time. Rick leading the GT series, and father Ivo third in the TCE, although that's likely to change now because the 101, as Paul mentioned, has come in for a pit stop and is now in the fueling area.
Yes, he'll go down to at least 5th, and possibly behind number 154 in 6th place as well, if it's a routine pit stop.
88 car with another car collection Audi up front, so the 2 sister cars have found one another. 2 in A6 Am from car collection this weekend, and the race leader is fairly obviously an A6 Pro, getting very, very close indeed on the brakes to the 34 car, which has a big wiggle in charge of that, Ingo Vogler, and actually I think that was the 33 rather than the 34. It looked more white from the rear, but the 33 is being driven by Murod Sultanov. Therefore, 18th position for car 33 and about to be lapped by the 88. The 125 Ronnie Joost driven Bas Kuiten Cupra, showing some signs of damage on the front right corner, with the rear part of the front wheel arch starting to peel away now from that front right corner. That might be as a result of damage. It might just be general wear and tear.
I tell you, there's all sorts of things that we're going to see now that there is a bit of daylight around.
Yes, good point.
Things will have happened in the night that we never knew, and the various battle scars will become evident as it gets lighter. Very strange colour, looking out of the window rather than on the television screen. Very strange colour of light that, in the early morning. It's not a red sky in the morning, but it's almost a yellowy light that is bathing the Dubai Autodrome at the moment.
Yeah, 3 minutes away from an update and a little reset here on RS1. Thank you for tuning our way, and if you're not able to be with us for pictures, hopefully we're painting the scene that is right in front of our commentary box here for this 5.3 kilometre race circuit. The track is laid out beautifully in front of us, and many of these teams have been on one heck of a journey already, but we're only 2/3 of the way through. One of several BMW M4s in the entry is now being worked on, and that crew addressing perhaps an issue for the 469 BMW, which is Nadir Zuhauer for 3Y Technology, just bringing that car in from 7th place in the GT4 category. GT4 still being led by British squad ERC Sport and Gabriele Piana, who has experience of winning this race in the GT series outright. But GT4 was always going to be a very intense fight throughout the 24 hours, with 14 cars entered, and Piana still just about staying in front.
Yes, they don't hold the lead all the time, but they do hold sway, is how I'd put it, at the front of the field when the pit stops happen, because GT cars have got themselves on different pit stop strategies. The pit stops tend to happen at different times for the different vehicles. But Gabriele Piana has done a jolly good job there, and that car holding a useful advantage, and that advantage, I suspect, will probably extend because the QSR car in second place in GT4, Rodrigue Guillon, has now taken over the driving of that car. He's done one stint earlier in the race when it was daylight, sat out the nighttime running, and is now back in the car. Now it's got light again. So we'll see how Rodrigue's times compare.
We're live from trackside at the Dubai Autodrome. That's another hour completed and 16 hours now in the book. Just another 8 to go. We are at 2/3 distance here on RS1. AC Motorsport lead the TCE Series race with Vincent Rademacher at the wheel of his Audi RS3. That car about to complete 360 laps and is leading the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen Golf. Jerome Ogay currently doing the driving, car number 112. Third position, the first of the Bas Kuiten cars. That's the 125 Cupra TCR. And Ronnie Joost, with that little bit of front right-hand corner damage, is back into the provisional podium positions. The JW Bird Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, car number 121, is fourth, ahead of the Ivo Brokers car, although he's just handed that back to Klaus Kresnik in the most recent pit stop. So the 101 Cupra is currently 5th. Then we see the TFT Audi RS3 car 154 6th. Zhenggu Motorsport, who spent the first portion of the race outside the top 10. Regularly, I remember calling that car in 11th place. Well, it's made its way up to 7th position now. And I suppose the next target for the Hungarian outfit will be a top 6 position. Only one more spot to try and find in order to achieve that. 2 Cup 1 BMWs are together on the screen, 8th and 9th. Still Duvo Racing, though, with a slight advantage over the Fun M Motorsport crew. 840 leading 802. And in real terms, it's a gap of 5 laps there or thereabouts. 334 just completed by Nicholas Schmidt for Duvo, and 329 will be completed next time around for Simon Clement for Fun M Motorsport. 10th position, the Teamwork Motorsport Audi RS3, that's car 100. Then it's the KCMG 122 Honda Civic, with that car is now officially a retirement. Vortex V8's Sirocco labelled as 12th position, ahead of the Class A3 leader, which is still circulating. That's Carlo Von Dossilaire now driving the GR Motorsport 603 BMW. Stephen Wells still running for CWS Engineering. They are the 2nd place car in SP3, with, yes, Philippe Bonnel still out front in the Vortex Sirocco in SP3. 2 more TCRs, but well, certainly one is a retirement, and possibly Peter England now out of the race as well. It's been another hour since that car was seen in the race for ATEC Racing, so potentially an Audi and a Seat retirement there. Matteo De Florian for their Lotus is back out again, the Lotus Elise Cup, and Marco Fumagalli still running as well. My other thought about Peter England's car is that it's just back in for a regular pit stop, but I don't think it is. I think it's been in the pit lane ever since our last hourly update.
Yes, it has. I think it's now been in there for an hour and 36 minutes. So, no, wait a minute. No, you were right. First time he has been out and then come back in again, hasn't he? Yeah. So he just comes in for the hourly updates. I see. Yes. Just to confuse me. So between 6 and 7, there has been a brief outing. 7 laps he did. For Peter England in car number 111. And the car's been parked in the garage since the start of Bruce's stint, I'm hearing. And it's been pretty much an hour, and apparently no one at ATEC Racing has laid a finger on it, so maybe it is a lost cause after all. 312, not in the race anymore. I say that every time, but we didn't get a start, sadly, for the AMAG First Century Porsche. As TCE, GT Series, and an entirely separate race, I must remind you, is being led by Rick Brokers in the car collection Audi R8. That's 397 laps completed, working 398. Behind him, Christopher Meese has just come into the pit lane in the MS7 by WRT Audi R8. It's a Ferrari in 3rd, benefiting from the problems for the number 3 Mercedes, which is still in the pit lane. Lucas Stoltz brought it in with a steering problem, and the way that he sort of flunked off from the back of that car suggested he wouldn't be called again to driving duties, or if he was, it might be 60 minutes or so before that car could be fixed. So down to 16th place has dropped the number 3 car as the leader goes back across the line. That gives, as I say, the Ferrari 3rd position. 4th place, the BWT Mucca Motorsport Audi, number 9. And in 5th place, Mirko Bortolotti, when things look rather grim down at Grasser Racing Team after a rear toe link was either bent or it failed. Took a fair while for that to be fixed, and the car dropped outside the top 20. Well, they're back into 5th position now and ready to take advantage of any dramas for the 4 cars ahead of that bright green Lamborghini Huracan. 6th place, the 99 Klaus Bachler Audi, the Attempto Racing car. Joe Foster in the CP Racing Mercedes is still the leader in A6 AM, and Dennis Lind is chasing hard in the Lamborghini Huracan in that category. Car 12 up to 8th place, ahead of Martin Conrad in HTP Motorsports Mercedes and the Sugio Matsuda driven Nissan GTR from KCMG. 11th place for car collection is the 34 car. Ingo Vogler still at the wheel of that. For class positions for SPX, you're looking as far down as 18th place, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, and at the wheel is Marcus Paverud, the impressive
Danish driver. Or is he Norwegian? I can never remember that. Pavarud, though, is only 18 years old and has impressed many this weekend. Pavarud is Norwegian. I knew I was doubtful about that. Shares that car with Jake Rattenbury, the Welshman, Harold Schlotter, Khaled Al-Mudhaf and Fredrik Schandorf, who is definitely Danish. So that's your SPX leader, with in second place the MRS GT Racing 990 car, 19th position. The 991 class is led by Nabil Moutron in the dual racing Porsche. That car, the 950, had its nearest competition sort of taken away because the 916 has had all sorts of problems. Bertram Hornung is now back at the wheel of the Modena Motorsports car, but it's slipped to 6th place in the 991 class. Second in 991 is the MRS GT Racing car, 21st in the GT Series race. The number 2 car is back into the event after a binding brake problem and also a spin for Abdelaziz Al Faisal during this stint. But that car is 23rd. GT4 still being led by the English squad of ERC Sport, their Mercedes car 405, ahead of another Mercedes from QSR Racing School and the BMW sported by MRS GT Racing. In fact, the top 5 in GT4 from 26th down to 30th position. The last of those is the Century Motorsport M4 car 430. Outside of the top 30, in 31st place, the Fox Motorsport Audi R8 in GT4 specification, the only GT4 Audi in the entry. Further GT4 entries can be seen in 34th position for Dragon Racing. Their Mercedes still going along its merry way, with the 3Y Technology car just behind. An SPX VDS Racing Adventures Mark car is in 36th position, and completing the top 40, Century Motorsports BMW number 429, so sister to 430. And this is where we get into territory where cars are probably no longer running, or they're many, many laps down. In 41st position, 41st is Brent Millage, the Optima Motorsport Ginetta. That is still working its way around this 5.3 kilometre circuit. 11th position for that Ginetta. The KCMG Nissan, though, is out of the race. Ollie Jarvis last to drive that. The garage door is down at V8 Racing after, was it a crash for Wolf, Nathan?
Yes.
And sadly, the Chevrolet Corvette quite badly damaged in that.
I don't know how badly, but it was badly enough that Wolf Nathan had to be taken off to the medical centre for a checkup.
And this, as Duncan Houseman made the point at the start of the race, was the Chevrolet Corvette swan song in the Dubai 24 Hours. We'll wait to see what V8 Racing bring to this event in 2020. Etc Motorsports, KTM Crossbow and the Writer Engineering Crossbow have had no end of problems, and actually 246 is now running again with Nikolai El Ghanian doing the driving, but Glenn Wood's 247 car is out of the race, as is 912, the Porsche Lorient entry. The MP Racing Mercedes, big crash damage for that car early on, and the vintage Spuntic by HRT Russian squad are no longer a going concern in 968. There's your rundown for both TCE and GT series. It is nearly 10 minutes past 7 local time, and a nice, bright, not quite sunny day, but it is streets away from the picture that was ahead of us an hour ago, Paul.
Yes, absolutely. Just trying to reflect on the fact that we had that extra pit stop from Christopher Meese. I thought it was early, but I suspect that on his previous stop he didn't get fuel. He had a short stop to change the tyres and didn't get the fuel, so needed to come in order to sort that situation out. But we can have news from the pits though, Johnny.
Evo Brokers, we need to get this interview to find out how that second stint in the race, but his return to racing, Bruce Jones, after injury.
Evo, good morning. Good to see you standing on 2 legs. We've all been concerned. You've had your leg injury last year. How's it holding up?
It's going better and better, actually. In the qualifying, I tried to brake with my left foot. It was okay, but still in the race I'm braking with my right foot, but improving step by step.
And going well. The red Camels Jordan car in 3rd position in the TCR class when he brought it in. So is the car holding up well?
Yeah, it's a surprise because we lost, I think, at least 20 minutes in the pits regarding repairs. Also, we run out of fuel quite unexpectedly, and we still don't understand it. So we lost a lot of laps. So we are surprised that we are now in third position, and now we try to hold it and get it to the end.
So you think the leg might hold up for walking onto the podium, perhaps?
Who knows, but still a long way to go, and we made it through the night without any scratch, so fingers crossed.
Good work. Thank you, Ivo.
And currently in 5th place, following a brief flirtation with the podium on the pit stop cycle last time around. Klaus Kresnik back at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan's and L Cupra now. And they are a lap behind the cars that are up on the podium. The Red Camels Jordan, yes, it's 5th in the class, and is, yes, 10 laps behind the leader in the class, but only a minute and 46 seconds behind the next car up.
Meanwhile, the MS7 by WRT Audi is heading now out of turn 9 and back along the back straight. And some more news from Bruce regarding the GRT Grasser Lamborghini.
Carbon copy pit stop. It came in not long after it went out on its stint. Mirko Bortolotti brought it in. There was a smell of fuel. They took the engine cover off. They sent him back out. Done the same all over again. One of the fastest exits from the pit lane you will see. Don't think it would need fuel. Didn't take it last time. Actually, he might be going into fuel.
I think he should.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, bizarre.
So that was it was about 20 seconds at a standstill, exactly the same as before. Engine cover off, check what's underneath, talk to Mirko, leading the cockpit, probably using their noses to sniff and see if they can smell the fuel that Mirko's reporting that he can smell in the cockpit.
Well, is this all part of the diagnosis process to try and work out where the fuel is leaking from? And how much of it there is. And you don't want to put it in a full tank because that's going to make the leak even worse.
I suppose that is a good point, Johnny, yes. Yes, it seems illogical, but you're probably right. So they've done 2 pit stops now without stopping for fuel. So that means they've done 20 laps altogether. They're on to the 21st lap on this tank full, so they'll be able to do another 15, and then they really will have to come in and get fuel.
Out of turn 10 goes the 88 car, and
with a much more comfortable lead now than it had before as a result of the pit stop done a moment ago by Christopher Mies, handing the car back now to Michael Vergers, the nighttime racing having been shared in that car between Christopher Mies and Dries van Toor, and Michael Vergers was in the car back at about midnight, I suppose, was his stint, and the only other driver in that car, Mohammed Saud Fahd Al Saud, doesn't actually have to drive it again. He's done 3 hours worth of driving already, but if they want to, they can get it to the flag with the Van Toor, Mies and Vergers combination.
The number 9 car, Bruce reporting that is returning to the garage. He's down there to tell us exactly what's going on.
Well, I thought it might be one of those crafty little brake changes, but it's bonnet up and engine cover off. Marcus Winkelhock has got out of the car.
4th place car.
From 4th place, but he's scratching his head a little bit. I'm going to dive in and see if Marcus can tell me what it is. Marcus, this doesn't look a regular pit stop. What's the problem?
Yeah, as you can see, the radiator is probably broken. Yeah, if you have to check it, or if you have to change it, it's completely over. We are already, like, I don't know, 8 minutes behind. We were so unlucky the whole race with code 60, and now this, so it's not our race.
Oh, I like to see you with a smile, but not one today. Tough luck, Marcus.
Winner of the Spa 24 Hours himself. last year, year before last now, and Marcus Winkelhock then accepting that racing often isn't good. The car, as we were saying, was in 4th place. I mean, there's nothing to stop them changing the radiator and coming back out, but that'll delay them by at least 20 minutes, I would think. So bad news for that car, and that was the car most likely to challenge the Ferrari of the Scuderia Praha team for a podium position. And from Audi's point of view, the car most likely to turn into an Audi clean sweep of the podium, and that looks somewhat unlikely now. Although with still 7 3/4 hours of the race to go, Johnny, never write off Klaus Bachler, but the Attempto Racing Audi, number 99, is the only one now. It depends how long that radiator change is going to take. But he's the only one now that's going to be able to move up, and that car is already in the pits.
Still plenty of tyre pickup offline, especially around turns 4 and 5 and towards the S's there, as the number 101 car keeps it neat and tidy, though, on the racing line. This car driven now by Klaus Kresnik in 5th position in the TCE race. Vincent Rademacher leading that part of the event then from Jerome Ogai in 112, and then the 125 car of Ronnie Joost for Bas Koeten Racing. But Vincent Rademacher with a comfortable lead for AC Motorsport. A fantastic sky now, right behind the hotel that sits on the outside of turn 16 as the sun bursts through the low-level cloud. So dramatic here in Dubai when the sun sets, but you don't have an awful long sunset to enjoy, and likewise the sun rises very quickly in this part of the world as well.
The QSR Racing School Mercedes GT4 second place car in the pits for a routine pit stop. Rodrigue Guillon out of the car, and see who got in it from here. Whether Bruce was able to catch that, we'll find out in a minute. But anyway, Rodrigue out of the car. The car's still in second place in the class, although he might have actually lost that to Thomas Teckart in the MRS GT Racing BMW. So that's in the GT4 class. And Gabriele Piana seems to have been in the class leading car there, 405, for an awfully long time, Johnny.
Car 405,
the GT4
leader, yeah, okay.
And Gabriele Piana looking to, yes, he's been in there for 33 laps. Took the car over from Ryan Ratcliffe.
That's an hour and 17 minutes, very nearly, as a stint length. And, you know, the Italian driver obviously comfortable to be at the wheel, whether in darkness or in the early morning light. And I suppose it's often better to have a driver in during those transition periods where you head from into the darkness, because it's a gradual process, and if the same driver stays at the wheel, they can adjust accordingly, rather than throwing in a brand new driver that might have only had experience of daylight hours, and then all of a sudden you throw them out at night time. That has to be done, I suppose, at times. But
yes, I mean, Katerina Kivalova has done one stint in the car. John Minshaw has done 2 stints in the car. And since John Minshaw got out, and he got out at about 10 o'clock last night. Since 10 o'clock last night, the driving's been shared by Ryan Ratcliffe and Gabriele Piana as a duo. So they've been driving pretty much, I say, throughout the night from 10 o'clock last night. And that car has maintained good pace as a result of having Ratcliffe and Piana doing the driving. But say, not so much driving from either Katerina or from John Minshaw.
Sounds like the AM drivers perhaps choosing not to do the driving overnight then, and we might well see a bit more of Katerina and John between now and 3 o'clock.
Just because it's got light, you mean? We'll see more of them.
Precisely, yeah. Well, J.M. Lippman was saying to me earlier on, last night, you know, he's just not comfortable at night, but happy to do many, many hours in the daylight.
But he said particularly with that BMW, didn't he? Whereas the 405 GT4 car is the Mercedes variety of that.
Right, so I didn't hear that bit of what he said, to be honest. He said what he told me off air, actually, and didn't add on the fact that it was a BMW. So is that a visibility problem, perhaps, on the M4?
I think it was the car itself is quite an edgy type of car. It's a bit sensitive, not as forgiving as other cars that he's driven, he was saying. And with it being so dark out in the nether regions of the circuit here, that he just didn't really trust himself with it. You got the feeling that he just wasn't quite confident enough somehow.
Whereas the Mercedes is quite well known for being forgiving, certainly in GT3 configuration, and I'm sure that's carried on through into the kind of baby AMG GT as well. But yes, John Minshaw and Katarina Kaivalova with some further work to do now that we're into a new day and a bright skyline. So Gabriele Piana has just come down pit road for a stop, but no hint yet, Bruce Jones, that he's going to be clambering out of that car.
No, in fact, he's just driven straight past, down to refuelling. I came up to their garage to sort of speak to him when he got out, so maybe that encouraged him to stay on the circuit for another stint. I don't know.
Well, he's nowhere near the driver time limit quite yet, and as I say, that was an hour and 17, 18 minutes. The clock is stopped, isn't it, as far as drive time is concerned, whenever the car is in the pit lane, and then it restarts again. For the time being, the stint column changes to the length of pit stop time, though, and then we'll resume if the same driver is on board with that drive time for Piana, and he's got 2 hours to not breach. But about 45 minutes, just less than 45 minutes still to go for the Italian, who was a winner in the overall GT Series result last year for Black Falcon. Speaking of overall winners and overall leaders, Rick Broker's now arriving at turn 1 in the orange and black Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8. Michael Vergers in second place ahead of Matteo Malicelli, who heads through the timing loop mere moments after Rick Broker's, but they are laps between them. It's as many as 3 laps separating Rick Broker's and the Matteo Malicelli Ferrari.
And then behind that, the Lamborghini. So 2 Germans and then 3 Italians. So the 2 Audis have got to keep it clean for the remainder of the race. Still 7.5 hours to go, with the Mirko Bortolotti Lamborghini with a bit of a question mark over it, because it keeps on making these pit stops and reports smelling of fuel. However, in terms of its lap times, can't really complain about the way that it's going, lapping regularly in the 2 minutes dead, and quite sure if he's dipped underneath, but his average for his last stint was 2 minutes 0.7, so it's been a very rapid lapping indeed by Bortolotti, holder of the fastest lap of the race, which he set on the 3rd lap, but he's not been able to quite improve on that one since.
Matteo Malicelli steering into the drift there through the Parabolica as he was needing to give a wide line to some slower traffic on his inside. It was the Duvo Racing BMW he was needing to lap. The car at the rear of the Ferrari stepped out of line by a couple of feet, it looked like, and Matteo Malicelli needed to be quick to react to that, to mop up a slide. He's going to lap the Fox Motorsports Audi GT4 now. There's a bit of a lock-up for one of the TCR cars up ahead as well, as that is slowed for turn 14. But the Seat, or the Cupra, difficult to tell the difference from the rear, gets safely through the anti-penultimate corner. 7:10 over the line. Still Marcus Paverud driving the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. That's the SPX race leader, class leader, and is trying to stay ahead of Riccardo Maurizio in the 990 MRS GT racing car. That was initially entered as a 991 class car, but was moved to SPX. I don't think we ever got the full reason for that, but it might be down to the specific type of car, configuration of Cup car, because sometimes it's engine related. The standard sort of Porsche 4-litre engined Cup cars tend to go into the 991 class, but we have got a 3.8-litre Cup car which was put into SPX. I think there's even another Cup car somewhere else in the entry which falls into another class. It might be the Speed Lover car that I'm remembering actually, which is also an SPX car. So MRS GT Racing's Brazilian driver lineup moved to SPX fairly late in the day. All the rest of the 991 Cup cars are in the 991 class.
Speed Lover 778 and
is an SPX car, yes,
MRS 990 are in SPX.
But there isn't a third category that contains Cup cars, is there? We may have had that in the past.
Not Porsche 991 Cup cars, no.
No, fine.
The one you may be thinking of is the car that didn't start, the Porsche Cayman, which is a GT4 club car, which would have run in SP3 had it started.
But it's not as simple as engine size, because, as I say, there are some 3.8-litre Cup Porsches, there are some 4-litre Cup Porsches, but the 3.8s are seen in both the SPX and the 991 class, so it's something slightly more subtle than that, perhaps. Anyway, the officials decide which class each car runs in, and I think that's also to be able to provide some suitable competition throughout the 24 hours. Rick Broker's onto another lap. This will be 410 for the Dutchman at the wheel of the German Audi, both by manufacturer but also by team that runs that particular car, who are Car Collection Motorsport, bringing 3 Audis back to the Dubai 24 hours. We have had sometimes Car Collection Audis in numerical order, 32, 33 and 34. Well, the 33 and the 34 are in the entry, but a brand new number as far as I was concerned for Car Collection, which is 88. And that is the car that leads the way.
Yes, that's the only pro car that Car Collection has brought along, with the 33 and the 34 running, as always, in the A6 AM class.
Some overlapping being done on the main straight as a GT4 Mercedes heads by a slower TCR car. And into the 14th corner on this circuit goes Rick Brokers again, briefly enjoying a little bit of open track in front of him.
Yeah, his worries that I had about his lap times earlier on seemingly sorted now. He's getting quicker and quicker as the fuel load lightens, and I'm minded that just perhaps he was in a position where, because the car had a little bit of a margin at the time, he was just dialing the tyres in slowly. We have heard that if you do work the tyres a little bit too hard in the early stages of the race, it can come back and bite you. And so Rick possibly just taking things a little bit easy in the opening laps, and then gradually, once the tyres are fully up to operating temperature and working nicely for him, then he started to lean on them a little bit harder. Certainly there's been no hint of anything that should worry any Car Collection fans, as this stint, a double, not exactly a double, but a stint and a half from Rick Brokers, because he was in the car for 15 laps and the code 60 came out, so he was able to just switch over and get some more fuel, and now has done 29 laps on his current tank full of fuel. I think there'll probably be 35 in it for him, 34 or 35, so say another 10 minutes and Rick will be in for routine service, as will a lap or so later Matteo Malicelli with the Scuderia Praha Ferrari.
Georgie Contra just being lapped there by the GT Series race leader. Zhenggu Motorsport 133 is the car that Georgie drives, and is trying to catch up with, ultimately, Sebastian Morales, but has 11 laps to try and find now. There's quite a wedge being driven between the top 6 in the TCE category and everybody else. Nicholas Schmidt doing well for Duvo Racing, still out front in the Cup 1 class, and 8th place in the TCE race. So Cup 1 BMWs 8th and 10th now in that particular event. It's on the dolly jacks, returning to the pit lane apron is the number 9 Audi. Here is Bruce Jones with the update then on what's exactly happened to that car.
Yeah, well, Marcus Finkelhock suggested it needed a radiator change. That is precisely what they did. No panic. And in fact, it's always interesting. The mechanics, of course, are tired. They've been up all night, but just the tension on their faces now eased. They did what they had to do as fast as they possibly could. In fact, it's going to be a busy garage because I think maybe something's about to happen for Century Motorsport because Team Boss has just come running out onto the apron. So that was quite timely that maybe they kept whichever of their BMWs, whether 429 or 430, out until that number 9 Audi that was blocking the front of their garage has been made good. But yeah, there's going to be a pit stop for them any moment now. In fact, right now. So half a lap to spare, in it comes.
Marcus Finkelhock then in the refueling area, then in the number 9 Muka Motorsport Audi, and it was just about 20 minutes to change that radiator, and he's safely on his way again. Not actually sure it is Marcus in the car. Did Bruce tell us who was in the car? I'm not quite sure. We'll find out.
Because he couldn't see at the time, but we will find out.
We'll find out as soon as he leaves
shortly
the refueling area and gets back on his way. Did we ever mention that the change that we were expecting in A6 AM did happen, in that Dennis Lynn got ahead of Joe Foster and has been pulling away from him at a tidy rate for the last 10 minutes or so?
We have mentioned it now.
And he's put it up, the gap now is 38 seconds. So that's the A6 AM class changing. But I was going to say Dennis Lind is going to be due in the pits fairly shortly, but he got there first. Dennis in the pits now. Joe Foster should have another 4 laps under his in his up his sleeve. So we won't see the CP Racing Mercedes in just yet, but they're going to have to work that one very cleverly indeed, are CP Racing, if they're going to manage to keep what is blatantly a faster Lamborghini behind them by staying out on the track a little bit longer, or hoping for some more mechanical unreliability from that Target Racing Lamborghini, which has been running very well, particularly, Johnny, when it's been in the hands of Dennis Lynn.
Yeah, he has certainly impressed, the man from Roskilde, well, you get a championship won, you come back for the following season, and straight away you're in a fight. So I'm sure those at CP Racing will know that it's going to be just as difficult to win a championship in 2019 as it was in 2018. They pulled it off, not running as car number 1 for this season through purely their own choice. So it's back to the 85 car again. Pro Speed Performance was the entry last year. It's a change of name above the door, although I think something like 80% of the personnel have remained the same. CP Racing standing for Charlie Putman, for those that didn't know, and Joe Foster, who is one of the very quick drivers in amongst that driving combination, now at the wheel. So that car is currently in 6th place. Rick Brokers leading the way ahead of Michael Vergers and Matteo Magliucelli. So 2 Dutch drivers and an Italian at the wheel of 2 German cars, and an Italian prancing horse in 3rd position, the 488. You'd asked Matteo Magliucelli 4 or 5 hours into this race where he thought he might be at hour 17. I'm not sure the answer would have been 3rd position. Looking very, very glum when speaking to Bruce, and I think to Joe as well earlier on in the race. But, well, I'm not necessarily sure he would admit that he's particularly happy about this scenario. But it wasn't really expected, I would wager. But that is, I suppose, testament to the reliability of the Ferrari and the slightly better fuel mileage it seems to have over the Audis, the Lamborghinis and the Mercedes. Let's grab a word with Dennis Lind then, who's fresh from the Target Racing Lamborghini. Bruce.
Dennis, I can't tell if you've just got out of the car or about to get in. You just look so fresh, but you just moved to the lead of the A6 AM class, going so well for Target Racing.
Well, I had a good night's sleep, so had a nice shower this morning before I jumped in the car, so I feel amazing. I'm ready to do another 24 hours, so
No, it was a good stint. We were quite lucky with traffic and the code 60. But, you know, it's just an amazing venue here in Dubai. It's an amazing race. Everybody's being so respectable on the track, so it's been an absolute pleasure. It's my first time doing a 24 event, so last night's stint was my first time in the dark, so I'm really, really pleased with this.
And bad news for your rivals, Giacomo Alto is taken over from you, and you know well he's very quick too.
Yeah, we've been racing against each other all year, or last year in Super Trofeo, and he's a very strong driver. So the car is in good hands. Yeah, but like you said, unfortunate for the others.
Well, have fun.
Thank you, man. Bye.
Dennis Lind, a multiple champion in, first of all, the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo Championship, which he won in 2016 after 5 wins, and then went on to be last year Blancpain Asia champion in the GT3 category with FFF Racing Team by ACM. So a man on the move, 25 years old now, so a little older perhaps than some of the other young guns coming through, who are still only perhaps 18 or 19, but he's in the sweet spot now of a impressive career so far. Has raced with Target Racing before in the Super Trofeo Championship last year as well, so familiar with the team, but this is Dennis's first 24-hour race. Great to have him in Dubai in 2019, and that car briefly leading the A6 AM division then, but Joe Foster back in front for CP Racing. A number of victories for that driving lineup last year, and it could yet be a first victory, technically speaking, for CP Racing, but you can bet that Target Racing will be pushing them all the way. Giacomo Altoe has now taken over that car. Meanwhile, Stanislav Minsky for Tempto Racing, the number 99 car, is in 8th position. You may well remember that the 66 Audi of Tempto, the other car within that squad, was running with the leaders earlier on in the piece, but Mattia Drudi brought that car in a number of hours ago now, and I think I'm right in saying that the Tempto Racing squad are now down to just the single entry, with Stanislav Minsky up to 8th place, the Russian. So Minsky 8th, Khrakovina for HTP Motorsport. In the man-filter Mercedes is 9th, that's Alexander Khrakovina. And Ingo Vogler bringing the number 34 car collection Audi in from 4th position in A6 AM. SPX is still led by the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo of Marcus Pavarud. He is in front of Riccardo Maurizio for the MRS GT Racing Porsche. And 3rd in SPX is Dominic Bastian now, the Speed Lover outfit on for a podium as we speak in car 778. As far as the TCE series is concerned, Vincent Rademacher is still leading the way for AC Motorsport. Ronnie Yost has brought in the Baz Kooten car from 3rd position, I notice, as we get further updates from Bruce Jones.
Well, I just came down the pit lanes to see the number 35 KCMG Nissan coming in from 6th place. Long ago, the sister car, number 23, was parked up. We saw mechanics working on it over the past probably about 3 or 4 hours, and some thought they were just preparing it for loading up to go down to the Bathurst 12, but into the garage now. The car is now complete, so we have Oliver Jarvis, helmet on, ready to go out. So it's not over for the 23 GTR. Good news indeed. That's the white one. The sister car is the black version. That's it, or came in from Sing. But Ollie Jarvis, a man who has a huge amount of rating ahead of him here at Daytona and down at Bathurst. He's just walking around. He's about to get in. So that is not a scratched entry. It's still with us.
And whilst the car is in Dubai, why not get a little bit of extra mileage, as you say, ahead of Bathurst in just under a month's time. So KCMG still have one car running. They're going to have to pack that one away ultimately as well, so why not keep the other one out for as long as possible? It's lost an awful lot of time and is down in, when you combine both the TCE and the GT cars together, down in 59th position in the GT Series race. Car 35, now typically can't access the right page on the screen to tell you exactly where that is. But way back, and fair play to Ollie Jarvis for fancying a little bit more in the big GTR. 45th position, I make it, and 11th place in A6 Pro. They sound fabulous to those GTRs. We have had them in the past, run by MRS GT Racing and by Bob Neville's squad, RJN, although for the main part, Bob and his crew brought Nissan 370Zs to this event. But wonderful to have a couple of Nismo Nissan GTRs here again. So, Rick Broker's back over the line to complete lap 416. And that was a lap time around about 1.7 seconds slower than his best. But still the pace is impressive from young Rick. Michael Verger's back into second position with Matteo Malucelli running in third. Vincent Rademacher, as I was saying, leading the TCE race for AC Motorsport. That car is 188, remember, and has an advantage of about a lap now on Jerome Ogay. And let's just work out exactly where the 188 is on the circuit. Entering turn 13 now. Compare that to Jerome, who is driving the 112 car on the long straight into 10. So TCE leader at 15, second place car at turn 10, and they're not actually on the same lap, so there's probably a lap and maybe 3 corners between those top two in the TCE division. Ferrari into the pit lane, Bruce. And that looked like a relatively quick turnaround for Bohemia Energy Racing.
Yeah, very standard indeed. Matteo Malucelli out of the car, Jiri Pisarik in. They were looking a couple of laps ago as though the pit stop was about to happen, so they obviously decided, no, keep on going. Obviously, all happy with the car. In fact, when I spoke to Matteo sometime just before midnight, he wasn't enormously happy, but they were in third place then, and they're third place now. He suggested all along they don't have the pace, but you have to say the Bohemia Energy team, Scuderia Praha, doing a very good, solid job. I will bring Matteo out for hopefully a cheerier interview very shortly.
Well, he might be slightly brighter in that the Mercedes have really struggled, the Pro Mercedes, that is, the Black Falcon cars. Jelmer Berman is still running car number 2, but we reckon number 3 is now a retirement. Lucas Stoltz not very happy at all as he was given the news that it was a steering-related problem for the Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon car. Former race leader, indeed, and Black Falcon, of course, have won this event a number of times, but certainly one of their cars is out of the race. The other one, just caught a glimpse of that on the live pictures, out of turn 14 and now through the kink at 15. So nearing the end of another lap for Jelmer Berman. But now that those Mercedes are no longer a going concern, that's provided a real opportunity for the Ferrari 488. It is 2 laps, or probably a lap and a half actually, ahead of Mirko Bortolotti, and that Lamborghini is also fighting problems. I'm now also drawn to some missing bodywork on the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. Paul Truswell making the point not so long ago that we are, now that we're back to daylight conditions, probably able to spot 1 or 2 battle scars that we couldn't pick out in the darkness, and some of these cars may well have been limping around with missing bodywork for several hours, unbeknownst to us. But it looks like the front portion of the front left wheel arch is missing from the Black Falcon Mercedes, and that Hankook tyre is nibbling away at a little bit more of the bodywork as well, maybe stripping it and making it lighter for Jelmer Berman. So, walking wounded, some of these cars. They are showing signs of hard work already, as we are now firmly into hour 17 of this race. 2 of the protagonists in the GT series currently in the fueling area, Rick Broker's car and Matteo Malucelli's Ferrari, although we know that Matteo clambered out of that car and Jerzy Pisaric has taken it over, heading now for the exit, pit lane exit, and down towards turn 1. The Nissan, as Bruce intimated, is back on the move for Ollie Jarvis as we catch up with Matteo Malucelli.
Matteo, when I spoke to you last before midnight, you were in third position, but you weren't too confident. You're still in third position. Are your hopes rising? Are you more enthusiastic now?
I don't know. We are fighting, but also we are the only
team with a gentleman driver, because the other cars, maybe the gentleman drivers drove 1 hour or 2 hours. So that's racing, okay, but that's not fair.
And also, there are just the three of you in the car. Are you feeling quite tired because you have to work much harder?
Yeah, but the problem is not the number. Is that the gentleman driver is not a silver. That's the problem, not the numbers of the driver.
Okay, but you're still in third position. Keep hanging in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you never know which way the race may turn next, and this is the next instalment of drama because the Vortex Scirocco has come to a halt at turn 5, at the moment being covered by yellow flags, but this is a class leader at 12th position in the TCE race, and Philippe Bonnel leads the SP3 category. Okay, we only had 3 cars entered into that division, one of which didn't start, and Stephen Wells in the 378 car is currently in the pit lane in the Ginetta G55, so this may be the last SP3 car standing, and it has found its way to a significant area of runoff at turn number 5. The steering wheel now, the steering rack on the lock stops for Bonnel, who is trying to find the more conventional part of the track. He's got the car restarted, which is good to see. And this has been the slightly better treated Vortex of the two, because the 1.0, Vortex 1.0, has been battered and bruised, well, for the last few days. Even before the race, it was involved in a big shunt. Scirocco, though, back on the move with a little bit of the bodywork peeling above the rear light cluster. That might be evidence of some racing tape applied, perhaps to just make up some of the scars from earlier on. But it seems to be at a reasonably decent speed now down the straight between turns 9 and 10, with the driver's or the passenger window rippling in the breeze there. I'm sure a Perspex window on these cars, windscreen slightly more solid, but the car weighs next to nothing, with silhouette body panel strung over a space frame chassis. Looks fabulous. The road car Siroccos have also always looked very dramatic, and that's almost like a Scirocco on steroids this weekend. Great to see it. Now, the car that was leading the race is still out front. It's just been taken over by Frederick Vervies, the car collection Audi R8, but the man who's just put in a very good stint indeed is Rick Brokers now with Bruce.
Rick, you're looking pretty fresh, but I gather that was quite a hard stint at the end, because you didn't have the fresh rubber you'd have liked.
Yeah, it was a bit hard because we went in for fuel, but we didn't change tires, so the tires were quite old and the car was quite slidey. But in the end, I think we did a good job, but we still have a lot of hours to go, and I will be in less than an hour again, so we will see where we go.
Now, tell me about the state of the circuit. Of course, when you came in, you could now see where you were going because it came light very quickly, but what could you see out there?
Well, normally the circuit should be the fastest around this time, but I don't really know because we had old tires, so it was hard to judge. But I think the circuit should be really fast now.
What's the state? Is there quite a lot of tyre degradation on the edge of the circuit, or is it not too bad?
It's not too bad, as long as you take care. If you don't spin too much, if you don't spin the wheel spin too much, you just have to take care of the tires, and then it's all right.
I'll leave you to go and have breakfast. I could smell bacon around the back of your garage. It smelled very nice indeed.
Yeah, I'm going to eat something, rest a bit, and then I will be back in the car. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Rick.
Well, so keen for his next stint, but going to take some well-deserved rest before that, get some fuel on board as well. Interesting that they didn't take tyres in the stop in the middle of that double stint for Rick Brokers, but they did obviously had to take fuel, but deciding to save a little bit of time by not fitting brand new Hankooks. So an even more impressive stint from the young Dutchman, who's been doing plenty of racing in Lamborghinis in recent years. Winner, in fact, at Daytona 24 Hours at the start of 2018. And Rick Brokers, I'm sure, a welcome addition down at Car Collection. Still only 20 years old, rated as a silver, and had a really busy year in 2018, doing some Blancpain Endurance Series racing with Barwell Motorsport. He also had a win in the International GT Open and managed to score 5 podiums along the way as well. So did the bulk of the GT Open season. There were entries in the Daytona 24 hours, the Spa 24 hours as well. And as I say, a goodly portion of Lamborghini Trofeo races in the Middle East with GDL racing. So seemingly able to lend his hand to all sorts of different GT cars in various specs, whether they are Cup or full house GT3 machines. And this, I think, is his first outing in an Audi, certainly with Car Collection. So they will be very grateful for his services. No, he has raced with Car Collection in the past during the 24H series, but that will have been in a TTR car, in fact. Car Collection Motorsport and Red Camel in a sort of joint venture. Fred Verviche, who did a full season of World TCR racing last year, and some of the big Enduros as well. Back at the wheel of car 88, and just coming through turns 6 and 7 now. Michael Vergas is in hot pursuit, but over a lap behind still. Jerzy Pisaric rejoining the race, retaining 3rd position. That is because Christian Engelhardt was too far back to capitalise on a pit stop for the Ferrari. And of course, they are working through their own problems, the 63 crew, because Mirko Bortolotti having handed over to Christian Engelhardt. Now, that car must have now been for fuel to fill up. They've been chasing a fuel leak somewhere in the car, and it had come in for 2 unexpected pit stops with the engine cover removed, I think, on each occasion, and mechanics staring into the engine bay may be concerned that the fuel is leaking straight out of the V10 or on its way to it. So difficult to ascertain exactly where that problem is. Perhaps a broken seal. And they were resisting filling that car up when Paul Truswell said, well, why not pump it full of fuel at every opportunity? But I just wonder whether that was part of them trying to work out exactly where the issue was. But Christian Engelhardt has now taken charge of that Kermit Green GRT Grasser Lamborghini Huracan. Twice now a pole sitter in this event, both last year and this. Giacomo Altoe for Target Racing, rightfully leading the GT Am division now, having taken the lead of that class from Charles Putman's CP Racing Mercedes. One of the 2 Century Motorsport BMW M4s is being serviced on the apron. And a reminder that in the TCE race, it's still the 188 car of AC Motorsport leading. 1 Audi and now 2 Volkswagens represent the top 3. Stefan Perrin taking charge of the 188 from Vincent Rademacher. At the wheel of the 112 Autorama Motorsport car is Marlon Menden in the 112 machine, and Liam Griffin back installed for the Volkswagen Golf number 121. So JW Bird Motorsport running around in 3rd position. Klaus Kresnik, this is now his 3rd stint for Red Camel and the Jordans.NL Cupra. Cupra's occupying 4th and 5th positions in the TCE Series race, and the top 7 of that race are TCR cars. First of the class leaders after Stefan Perrin is Yusuf Basil in the Duvo Racing BMW, so that's a Cup 1 car. SP3 is led by Philippe Bonnell, but only just because of problems for the Volkswagen Scirocco, the Vortex Scirocco. I knew I was going to do that at least once. The Vortex Scirocco then had to come in after a spin, and the team might be addressing that issue now. Oh no, it's only just come in. So after the spin, it did a few more laps, and now the class leader, Philippe Bonnell's come in for a more regular stop. They're going to fit brand new Hankooks to that white, red and black Vortex. And the other reason why I thought it had been in for slightly longer is that it was sitting in the penalty box for a while. There's still a mechanic standing right in front of the penalty box, although the box itself is vacant, so maybe another car expected at any moment. It is the team's responsibility to time how long that car is, or that was always the way of things. However, that might actually be a Creventic official now standing at the penalty box and giving the go-ahead for each and every car to then be released from the penalty area. Just about the longest one we've had in the race was a while back for the Chevrolet Corvette, sadly no longer running in this event, but something like a 3 or maybe even 4 minute penalty, which can be a cumulative penalties incurred over something like a 2-hour period. So you can soak up penalty time. Basically, your next stop, you're not forced to come in straight away when those penalties are assessed. Door is open on the Scirocco, and they're working their way through a standard pit stop. Tyres are done, driver change currently taking place, and then the car will head down to the fueling area very shortly indeed. Sadly, for the number 9 car, I'm used to seeing in recent hours 4th place being alongside the BWT Muka Motorsport Audi, but as Marcus Winkelhock suggested to Bruce Jones a few moments ago, this really isn't their race this year, and the number 9 car has dropped down to 11th position as a result of its latest visit to the pit lane. So that car now heading around the Parabolica, turn 9, which is a heavily banked left-hander leading onto the long straight between 9 and 10. And also not very far away on the same bit of asphalt is the number 7 Audi, driven by Michael Vergers. 52.9 seconds is the gap now between the top 2 Audis, so they are getting closer to one another by virtue of the race leader pitting and the 7 car being on a slightly different pit stop cycle. So it will stop in due course, and the gap between the top 2 will be reinstalled, if you like. But at the moment it's down to 52 seconds between Vervish and Vergers. FV from MV. Jerzy Pisaric running in 3rd position ahead of Christian Engelhardt. Still a nice spread of manufacturers in the top 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 different looking cars from Audi, Ferrari, Lamborghini and Mercedes, but unfortunately for Black Falcon, neither of their cars featuring in the top 10. In fact, their best placed car is now 22nd and 9th in A6 Pro. Car 3, the other car they brought to the Dubai Autodrome this weekend, the red Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon car, is a retirement after Lucas Stolz reported steering problems. He brought it in, the car was wheeled into the garage, and the team kind of took one look at it and said, "I'm sorry, Luca, that's just about us done." He was heartbroken, slumped away from the rear of the car, and Black Falcon left with just their one green, metallic green Mercedes. But the best of the 3 pointed stars is actually the A6 AM 2nd place machine, Charles Putman, who on that lap was able to get ahead of Stanislav Minsky in the Attempto Racing Audi. So A6 AM looks like this. Car 12 leads the way, the Target Racing Lambo from the CP Mercedes of Charlie Putman, and 3rd position in AM is the HTP Motorsport Mercedes of Alexander Krakowina. 7:59 here in the United Arab Emirates. That's AM. 7 hours to go, therefore, after we had a 3 o'clock start for this year's race. We're continuing on through till 3 o'clock this afternoon. Still a goodly chunk of this race to go, and many of sort of key players in this race, when you looked at the entry list on paper, have fallen away. One car, though, that's not really missed a beat so far is the Car Collection Audi that continues to lead the way. We are live trackside at the Dubai Autodrome. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Eight o'clock in the morning, and we have had 17 hours of this 14th running of the Dubai 24, powered by Hankook as always. And this is how the GT Series race looks with 7 hours to go. The Car Collection Motorsport Audi, number 88, driven by Frederik Vervish, leads the way by 53.6 seconds ahead of the MS7 by WRT squad of Belgium, running their very German Audi R8 LMS, experts in Audi GT3 racing, and former winners of this race are WRT. Michael Vergers stuck in the middle of a double stint. Car number 7 is second in the standings in GT. Jerzy Pisaric is third in car number 11, the Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha 488. Fourth spot for Christian Engelhardt. I'm encouraged by the fact that Lamborghini Huracan hasn't been in the pits for a little while, so maybe they have cured what they thought was a fuel leak. That car is fourth ahead of the leader in A6 AM, which is the number 12 Target Racing Huracan GT3. Previously driven by Dennis Lindt, who we heard from speaking to Bruce Jones, but it's Giacomo Altoe now at the wheel of that number 12 all-black Lamborghini. Sixth place is the second positioned A6 AM Mercedes for CP Racing. Charles Putman currently doing the driving there. Seventh place for Attempto Racing's Audi, number 99. Then it's the better of the two KCMG Nissan GTRs, and that's the car that Katsumasa Chiyo is at the wheel of. So 35 is 8th. Ollie Jarvis has returned to the race in car 23, but that's way down. We'll find out exactly where in a moment or two. Alexander Krakowina driving the HTP Motorsport Mercedes is 9th, ahead of Daniel Alleman, who has been reinstalled in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Herbert, of course, previous winners of this event 2 years ago. In 11th position in the GT Series, it's Ricardo Feller. That car tumbling from 4th place to just outside the top 10. 12th position for another car collection motorsport car, the sister machine to the race leader. But that, on the other hand, is an A6 AM car. And driving 34 is Gustav Edelhoff. Kevin Tsay for Porsche Centre, Team Porsche Centre Hong Kong is in 13th position. Santalok's Audi 14th, number 26. And then in 15th position in the GT Series race, we find the SPX leader. It remains the Lippert Motorsport Super Trofeo Huracan. Second in SPX is the MRS GT racing car, 990. That's a Porsche. And the 991 class is still led by Dual Racing. Mutran and Charlie Eastwood, remember the driving lineup there, but they're doing a really good job in 950. It's Sammy Mutran currently at the wheel, ahead of Wolfgang Triller for MRS GT Racing, second in the 991 class. 21st is Bert Herber for NKPP Racing. That's also a 991 class car, and is currently third in the standings. 25th in the GT Series is the GT4 leader, still ERC Sport with their 405 Mercedes. And they, in turn, are ahead of a Mercedes from QSR, an Audi from Fox Motorsport, and in fact, the best BMW, only now 4th in the GT4 standings, ahead of the Zorg Rennsport M4, car 451. Modena Motorsports Porsche is back out in the race. They have had a go at leading the 991 class for several hours when Benny Simonson was at the wheel. John Shen currently piloting it, but it is down to 5th position now in the 991 class. 41st is where we find the 31st is where we find the Abu Dhabi Mercedes, but that car is now officially a retirement. Lucas Stoltz last to drive it. One of a couple of Century Motorsport BMW M4s is found in 32nd position. The GT4 Dragon Racing Mercedes is 36th, ahead of a fairly battered and bruised Sicily Motorsport Mercedes. And in 40th position, 989 is a Porsche, another Porsche from MRS GT Racing. They have a total of 5 cars here this weekend. In 41st place, 41st place is the Brent Millage Optimum Motorsport car. That is the Ginetta G55. Coroiza Racing's BMW M3 is 42nd, ahead of a returning to the race Nissan GTR Nismo for Ollie Jarvis, car 23. 45th position for the Bonk Motorsport and Hoffa Racing BMW M4. The V8 Racing Chevrolet Corvette is out of the race, as is the 66 Attempto Racing Audi. The Darren Jorgensen, the RHC Jorgensen entered BMW M4. I reckon is still running. Yes, it is, and it's Darren at the wheel. That's now back into the top 50. Vortex V8, Arno Gomez not in the race, and the Hoffa Racing Mercedes is also no longer running, I'm afraid. And the final 5 cars in the entry, at least, in the GT Series, these cars have had no end of trouble. Excentra Motorsports car 247, Glenn Wood not at the wheel any longer. He was last to drive it. Reiter Engineering's KTM Crossbow amazingly is still running though, and it's in 52nd position with Polish driver Adam Gallas back at the wheel of that. The cars behind him though are officially retired. Porsche Lorient Porsche, the MP Motorsport Mercedes, and the vintage Spuntich by HRT Porsche of Russia. Fantastic sky above us here in the commentary box. Brief glimpse of that between the 2 sets of standings. On to TCE. Stefan Perrat leads for AC Motorsport with his Audi RS3 ahead of 2 Volkswagen Golfs, the first of which is the Auto Roma Motorsport entry, and then it is the Liam Griffin JW Bird Motorsport car, although that car's just peeled away from turn 15 and into the pit lane. Then it's the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra ahead of a similar car for Baz Kooten Racing, number 125. In 6th position, car number 154 is an Audi RS3 from TFT. Zhenggu Motorsport is 7th with their Cupra, number 133. And the 2 Cup 1 BMWs are together at least on the timing screen, if not quite on the track. Duvo Racing ahead of Fun M Motorsport, so that's 840 ahead of 802, and completing the 10 in the TCE race, the Teamwork Motorsport number 100 Audi RS3. 11th place is the 603 GR Motorsport BMW E46, still the leader in A3, and that's Carlo van Dosselaer leading the way there. Nicolas Nobs for Vortex V8, and the Scirocco is out front in the SP3 category. Haven't seen Andy Yan for a fair old portion of the race now, and that Honda Civic is out, I'm afraid to say, after it had a really good run earlier on. Ginetta, the G55, is the Colin White car. Ollie Barron back at the wheel of 378, and that is now back into the race, thankfully. Anti-Burrier retirement, the LMS racing car was out during the darkness hours. Peter England's been in the pit lane for a long time now in his Seat Leon for ATEC Racing. But the 2 Lotuses are running again. These Elise Cup PBRs have had quite a long time out of the race, but 634 and 633, how many laps of those cars completed compared to the A3 leader? A3 leader Carlo van Dosselaer is now working lap 309, or he would be if he was out of the pits. 309, yes, just completed actually from Carlo. And the Lotuses have only completed 234 and in fact 205 laps respectively. So 633, a good chunk back from the 634. Jake Giddings' Team Dynamics car is no longer running, and remember 312 didn't even start the race. So those are the latest standings for both the TCE and the GT series. And we are inside now, the hour before the final quarter of the race. 6 hours and 51 minutes still to go. And Paul Truswell is back from his brekkie. I'm not now hearing you in my headphones, although your microphone appears to be on. Talk again. No, still not getting you. So let's instead get to Bruce Jones down in the pit lane.
Yeah, sometimes your eyes can deceive you, but very kindly CJ, my cameraman, pointed down the pit lane. I saw the Hoffa Racing Mercedes being driven down towards refueling. I thought, hold on, didn't Kenneth Heyer tell me last night it was over and out? Even his father, patting the car, couldn't fix the engine on the number 10 Mercedes. And then as we got down, having sprinted down the pit lane, the other Hoffa car, the one run with Bonk Motorsport as well, the BMW also came out of the pit garage, but merely with mechanics on board both. They were driving them towards the exit of the pits and turning right so they can go into the back of the paddock and start loading those cars up. So both retired from the race, but it certainly made us have a little sprint as we... Don't talk about breakfast, by the way. It's really starting to get to me. I can't get to it till after 9 o'clock.
You know, you've already spoken to Rick Brokers, who was in search of bacon.
Yeah, I know, it's terribly unfair. And there is still humour. While I was just waiting to speak to you on camera, Nick Foster, who's going to be out in the 99 Attempto Racing Audi, came up and gave me a shove in the back, thinking it was quite funny. But he's all geared up, he's keyed up, ready to go out in his car. The sister car from Attempto Racing, the 66 car, has been out of the race for a while, but the 99 still going. Nick Foster clearly will be the next driver on board that.
That's Bruce Jones in the pit lane. It's Johnny Palmer in the commentary box, joined by Paul Truswell, and you've done a little reset.
Hopefully this time you can hear me.
Perfect.
Yes, I've learned how to use this box now. I've been using it for so long. I'm very, very upset, though, because I went for lunch and I went for breakfast. What day is it? And as I came back up the stairs, I could hear you reading out the update. I thought, OK, we're still just inside at the end of this hour. Got up here and found that Fred Verviche has just set the fastest lap of the race. Did you mention that? I didn't think you would have done because you were too busy doing the update. So Fred Verviche has just set a new fastest lap for the race so far, 158.695. And I love it when that happens. Early hours of the morning, air's nice and cold, you can see where you're going. There's a good racing line driven into the circuit, and I missed it. But anyway, it has happened. A couple of laps ago, it was actually done at 8:05 this morning, so literally only a few minutes ago, and Fred Verviche on a real charge now. And I think it's always good if the fastest car is kind of somehow up there at the top of the field. And Fred is not only having done that fastest lap, but continuing to go very quickly indeed. And the threat of the Mercedes, having been there in the night, has sort of kind of faded away again, hasn't it?
Sadly, yes, but still there are twists and turns to come, no doubt. And what I am pleased about is that it would appear that GRT Grasser Racing have solved their fuel leak, or at least managed to address it. It might not be an ideal scenario, but perhaps they're able to just manage that situation for the time being. And I'm sure they're getting constant reports from Christian Engelhardt. They'll also be checking telemetry as well. It might be that whenever they are able to get a full fuel load on board that car, it rather whittles away quicker than they would like.
I mean, in total there, we had 37 laps from Mirko Bortolotti on his stint before he came in to hand it over to Christian Engelhardt, because Bortolotti did 2 pit stops with no refuelling. So if you add those 3 stints together, that gives him a total of 37 laps on the stint. Engelhardt then will be looking to do possibly not as many as 37, but certainly 30-something, 33, 34 of that order. And he's done 11, or he's on his 11th at the moment. So we'll keep monitoring on that. I wonder if just putting a clothes peg over his nose is the answer and just tell him to get on with it.
Yeah, it's all in the head, isn't it, at the end of the day? And Christian Engelhardt's happy to carry on with that car. Not quite on full song, but it's been punished so far, hasn't it, for nearly the first 3 quarters of the race. So many of these cars will be a little past their best, I'm sure, and starting to wilt. But it's all about trying to give them the best possible services when they come into the pit lane, and the best treatment where possible as well. But some of them still being thrashed, and have been overnight. There'll be no let up until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, when Paul will go and have a chat with them and console them, I'm sure. Stefan Perrat is continuing to lead the TCE race with the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 out front on lap 390 now. 388 completed by Marlon Menden for Autorama Motorsports, and Klaus Kresnik back into 3rd position. The 2 Cupras have stepped up a position each. That's because Paul de Hadre has taken over the JW Motorsport car, so it's fallen from 3rd back down to 5th. But when that all stabilises again, there are a number of TCR cars on very different pit stop cycles, with some of them pitting sort of 10 laps apart from one another. But generally speaking, I think we're in a phase now whereby the AC Motorsport car leads more often than not, and the Volkswagen Golfs are generally second and third, with the Cupras trying to do the chasing. But at the moment it's Golf second, then 2 Cupras third and fourth, and the second of the Volkswagen Golfs in 5th position. 6th place is Jean-Louis Rion for TFT in his Audi RS3. That's car number 154. And the Hankook Motorsport car was able to climb a number of places overnight, from 11th up to 7th, but has hit a sort of stumbling block now and can't get much further up the order. There is a gap of 11 laps to try and make up then for Hankook Motorsport, the squad from Hungary.
The other thing that I tend to start doing at this time of the day is looking at how many laps we might get through by the end of the race. We're not going to be on for a record. I think we just had too many code 60s to do that. We should get over 600 laps, however. The record would have been 629. Or if we'd have got 629, that would have set the record. Last year's race was 606, and we should be able to beat that. And in fact, I think, yes, since 2012, when we hit 628, this year's will be somewhere between 610 and 620, I reckon. I don't think we'll get up as high as 620, but 616. If we have a good clean run, but provided there are only a few code 60s between now and the end, at least we should be able to get up to 600 laps completed for the overall winners, the A6 class cars. Certainly the kind of pace that is continuing to be set by the 88 car. Rick Breukers eventually, I think that was while I was actually eating the breakfast, when Bruce spoke to Rick Breukers. Rick revealed that he was on used tyres for his first stint, and I think that was why that wasn't quite so quick, which is why I was initially worried about his times. But then the second stint, again, a little slow at the beginning of the stint, but then it got faster and faster, and that seems to be the way to deal with the Hankook tyres. Fred Vervies clearly going very rapidly indeed. Having in this stint that he's currently on, about halfway through it now, setting 1, 2, 3, 4 laps underneath 2 minutes, 5 laps now underneath 2 minutes, and a 1 minute 58 second lap in the middle of it as well to go even quicker. And just hope that he hasn't taken too much out of the tyres and they're not going to start falling away when he gets to the end of this stint. Pit caller is the 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra, which comes in and I think just goes straight to refuelling.
Comparing a stop that involves a driver change and tyres with one that is just changing the driver, how much sort of time does that gain you, roughly speaking?
Between changing driver
and tyres?
Tyres should be no difference.
So why did 88 choose to stay with that previous set of tyres then? Any idea?
But change the driver. They changed the driver.
No, because they won't have changed the driver, will they? Because Rick stayed on board.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes, that's right. Yes, so Rick...
So that means they just...
No, the one where he was on used tyres, he'd got into the car.
Oh, really?
But driver change and changing the tyres should be... I mean, you can do them at the same time, and I don't think there's any reason for not doing it. Except if they just genuinely are short of tyres.
Okay.
And, I mean, Hankook have a big lorry load of tyres, but as I mentioned to you in one of the qualifying sessions when we were talking about tyres, you do have to pay for them.
Yeah,
and,
yes.
The budgets in these teams are not bottomless. So, but no, in terms of the length of time to do the job, you should be able to change the tyres and change the driver in the same time. Depending how agile your drivers are. If you have elderly or cumbersome drivers, then it could take you a little bit longer to change the driver than it will do to change the tyres.
But that is tough, being a new driver and sent out on somebody else's old tyres, isn't it? And
yeah.
I mean, the big works teams always try and avoid that in things like the World Endurance Championship. If you're double stinting tyres, you stay with your same driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Apart from anything else, because you know what you're on. Yeah, so that might be a question for Bruce, maybe not to ask Rick on air, but to find out behind the scenes.
The Coroy's racing BMW touring in at a very slow speed, and one of its front wheels, again, at a peculiar angle. Those with good memories from earlier on in the race will, I'm sure, be able to recall when that car had suffered damage just behind the front left wheel arch, which had also then not quite buckled the wheel, but meant that the hub had failed or been dinged quite badly, and that wheel was sitting at a peculiar camber. It looks all right, though, now. So that car, although coming into the pit lane rather slowly, is heading for fuel, having visited the team. Or it might even be just going straight back out onto track there. So that might have been a trick of the light, actually, that the front wheel was the wrong angle, because I can't see that the 717 would have been in such a hurry to rejoin in that scenario. It's the Coroy's racing BMW. And next, we need to find out who brought that in. Sam Allpass has just taken it over. I don't think it was Sam that brought that car in, though, in 717. And there's also an update for one of the Golfs, the 121 car, or the 121 car of Paul de Hadre, and Bruce is down there for us.
Yeah, signal might be bad because my camera's away at the moment, but I heard it. I came up onto the pit wall to get a better view and just heard it splutter its way past the previous lap, and it's right down at the pit exit. I see my CJ, my cameraman, is coming back down the pit lane. We'll go and take a look, but that had number 5 on the window, so clearly going very well indeed. The VW Golf FW Bird Racing, but bonnets up, bonnets down, and the car gets going all over again. So you know what? I'm not going the whole way down to pit exit.
No, I wouldn't make the effort, particularly a man keen for breakfast.
It was a double stint from Sam Allpass, so he it was who brought it in and took the Coroy's BMW back out again.
Thanks for checking that.
The other car, which, because I can see it, springs to mind, if you could give me a quick update on the 999 car, which has had various troubles along the way and eventually ended up with water everywhere. It's been pushed to the back of its garage, and I assume that now we can assume will be paying no further part in the proceedings. That's the Track Club Porsche, running in the 991 class, but numbered 999.
Yeah, and a puncture for Ian Logie early on. They had some rear damage as well, as on the live stream. We go back on board with the 88 Frederick Vervies driven Car Collection Motorsport car. He's heading down the main straight, and then the track drops away. A real downhill approach to turn number 1. The car slithering and sliding under braking there as he coaxes it towards the apex, and then slams the curb at turn 2, riding right over the top of that, as you do at turn 5 as well, and 6 pretty much, and then get the car over to the left-hand side of the track to line it up for what is a very late apex at turn 7. You think, I should really be turning in for this point now, shouldn't I? But actually, the later you leave it, the better your slingshot out of turn 8 and into 9, which goes on forever. And finally, you pop out of the parabolica and onto the back straight.
The GT4 battle still seems to be going on in the QSR car, just a lap behind the ERC Sport car. Mercedes 1-2 as far as the GT4 class is concerned. John Minshaw at the wheel currently of the ERC Sport Mercedes, and Michael Verheeren at the wheel of the QSR car. So just one lap separating those two. And in A6 AM, the Lamborghini has put a lap between itself and the CP Racing Mercedes, isn't it, Johnny? Giacomo Altoe in the Target Racing Lamborghini, ahead of Charles Putman in the CP Racing Mercedes. Those two were the other way around, but the superior pace of the Lamborghini and me going for breakfast has allowed the Lamborghini to pull away, and the Mercedes doesn't really have an answer to it in the A6 AM class.
See, that's what you get for going and winning a championship. You know, everyone's then got your number to try and to beat you the next possible opportunity.
I think it was Charles Putner, wasn't it, who said, yeah, you got a target on the back of the car now, and yes, everybody out to get him. And certainly in the case of the Lamborghini, it's been going very well indeed. Herbert Motorsport were also running in the AM class, but have had a difficult race of it and currently running 5th in AM. Just behind the 34 car collection car. Yeah, car collection with Gustav Edelhoff at the wheel, car number 34, running ahead of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Those two running on the same lap. Is one of them in the pits? Yes, the Herbert car's just had a pit stop, hasn't it? That's why it has fallen back behind the car collection AM Audi. 3rd in AM, we didn't mention it, we kind of skipped over it. 3rd in A6 AM at the moment is the manned filter car, the number 25 HTP Motorsport entered car. Alexander Frashkovina at the wheel at the moment.
But some good times coming in from Giacomo Altoe. I have to admit, a new name on me, but he was the GT Italia champion last year and did do the Spa 24
yeah, he's done some Blancpain racing, yeah. Is it only the Spa 24? I thought he'd done some other Blancpain races.
No, I think you're right. Antonelli Motorsport, he's done, I'll probably tell you exactly how many races, but he did the Super Trofeo Championship as well. It looks like it was only the Spa 24 as far as the Blancpain Endurance Series is concerned, but just 18 years old, from Pordenone in Italy, and one of those sneaky silvers that hasn't quite been spotted yet by the FIA, and it means you can put him in your team in a sort of semi-pro or an AM lineup as it is here, and get some very good times out of them.
Yeah, so appropriate to have an Italian at the wheel of the Lamborghini.
4 wins in the Super Trofeo European Championship in 2018, raced in the TCR division 2 years ago in 2017 as part of the Benelux Championship, and also here in the Middle East, I think, as well. So getting around the globe is Giacomo Altoe, and currently in 5th position. Behind the bright green Lamborghini Huracan, and 2 very different liveries on the striking contours of the Huracan. And that car then just heading into turn 6 and 7 now. In fact, yes, into the Parabolica it goes to head down the back straight right now, car number 12. So really the ball is in CP Racing's court here to see whether they can offer some sort of a response. Charles Putman, who's technically speaking, whose name is now above the door there at the 85 crew, and actually Katsumasa Chiyo now separates the 2 leaders in A6 AM in by far the better placed KCMG Nissan GTR. Chiyo-san, a clear run of late, and gets that car up to 6th position. Whilst you were away, Paul, we saw, amazingly, a return to the race for car 23, and Ollie Jarvis back at the wheel of the other KCMG Nissan, which we thought was actually out of the race full stop.
I was about to ask about that one, because the last time I saw it, there was a transaxle assembly being pushed across the garage floor and manoeuvred into position underneath the car in order to be lifted into the car, but there was still a bit of work to be done, but it has now returned, has it?
Yes.
So that car
is 43rd in the GT race. So I think they're probably just sort of turning this into a bit of a test session ahead of the Bathurst 12 hours, where those cars will be Flame 2 next.
Yes, just over 5 hours whilst the transaxle work was done on that car. So a very, very long pit stop, but nevertheless an opportunity for them to check the car out and possibly learn a little bit more about it.
in TCE, Stefan Perrin still leading the way by a lap and a bit from Marlon Menden, and Julien Apotelos in the Baz Cooten Racing Cupra remaining in third place. So Paul de Hadre slipping to fifth, and those Cupras have now been in third and fourth for a little while, probably only about 20 minutes or so. They'll be due in next, I think, Paul, trying to sort of mentally keep a note of where everybody is on their pit stop cycle, but I'm expecting the Golf to have a chance to be back into third position when those Cupras stop next, and they're often not very far apart from one another down pit lane.
Yes, the leading car of Stefan Perrin will be out there for, well, he's only done 18 laps, so he'll be out there for at least another 20 laps, I would say. So 45 minutes or so. Mario Mendel, similar sort of schedule for those two. Yes, 188 and 112 on a very similar schedule. And then 125 should be in a little bit earlier, but only by 5 laps at most earlier, I would say.
Okay.
Depending on what other plans the teams themselves may have. The one that will be able to stay out a little bit longer and take advantage is going to be Klaus Kresnik in the 101 Red Camels car, and that's completely in a different schedule than the rest of the cars in the TCR class. And Kresnik, remember, last time came into the pits just to take on fuel and has now been out for 5 laps since that stop for fuel, and so he should be able to be out there for pretty much the rest of his driving time. 25 laps or so will take him about 50 minutes, yes, and he'll have to come in anyway because of his driving time in half an hour. So Klaus Kresnik will be in by 9 o'clock.
8:32 on Saturday morning. We're live trackside at the Dubai Autodrome, and you're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Sound and vision perfectly synced wherever you're enjoying our coverage. Maybe you're out and about somewhere and not able to view the pictures, so therefore our radio description will hopefully come in useful, but always aided a little bit is our audio by the picture. So if you are able to take a moment out perhaps and enjoy what is, again, a completely different complexion of the race. We're used to 13 plus hours of darkness. Great to see these race cars now in their striking liveries, but looking perhaps even more menacing now, covered in bits of Hankook tyre and various bits of bodywork either hanging loose or has broken off completely after a tough night for some of these cars.
Yes, tough, but not. I mean, various drivers were using different phrases to describe what was going on out there. But I mean, there wasn't so much going on that it was a complete mayhem. We had a couple of incidents, particularly the fire which engulfed the TCR car, the KCMG Honda Civic. But apart from that, you can't say it was an uneventful night because there was plenty going on. But the major incidents, there were no major accidents to scupper anybody. So as a result of that, the number of retirements have been relatively few. We still have some 60-odd cars running in the race. And due to the vagaries of the way that Creventic classify these things, even some of those cars that have had problems, because you're only competing against the fastest car in your class in any case, you don't have to complete 60% of the distance completed by the overall race winner in order to be classified. The requirement is only that you complete 60% of the leader's distance in your class. Yeah, 60% of the laps completed by the class leader. and you don't have to take the checkered flag. So you can have the strange situation, which I remember we had in Barcelona a little while ago, where the entire class had retired, but they were all classified as finishers because even though I think they only completed about 6 hours altogether, but because the one who retired first had completed 60% of the one who retired last, they were all classified as finishers.
Yes.
Unfortunately, most of them had gone home by the time they were giving out the presentation, the cups on the podium.
Well, hopefully they reached the relevant people in the post several days later, but that is a rather unique situation. Fred Vervisch staying in the 88 car then, no hint of the pace of the car collection Audi letting up quite yet then, and Michael Vergers in second place for the MS7 by WRT Audi. Jerzy Pisaric up again to third position after Matteo Maliucelli was able to benefit from the bad luck and the various dramas for Black Falcon. Still bodywork peeling away from the 125 Seat, I noticed. Julian Apostolos doing the driving there in the Baz Kooten car, and little bits of tape flapping away from that semi-broken wheel arch. It's where the aerodynamics sit right behind that front right wheel. There's almost like a grill formation which allows some aerodynamic work there as the air flows through the wheel arch almost on these TCR cars. That's certainly the case right behind the wheel, but much of that is broken now, and it looks to be in a rather sorry state.
Into the pits for the 8th place car in the overall positions. Strakavina bringing the Mann-Filter Mercedes into the pits. Should be a routine pit stop for him.
And Bruce Jones is watching a pit stop for, was it that car or another?
No, it's actually, I'm just looking at the fact there's double trouble for MRS GT Racing. Two of their Porsches, the 991 Cup in the garage. The 989, the Japanese crewed entry, that's rear suspension is being worked on, and the 979 car. Spoke to Markussen during the night. It was going well then, but unfortunately with new drive shafts being offered, clearly that too has a delay. Both being worked on, but MRS GT a very busy team this weekend. But right now going slowly rather than fast.
Meanwhile, the HTP Mann-Filter Mercedes has now left that crew and headed down towards fuel. So that was far better than the exploits of MRS GT Racing, turning up with 5 cars here. It was always going to be quite a big job to get all of them to the finish, and frantic work taking place as Bruce describes down there.
Possibly time for Indy Dontje to get back in the car on that one, but meanwhile there's something else out on the circuit. Johnny?
Yeah, well, an already rather battered 378 Ginetta, which has been in some skirmishes earlier on in the race, has hit the wall. It looks like it's the 378 Ollie Barron driven car. He was at the wheel when there was a problem for it with the 19 MP Motorsport Mercedes in the darkness, I seem to remember. And Barron not carrying the same sort of speed as Colin White, who owns the car. Next job for Ollie Barron is to unplug the radio safely and clamber out of that car. In fact, there are several leads there to disengage.
Needless to say, we're now in code 60, Johnny.
So whereabouts on the circuit is that? Turn 15. Look out the window, Johnny, and you can see it for real rather than on the screen in front. And that's therefore on the exit of turn 14. If it's gone in front right, I'm sort of struggling to...
That's the classic mistake from a driver there. You come through the corner, light up the back tyres, it gets a little bit loose as you transition across
but it would go left, and therefore you'd pommel the front left, not the front right.
I think he's gone all the way around, Johnny, and then just bounced out of there. So he's come out of the left-hander, started to spin it, front right, then goes in, and then bounces him out.
Direction. Okay.
Correct.
Wow.
It used to be a Porsche thing there in the first few years, almost exactly where he is. He used to get the Porsches doing that when they went light a little bit. It's often worse coming out of that corner. If you've gone too far round, people drag it to the left and pinch it back in. And if you're going to do that, you've got to short shift it because of the camber change in the middle as you're going up the hill.
Well, there is a bump right after the exit there. It is uphill, and then there's a little bit of a lip.
Correct.
I seem to remember from the taxi rides I've done in previous years. And if you are in the wrong bit of the track, from left to right, then that can be worse than the natural racing line. Olivier Barron not able to rescue what sounds like a big spin there, and it clatters the barrier.
The number 7 car, Michael Vergers, taking the opportunity to be the first one in the pits, and he probably, I would suggest, has the most to gain from this, because they... actually, no, probably the least to gain from this, because both 88 and 11, the 88 car collection, and the 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari were further into their stint, and therefore are going to be able to get more fuel aboard. The race leader is in the pits, and that's Frederic Verviche. Just about ideal timing for him, I would say. 26 laps. Give him half a tank of fuel, and he'll then be able to drive for 2 hours in total. So that's a fortunate bit of timing for car collection. Fortunate as well, one of the second bits of good luck perhaps for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari team, who have had their share of ups and downs, but Jiri Pisaric will be or is already in the pit lane and will be servicing that Ferrari, currently in 3rd place. Good morning, John. You walk in the room and cars immediately start falling off.
Carnage, absolutely carnage. See what happens. It's still it's deceptively chilly out there, and I suspect the track temperature isn't as high up as the sunshine might lead certain drivers to believe as well. That might be another issue. I'm not sure how long Olivier Ollie Barron was out there before he had his incident. But that's the second time we've seen him put the car into the wall. Now, it may have been that the first time was assisted, because there was the 19 Beth de Hughes Mercedes-Benz was in there as well. But I think he's gone very, very wide coming out of 14. Now looking at the marks on the track that I can see.
He's been out for the best part of an hour, over 45 minutes at Ollie Barron, so he should have been used to the conditions.
Yes, he should have.
Unless he was trying to avoid another car, and even if he did it on his own.
I think he's come all the way from the right-hand side there, Paul. So he's been wide, and he's either started to lose it on the rumble strip or on driver's right or the marbles, and then he's come all the way across the track into the tyre barriers where the Tag Heuer advertising is, and clouted that pretty hard. So that's another new front end for that car. It's already had one.
This is the 16th code 60 then, for to retrieve the Colin White Engineering Ginetta.
The Ford safety pickup truck, and might get an idea of what happened. Big thump of the steering wheel for Ollie Barron with both hands, and also hanging his head. I realised that he had made a mistake there. And the car is on the flatbed. Ollie Barron is out of the car. He's fine, just a little frustrated with himself. And a Nissan pickup as well there, and the new Audi Q8. Very handsome 4x4. At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us as we're heading towards the final 6 hours of the race. And once again, good morning to, well, it's a little bit quiet, good morning to all our marshals and safety workers and officials and volunteers. Fantastic work overnight.
And when it was daylight.
Yes, well, it was chilly overnight, I tell you.
Yeah. You came in at one point saying it was a very mild night early on in the night, and I think it was kind of after 2 o'clock when the temperature started to drop, and
absolutely
it hasn't yet kind of really come back in again.
It was a bit muggy. I found it a little bit warm in the car when I was trying to get some sleep. On the end of a tour up, the 121 Volkswagen. That car had been running well earlier on, and Paul Dehydré for JW Bird Motorsport, now down in 5th position.
It's threatened to come up and has then disappointed on a couple of occasions, and it's in a bit of a battle really with the Red Campbell Jordan's team to be the first car not to be on the podium, the worst place to finish, you might think, and they've been squabbling over 4th place, but that's one extra problem for the JW Bird VW Golf. We can have some news from the pit lane. Bruce.
Dries van Tor, good morning to you. 2nd place at the moment for the Team WRT Audi. Yet another. It's the 16th purple code, the code 60. Is this interrupting your race, or are you just having to just see where you are with them?
You know, it's always tricky, those code 60s. Sometimes they come in your favor, sometimes they don't. And in the beginning of the race, they didn't really come in our favor. But now, I think for everybody, it stays the same, to be honest. The gaps don't change. Nobody actually gains an advantage anymore, or at least the last few hours with code 60. So, yeah, it's tricky to do it the right way. But, yeah, hopefully we can have another one, or let's see what happens with another code 60. But we need to try to do something to get closer, because it's not that easy to catch them up.
OK, so you and car collector... Oh, we need to get your helmet on. All right, he's got to go. Thank you. Mechanic came running out, just quickly did just some gesticulation. I hope I haven't ruined their race plans.
I've always liked the way that Dries van Tor approached his racing, and he's done a couple of stints, or one particular stint in this race where he may have been quite a long way back, but he was pushing on really hard, and as a result of his hard work, he ended up enabling Christopher Mies to make a place when he then got in the car, and that was when the Mercedes of Jeroen Bleekemolen was still running, but they managed to leapfrog over that car, and it was largely down to Dries's very quick lap times for a full double stint, very nearly 2 hours of driving, and in the night time as well. Good performance from him. The problem for them when there's a code 60, of course, is that, as he said, it doesn't enable you to close up. It doesn't enable you to,
John, the number 7
drop
Audi
back
went
either.
straight past the garage, so Dries has been told he doesn't need to do the next stint. He's gone to refuelling.
Thank you, Bruce.
Right, so thank you for that, Bruce. We'll keep, therefore, Michael Vergers in the number 7 car. The advantage of that number 7, the WRT car has, Mohammed Saud Fard Al Saud, who is the AM driver in that car, has already done his minimum driving time, so he doesn't have to.
Because it was only 2 hours, wasn't it?
It's only 2 hours in a pro car, but he's actually done 3, so he's not just done the minimum, he's done way over the minimum. He's done 3 hours of driving, whereas the 88 car still has a little bit more driving. It's got about 40 minutes more driving for Dimitri Parhofer to do. Dimitri has done an hour and 20 minutes, and so that might just give the WRT car a chance. And certainly on certain occasions through the early hours of the morning, the number 7 car was lapping consistently more quickly than the 88 and closing in. So WRT at the moment, or in the night, I should say, the early hours of the morning, were able to close the gap between themselves and the 88 car. And having mentioned Dimitri Parhofer's name, as if by magic, that car, the number 88 car, now switches to Parhofer at the wheel. So they know as well that Dimitri has to do his laps. They want to get them done. So Fred Vervisch, having just set the fastest lap of the day, in fact the fastest lap of the race, so Fred Vervisch going faster than the Lamborghini of Bortolotti did early on in the race, and so Parhofer now getting his turn behind the wheel.
So coming up to... Oh, no!
Spinner.
Oh, no! I thought there was... Got a quick glimpse of that there. Car collection. I knew it was car collection. This is
Philip
the 8th
Saga
in class that has gone around. Philip Saga. And, oh, there's another car involved there. It's a Mercedes-Benz, and that is the 85. That's the leading AM car. That is the leading AM car.
It's not the leading AM car
Charles
anymore
Putman.
because the Lamborghini
has
moved ahead in AM. And
Constantini, who'd been doing a great job in the Lamborghini Huracan. So that is 2nd place, but 7th for Charles Putman.
Straight back to code 60.
Straight back to code 60. Those guys well off the circuit as they kicked up the dust in turn 8, and it looks like the 85 car has, broadly speaking, got away with it. Oh no, oh no. Left rear for CP, and the 133's on fire, under bonnet fire. It's mad moments against Zoltan Zengo.
In his own Cupra. It's
Zoltan
you,
Zengo.
Change your aftershave.
Goodness.
Something that...
Well, it was all quiet on the Western Front earlier on until Bruce went into the pit. Bruce in the pit lane again.
Maybe it's a combination. Yeah.
Zengo and that car, that looked like a turbo fire to me for where it was. So real drama here for the defending champion teams. Charles Putman, the CP from CP Racing, tangled up there, and that car's going to require remedial work. Then the 133 in an unrelated incident.
Yeah, that wasn't the car that got tangled with Charlie Putnam, was it?
No, not at all.
Yeah, so very...
So that was the 33, not the 133. So the Seat is the 133 that has the underbonnet fire, and Philip Sager in the Car Collection Motorsport in 15th strokes, let's call that 16th position. That was the car that tangled with the Mercedes GT3 car. Quite extraordinary. Let's go down to the pit lane, take some a more opportunity to speak to drivers whilst we're in our 17th code 60. Bruce Jones.
Paul de Hadre, the JW Bird Golf, was going well. About 20 minutes ago, I thought I detected a misfire as it came down the start-finish straight, but now the car's in the garage. Do we know what the prognosis is?
Yeah, well, I went out and it was okay for a few laps, and then completely down on power. So we came in, we restarted all the electrics and everything, went out and it was okay. And then about maybe 5, 6, 7 laps later, gearbox exploded. So it was straight back home.
And it seems in the last few minutes this is the safer place to be, in the garage. It's all going on out on the track, another code 60. But is it fixable, is the question?
I don't know. The guys are looking at it right now, but it looks unlikely, I think. I mean, it's such a shame at this stage of the race. I think we're running in third, but I guess that's 24-hour racing for you.
Certainly is. Tough luck, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks.
33 Car Collection, Audi in the lane, into the pit lane, right front wheel not turning. Bodywork damage down that right-hand side, and the corresponding damage on the left-hand side of the 85. And didn't get the chance to see how that one started between the two tangling cars. It's going to require recovery for the 133, whilst the two cars that did actually make contact are at least still moving. And I presume Charles Putman came into the pit lane. Yes, he did. Stefano Constantini, the leader in A6, I'm in the Huracan GT Evo. Sorry, the Huracan GT3, that Target Racing car. That car is already pitted as well. In and out, Michael Verges in the MS7 by WRT, Kral and Engelhardt in the Bohemia Energy Racing Ferrari and the GRT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, along with the Target Racing Lamborghini. Those three in the fuel stop at the moment. Katsumasa Chio is out in the 6th place KCMG GTR, the Nissan Nismo GT3.
And danger for CP Racing that they will lose second place in the class with Alex Hraknavina with the MAN filter car having had a quick pit stop last time, and they will be what are they? Yes, they will now be on the same lap as the 85 Mercedes.
Meanwhile, in the Car Collection garage, it's the right front that is getting attention from the hard-working mechanics. This is the 33 car. It has made it back to its pit. And that car had already had some issues earlier on and dropped off the pace a little bit.
Double bit of luck this for the not for this part of the car collection team, but the pro entry part of the car collection team, the number 88 car, Dimitri Parhofer, staying in the car, not coming into the pits for the obvious reason that if he did come into his pits, the driving time would stop. Whereas if he stays out, all of this time counts towards his driving time.
Good point.
And a sensible decision made by the team to leave him out, even if it means that he's not going to get the benefit of the extra fuel. At least he's eating up his driving time by staying out there.
And he's not losing any of his advantage. In fact,
exactly.
he's gained a little bit.
He can drive at 60 kilometres per hour almost as well as you, John.
Yeah, well, you say that, Paul.
Well,
I just make it look better. That's
yeah, absolutely. No, in terms of artistic impression, I have no doubt about it.
Thank you. I'm pleased you've recognised that. The 133 is on its way back to the scrutineering bay behind the paddock. It's got a very, very sizzled mark where the fire started underneath the bonnet. Do you know that wasn't far away from where the two cars made contact? That was at the exit of 9, and they made the contact on the entrance to 8.
Yeah, that's why I wondered whether it was, because it was very close. I have to say, I mean, we've already credited the marshals, but the speed with which they've dealt with these cars. Do you remember, I can't remember now if it was last year or 2 years ago, when it took an inordinate amount of time. We had a problem down at the end of the back straight, and it took an inordinate amount of time to disentangle two cars which had got stuck together.
Yeah.
And Creventic, as ever, learning from these things, and they've dealt every incident we've had. It's either flatbed or tow is the first decision. If it's on its wheels, it's been a tow, take it round the circuit, drop it back into the pit lane. If it's not a towable car, then they lift it up onto the flatbed, bring it back through either the service roads or by using the side of the track, the hard standing on either side of the track. And it does mean that provided the circuit doesn't have debris or fluid on it, we can get back to racing very quickly indeed. And I reckon, John, it's not going to be that long before we are going to get back. It's not going to be much more than 5 or 10 minutes, that's for sure.
No, indeed. There's a bit of clear-up going on the entrance to the corner, and some of the polystyrene marker boards are being replaced. So that suggests that started in the run out of 6. Oh, no, maybe that was a different... It was right in the middle of the corner. The 33 car collection car coming down to the inside. So impossible from what we've seen there to decide what had happened. There was contact. Very odd place in the corner, right in the middle of that parabolic. So the two, the Audi and the Mercedes came together first, and then the Cupra came along afterwards and barbecued itself, unless that was already there and on fire, but I don't think so.
Because, of course, we had only just gone green again.
Yeah, coming off the back of another Code 60.
Yeah, very odd situation. Meanwhile, at WRT, Dries van Toor has been called up now and has got into the number 7 car.
Sorry, Paul, to interrupt.
Yeah,
now we know the reason for the extended incident, and we also know why the Cupra barbecued itself, because it was dropping oil before it happened.
And that's on the way into
8. So,
8, yeah.
Had that happened before those two cars come together and they'd slipped on the oil.
Now you are putting 2 and 2 and 2 together.
Well, Bradley always says never call him a detective, but even his very impressive career in the police force, nobody ever called him a detective at all. Sorry, Joe. And there is the 133 going back into the scrutineering bay as the hard-working track officials, including our race director, Martin van der Pavet, are out there with the oil dry.
And exactly what I said, the marshals have got to grips with getting rid of the cars. The hard bit is if there is debris on the circuit or slippery fluids on the circuit. And Martin wanting to make sure that's well and truly ground in. He's going to get himself painted into a corner in a minute, isn't he? Because he's squashed between the two brooms.
Yeah, I now wonder then if that Cupra was in the process of setting itself alight and dropping oil.
Yeah,
I would say that was an oil union to a turbo. I said immediately I thought there was a turbo from where the flames were, and that car pulled off, but there are definite tyre marks around that area that may have started the coming together. And if you've gone to abreast into that with somebody making a passing manoeuvre or a lapping manoeuvre, and the outside wheels, which are the wheels, the right-hand wheels that are loaded up in that left-hand corner, hit a bit of oil, it's going to pitch that car, the outside car, sideways into the car on the closest to the apex of the corner. That starts now to make sense to me. I did say it was an odd place for them to come together. You'd normally expect them in the beginning or the end of the corner, but not in the middle. And, well, maybe then neither of those drivers really to blame in either the car collection or the CP Motorsports. We'll have the standings here with AC Motorsport leading after 18 hours in TCE. The TCR cars 1st to 7th. Cup 1 Duo Racing in 8th there. 2nd place Rivals in 10th position. And further down in TCE, outside the top 10, the other class leaders, SP3, Vortex, A3 GR Motorsport in 11th and 12th position. No changes for a little while in that one. As far as the GTs are concerned, at the top of the field, Dimitri Parhofer leads for Car Collection Motorsport. And he's got the better part of 3 laps now as the clean-up continues down at turn 8. Dries Vanthoor is in the MS7 by WRT Audi. So Audi's 1st and 2nd, but Bohemia Energy just one further lap back, and 4 laps round here, 8 minutes. That's not really a big gap, is it? GRT Grasser Racing Team have got back to 4th position ahead of the leading AM car, which is now Target Racing. KCMG with their remaining number 35 GTR Nismo, the 23 car, remember, having to have a whole rear subframe and transaxle replaced. That car getting some work on it before it gets packed up to go to Bathurst, the 23 car. And the rest of the top 10 made up by A6 AM or Pro cars, with Muka Motorsport having fallen down to 10th position after running in the top 3 earlier on. Outside the top 10 in GT, Ralph Bourne has Herbeth Motorsports Porsche in 11th position. The SPX leader is the 710 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo from Leipert Motorsport. 991, still the dual racing Porsche, still sitting in 19th position. Overall, it's Sami Moutran behind the wheel of that, but the NKPP Racing by Baz Coton 991 car, that's Bob Herber at the wheel of that car, now 4 laps further back. SPX and GT4 need to point out there in the 25th position. The 405 Mercedes leads that. That's Katerina Kavlova for ERC, ahead of MRS GT and QRS Racing School in 2nd and 3rd. So that's Mercedes, BMW and Mercedes, with Fox Motorsport currently in their 447 Audi, 28th in the GT and 4th in the GT4 standings. Outside the top 30, Century Motorsport fighting back. 3Y Technology, they're having a bit of a battle for the minor places in GT4. Abu Dhabi Black Falcon in 37th position. Lucas Stoltz brought that car into the pits a little while ago. And that car, let me see, that's been in there for quite some time there, having had his problems, having run right at the front of the field. Dragon Racing Mercedes, they've led GT4, but now in 40th position, and further down from the 40s into the 50s. All of these cars either in the garage or having had problems. Not very many of those cars still moving. The MRS GT Racing 989 car still running. The 717 has just gone back out. Korthuizer Racing, they never say die. And the Jurgensen Strom BMW, the 450 in 48th position, is back on the track, as is the Reiter Engineering number 50, position 50. Nobody from 51 down over still running. We're live from trackside at the Dubai Autodrome under code 60 number 17, and the next hour of racing will start very shortly indeed. So sunshine again as the temperatures pick up. Huge accident late last night for the KCMG Honda. A fiery moment. Delighted to say the driver was well out of that, and amazingly the car, after a fuel fire like that, was in pretty good nick when it came back, albeit not back in the race, of course. Everyone has been grabbing a 40 winks, or maybe 37, wherever they can, with the pit stops going on during the night and into the dawn. It's still Dimitri Parhofer and the Car Collection Motorsport team who lead with that 88 car. Dimitri's just rejoined, by the way. Just beginning to pick up a little bit of heat from the sunshine. But the 88, one of the few A6 cars that have not had problems. Dries Van Toor having a great battle with them and keeping them honest. He's the man behind MS7 by WRT at the moment. Then it's Josef Kral, Bohemia Energy Racing with Ferrari in that GT, in that lovely GT, the 488. Stefan Perrin for AC Motorsport, Audi, leading in the 188 in that part of the category. And most recently, more issues for Olivier Baron, Ollie Baron, his second incident where the front of the Ginetta has gone in the wall, and then two incidents together at turn 8. Oil leak from the Seat, which caused a fire, and the 34 Car Collection Audi making contact with the 85 CP Racing Mercedes-Benz. And we're back to green flag racing, Paul.
And clearly the reason for the code 60 was all the fluid on the circuit, rather than necessarily the coming together between the Audi and the Mercedes, or for the fire itself. Because once the fire was put out, we then had a lot of time to do the code 60 to clear up the track conditions. The thing that I'm puzzled by is that, having said how clever Car Collection were to leave Dimitri Parhofer out there to eat up his driving time, having done 4 laps under the code 60, they then brought him in, gave him some more fuel and sent him on his way again, which kind of seemed to defy the logic of what I said was a good idea. So if I ever get to talk to Car Collection about why they did that, I'd be interested to find out, because it didn't seem... it gives him a longer stint, and as I said, they don't necessarily just have to do their 2 hours. They can do as long as they want, and in the number 7 car, the AM driver there, Saud, has done considerably more than that. So we'll see how that pans out for them. And they do have now, because the WRT car came in altogether 1, 2, 3, 4 times during that little sequence of code 60s. And having initially decided to leave Michael Verges in the car, they also changed their mind and have got Dries Van Toor at the wheel.
5 hours, 52 minutes to go, and in the pit lane, Bruce Jones has nipped off for some breakfast, and that means Nick Damon, who was very disciplined in the breakfast room earlier on and eschewed any form of pastry whatsoever, although he was very demanding with his coffee order.
There were no pastries in
Oh,
there.
no, there were pastries.
There were when I got there.
Well, I'm afraid I succumbed.
You ate them all, Nick?
No, I did not. Very few. Yes, welcome me back to the pit lane after several code 60s, so I might be quite quiet, which will be a great relief for many people, but I am down in the CP pit. The weird sort of thing is they have 2 cars, but it's the car at the front, the one they're replacing. This is after the accident. It was the the left rear is the damaged corner which they're replacing. They walked past about 2 garage back with the 33 car collection, was actually getting both corners replaced. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can go with Charles Putnam. I'm not sure about the stretch of this microphone, so I may have to come and go. And we're going to see if I can come in through the back. Yeah, there's a man doing a... Charlie's a marvellous man. He's coming through. I think he's going to get his hat. He's a corporate man as well, getting his hat. So this is Charles Putnam, the CP above the door now of the team. Charles, just when it was going so well, what happened?
One of the touring cars that we were lapping in front of me entering the carousel blew an engine, caught fire with all the oil just as I arrived to pass him. And so I spun in the oil. I spun to the inside of the track. I thought, aha, I got away free. And just about then, the 33 car, who probably was spinning, sliding in the oil as well, hit me in the rear corner.
So the definition of a racing incident then, no one's real fault?
No, not at all. I don't see any way. I can't see what was going on behind me, but I have to assume sliding just like I was. And yeah, that's just things that happen.
How long before you can get out? Because it's one corner, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an entire left rear corner, and the guys haven't told me, so I don't really know.
Because you're in tight at quite battle, because obviously you've got people like Herberth, who you'll be fighting all season with, who are a few laps back, so still a lot for, even if you can't win overall.
Well, this race, because it's really the most intense race of the season as far as numbers of cars and numbers of points that you can gain here, it's always a challenge. Everybody's going 110%, and it's, we really just wanted to come out of here with some good points. I think we'll come out with a few less than we had hoped for at this point, but, you can still make a decent finish here and have a run for the year.
Apparently you've got 18-minute lead over the Herberth car at the moment, between second and third. And that, 1, 2, 3, yeah, your boys can fourth.
That's about 10 minutes. We'll see if they can have that in there. But frankly, the Herberth car is running really good right now. They're a little quicker. They caught me while I was out there, and I just let them go by. I could see they had quite a bit more speed than I had, and friend back and forth with us and the Herbert, like we are with most of the guys here. It's somebody's faster, let him go. Race fair, and let's see what we have.
Charles, best of luck. Hope you guys get out very soon. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, they didn't do well in this race last year and then went on to win the championship then as Pro Speed. Is history going to repeat itself for CP Racing? Shane Lewis being drafted into that team for this event this year, another American. So that's an American flag team with all American driving talent.
Which was part of the reason for the name change to CP Racing, because that was also an American team, and when they were running as Pro Sport, they were running as a German entrant. So good American team there with the mainly American drivers that they've had.
Now, if only they had a GT4, if only there was a GT3 rather, American car that they could be using out there.
What, like a Ford?
Yes.
Like a Ford GT?
Yes.
GT3?
Yes.
If only.
Just saying.
People on radio can't see John's body language at this stage. But I know John's body language, and I know he knows something that I don't know. Well, but I don't know what he knows that I don't know, so I can't tell you.
There potentially could be some Ford GTE cars coming up with some doubt about how much longer that Ford WEC program is going to last. No official word from that, but with the way the WEC season splits across 2 years, that might make things interesting for the funding of that, and therefore Le Mans this year could well be the Ford's final outing in the WEC, and then you've got to ask the question, does the American program get an extension? And then off the back of that, I suppose you have to ask the question, does Ford have a GT4 Mustang, which is very nice, and there's going to be 4 of those running in the British GT Championship, GT3 for them, and maybe a Daytona prototype if there's some spare capacity at Chip Ganassi or one of the other teams that are running those programs. but that's
I know
all
why
talk for Le Mans later in the middle of the night when it's all gone a bit quiet.
When I do my speculation, I'm nowhere. I've got not a patch on your speculation, John. Speculation king.
But hang on, you do numeric speculation based on the data that you have gathered and what you can see in that sort of matrix-like number waterfall that you have on the 6 screens in front of you. I do it based on which way the wind's blowing, having been talking to people and having to work out how much of what you've been told is putting 2 and 2 together and make 5. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane and some frantic work going on just by your feet. Nick, which pit is that and what's happening?
It's the 33 pit. It's the front right that hit the rear left of the 85.
That sounded really, really unlucky. I slipped on some oil.
Yeah, so as the touring car's engine was blowing up and dumping all its turbo oil
and it was catching fire, yes.
The oil fell out. I spun to the inside and then someone hit me. Yeah, so this is the chance for you to see the front end of an Audi Evo. They're having more problems with it. I think it's got in the impact, it's bent itself in a way that's making it hard to remove the lower wishbone because they've been fiddling with that for a while whilst I've been watching.
I don't think the underneath of the car has changed at all, so all of the chassis style bits are exactly the same. It's the bits that are hung on it.
The front cradle's okay. I'm just going to see how quickly the pickup points. They look all right as well. They have replaced the top left wishbone mount already, so it's a case, I think, really.
Nick, the brake back plate.
Yes.
Is that meant to be that shape, or is there a big chunk that's broken off it?
It's that. If you think about it, that cutout is the same shape as the caliper.
Same as the caliper, yes, of course. Well done.
It's just taking them longer. I think they've had one of those. You know, when you bash something, it can be very difficult. Something bends into something else. You just can't get your spanner where you need to get the corner off.
Yeah.
Because at the same amount of time that the CP car's been in, the Mercedes, they were already a long way into putting the new corner back on again, whereas this is still taking off the old corner. So a bit of a longer job for the 33. But they
Sorry, Nick. Andrew Perry in the Fox Motorsport GT4 Audi has lost a left rear wheel.
That was careless.
4th in class for that car. Thanks, Nick. We'll come back to you in a little while. And what I can't tell you is whether the wheel has come apart. Oh, actually, no, hang on, that's a 5-stud rim. That's not a centre lock rim because that's a GT4 car. And that is on the inside of the circuit where?
Turn 14, it says on the screen.
Yes.
But looking out of the window at turn 14, I see no fox.
Oh, very good. Cunning like a fox. It is just in the dip, Paul. There's a gentleman standing on the fence.
Yes, I'm not tall enough, you see.
Gentleman standing on the fence beside a security guard at the Airlink International sign, one of the white signs, and it's just over the top of there.
We have a Porsche stop there one year.
Yes, we did. Took us ages to find it.
Very early on in the race, I seem to remember. Code 60, again, number 18 it is.
Where's the wheel gone? That's the question. Where's the left rear wheel gone? We've already got one of the Ford intervention pickups there.
Again, I mean, Parhofer was losing time and now won't be losing time.
Paul, just to go back, sorry to interrupt you, but I'll forget if I don't say this now. Just to go back to what you said, the intervention vehicle is there and parks itself in between any potential cars coming off the track and the stricken car. Absolutely correct to do so. The flatbed is already there. So they've seen the incident, assessed it, triaged it effectively, and as the Code 60's going, they know what resources are going there. That's very impressive, you know.
It is, but add to that the factor that not just the driver is making that decision. Somebody in race control is looking at the closed circuit TV
absolutely.
on the radio then to the driver to say, what am I going to do? Yes, agree with you. Roger, off you go.
Yes, because that cannot happen independently. Nobody can be making those decisions to drive out
in their cab.
Exactly. So that has been an assessment of what's happened, what resources are needed, and dispatch them in the space of 90 seconds, if that.
Yeah, no,
if that.
Very good stuff.
Very impressed. Sorry, Paul, you were saying Dimitri Parhofer has had a little bit of good fortune with this left rear wheel departing the 447 Fox Motorsport Audi GT4.
If you assume the toss of a coin after 100 tosses will come down 50-50 heads and tails, I think the 88 car collection team has probably had 60-40 of the good luck. They've not had a massive amount of good luck, but they've had just enough, and I think that's given them quite a lot of confidence as well in the car. I must as well say that Dries van Toor must be feeling a bit frustrated about it, because there he is in the number 7, the chasing WRT car, completely unable to do anything about the car collection car whilst he's got the purple flags out. On the other hand, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Josef Kral behind the wheel, he'll be thinking much the same, that they can take a bit of an advantage here as well. There's enough, I would say, it's worth coming into refuel. In fact, Mark in Eichen has already come in to refuel the Grasser Racing Lamborghini.
The 11 is in, Josef Kral, and Vanter in as well. Was that the 88?
Yes, 7.
Sorry, that's
88,
the 7.
88 Parhofer has not been in yet.
Yeah. He tends to stay out, doesn't he?
Well,
right, well, it looks to me, as the left rear, as if the studs have sheared on that left rear. And all 5 studs have sheared. Really? That's a shocker. Absolute shocker if that's the case.
Suppose he hit a really high curb. Would that knock all 5 off? You know, when you pull the tablecloth off underneath the...
Have you ever tried to do that?
I have.
Never do it with the best china.
No, with 1 cup and 1 saucer.
That's... I think I can see remnants of studs in there, but I might be wrong. Nick will take a look when it gets back. That one, of course, won't come in the pit lane because the flatbed won't come down the live pit lane. That will go to the scrutineering bay or to the area behind the pit lane. So Nick maybe can go and have a look at that. What I can't tell you still, though, is where the errant wheel is from that Fox GT4 Audi. The Q8 is already on its way back in that very fetching metallic ginger colour. Like that at all. Nick and I are very taken, aren't we, by that new Q8. That's the first time we've seen one in the flesh, and that's a big car, but it very much hides its shape well. Yeah, very impressed by that. Into the pit lane comes the 447, but not under its own speed. It's on the back of the flatbed, and it will drive through behind the pit lane. The code 60, we are being told from race control, extended for a debris check.
I think that means hump the wheel.
Yeah, well, yes. Oh, debris, doobie-doo. Debris. It's that time of the morning. 5 hours and 38 minutes to go at RSL_studio. We've got the remnants of a few marker boards that have been hit during the night and into the early morning. And what an interesting race this has been, with still only 9 laps between the top 5. 8 laps between the top 5. Quite extraordinary how tight that is. 8 laps around here is what, 10, 11 and a half minutes or thereabouts, maybe a little bit more, but not much more than that. So that's barely a slip up. If you get a puncture and have to have a slow lap, you could probably lose 2 or 3 laps, 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. No, I mean it is finely balanced. I have to say, though, a feeling of disappointment because we've had so many of these Code 60s. Parhofer into the pit lane this time as a result of the extended Code 60. And I'm sure Nick Damon is not far away from where car collection is.
He's already there, aren't you,
And
Nick?
what can you tell us, Nick?
Not with car collection. I'm in the the Parc Ferme, where the car's delivered, and down with the Fox Motorsport car.
Right,
which
tell us
if
about
you
that.
have a chance of looking at the hub, and CJ is focused on it, but his light's not red yet, it has, as John said, has sheared off all the bolts. There's nothing, this 5 environment, so all the 5 bolts have been sheared off. Now, whether it's a result of an accident, we do have some damage behind the car, but I'm pretty sure that's cause and effect of a wheel falling off. That's a really weird happen, because that's...
Nick, I've never seen that before on 5 studs going like that. That's an extraordinary thing. Paul suggesting earlier on it might have been a heavy curb strike, and we've seen a lot of suspension and drive shaft issues.
Yeah.
There's something this year, and you and I were talking about this at breakfast. By the way, the 634 Lotus is back out again. Little cheer from the people who've taken that to its heart. There's something this year about suspension, drive shafts to suggest that people are pushing very hard indeed, maybe taking a few liberties by going off the track. I don't know.
What we've had less of is punctures. We've had a lot less punctures this year compared to last year, where there was a plethora throughout the event.
Fewer punctures.
We've had even fewer punctures than we had last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a suspension problem. We've had brake problems as well, more than normal. So
it's true.
We've replaced those with 2 new problems. I think Paul's got brake problems being caused by the microscopic dust in the air, and that's not so silly. The system should be sealed, but dust does get everywhere. But this is a big failure. I've no idea how that happened. I'm sure they've no idea how it happened, but it sheared off all 5 nuts.
Wow. All those studs have gone. Thank you, Nick. And Seb in the back of the paddock there, and it's going to... they've got one of the dolly wheels underneath it, and they'll roll that down. Actually, yeah, they're just using that sort of caster underneath it, and in fact the car is off the ground now.
And another reason, though, John, for having a debris check if there are bits of metal that have sheared off that wheel.
Well, funny you should say that, but I've just seen a marshal picking up a couple of bits and pieces and having a look to see whether it was, rubbing it through fingers to see, is that metal or is it rubber? Oh, that's metal. Let's put that in my pocket and walk away.
Don't want to have that being kicked up by a car driving over it and straight through the windscreen of the car behind.
Well, it might as well take the opportunity to do this. Dimitri Parhofer has used that to get in and out of the pits and refill at least half of his fuel allowance in the Car Collection Motorsport machine that leads.
Which of course he'd already done, and Dimitri, far from being just the token AM driver who'll do a minimum of the 2 hours, I think he's going to do the maximum 2 hours in this stint, which will take him up to over 3.5 hours by the end of the time that he's been driving the car. What I mean is, by the end of the 2 hours that he'll be in the car in this stint, in total, he will have driven over 3.5 hours.
So well more than he needs to have achieved. He's down at turn 8 at the moment, in behind one of the KTMs, the dark coloured of the KTMs. And that'll be the 246 of Adam Gallas that he's sitting in behind. Now onto the back straight. As you say, a little frustrating for Dries Van Tho in the MS7 by WRT Audi, sitting in 2nd place. How far behind is Dries? Is he 2 full laps, Paul, or
yes.
almost 2 full laps?
No, he's 2 laps plus.
Right.
So that's a little bit more work for him to do. I think we might, once we go back to green, have a bit of a battle on our hands for 2nd place in GT4, because we now have Frederic Lestrup in the MRS BMW GT4 ahead of Nico Verdonk in the QRS Mercedes. Now, for the last part of the race, the QSR car has been should we say, more comfortably in 2nd place, and I think the that will turn into a bit of a battle as the race enters its next stage. Nico having stayed out through this code 60, and that's why he's have thought he'd be ahead of that in that case, but he has stayed out during this code 60.
Whilst we've got time, I've just had a cracking question.
Green flag,
just gone to green very quickly, and I don't know the answer to this, so I'm putting it out there. Motorsport Matty, who's down under somewhere, says, do we know if the Audis get to run the Evo kit at Bathurst? Brand new cars aren't eligible for that race because they work on the previous year's homologation. But does that apply to upgrades to existing cars? The point being that Matty's asking, do the teams have to downgrade the cars if they're racing them in Evo spec here? I was assuming any of the specific cars are going. I think it's the last part of that question that's important. I'm not sure any of the cars that are here are going to Bathurst, but it's my understanding that you can't use the Evo kit because it hasn't been homologated. It's not the right year's homologation. That's a 19 homologation, not an 18. And Bathurst, being so early in the year, has in the past used the previous year's GT3 homologation, which is why we didn't get the new Bentleys last year, and we'll only get them for the first time this year, if that makes any sense. But I'm prepared to be proved wrong or argued against. RSL_studio as Parfus in the pits again.
Was there damage on the front left of that car?
There's tyres on that car. Let's have a look. They're definitely going for new Hankooks, possibly on the front only. Parhofer getting out. Parhofer getting out. So this is a real opportunity for Vantour now when he gets up to speed, which he will be, to grab some time back. Josef Kral as well. Now this spices things up a little bit. Dimitri Parhofer then, having done the time in the car that he needs to and then some, has come in right at the end of the code 60.
Makes no sense at all.
No sense at all, says Paul.
I wasn't sure as the car went past whether it had just done a bit of damage. Actually, it does make sense now. If I just refresh here, he hadn't before, but he has now done his minimum driving time. And there was I assuming that he was staying out in order to do the full stint, but he has now done his minimum driving time. So if they want to, the remaining drivers in the car collection car can go the rest of the way on their own. Christopher Haase, Fred Vervisch and Rick Breukers. Of course, one of the advantages of having a four-driver team, or one of the features of having a four-driver team, is it makes the AM driver work a little bit harder for his money, as it were. But
just being, you can be quite flexible with the other drivers, though, because their downtime, which is one of the things you have to plan quite carefully, how long you've been out of the car, as well as how long you are in the car. The more drivers you have, the easier it is to be able to cycle them through without any worries.
What doesn't make sense is why Parhofer came in and then went out again, and then came in again, because that extra time spent in the pits did nothing at all, because it didn't count towards his driving time, and all it did was make the clock tick down towards the end of the race.
I wonder if they did back tyres the first time he came in and front tyres the second time.
But again, that makes no sense, because
no.
Why
would you do that?
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
The only possible reason is that because you're only allowed to have 4 mechanics working on the car, they may be able to do two wheels, send him on his way, come in again, do the other 2 wheels, send him on his way.
But then there was a driver change as well on the second stop, so that rather negates all of that.
Smells of indecisiveness, that. But anyway, we've got them back to green flag racing. We've still got a normal kind of 6-hour race to go.
Yeah, pretty much. 5.5 to go. And Dries Vantour can see, or will be able to see, the leader, which has now got Rick Breukers behind the wheel in the 88, is in the section just ahead of him. And he might be able to get a bit of a bead on him here as Kral carves his way through traffic in the red number 11 Ferrari, coming through turn 14, that magnificent double apex left-hander that climbs uphill, and then you flick the car to the right-hand side of the track for 15, and then just over the top of the brow, turning into 16. There are some really tough corners here, where you're turning in exactly where the car really doesn't want to, over the top of brows, and for what appears on the surface to be a fairly flat area of land, the track here has a couple of really tricky rises and falls, more than a couple. Really good piece of track design. Love it to bits, this place. So how far between Rick Breukers? Rick Breukers has just gone through, and a 1:59.1 by Dries Van Toor is that car's fastest lap of the race. He's just gone through underneath us as well. I don't think that was even 10 seconds, so it's a lap and about 10 seconds for Rick Breukers and Dries Van Toor. Car collection, Audi from MS7 by WRT. Then the red Bohemia Energy car in third position. So let's see if I can pick up Breukers around the circuit.
He should be somewhere down the back straight at the moment, John.
Oh, yes, spot on. Is that him there? No, that is the right coloured car, but... So
now he's coming, right, he's gone through 12 and now coming down. You'll see him in
at
the
14.
carousel any moment now.
There he is. Yeah, he's just gone past one of the Cup Porsches.
So he's about a sector ahead of the Dries Van Toor number 7 WRT Audi.
Certainly new front tyres for that number 88 when it came in last time. Car 12, Stefano Constantini leading the AM class in A6 for Target Racing in the Lamborghini, has been given a warning for track limits at 16. Here comes the 11 car round that corner at 16, crosses the line now. Dries Van Toor has been out there for just under 40 minutes, 40 minutes. Another, 8:40 in trouble, and that's the leader, that's Duval Racing, the leader in its class. That's the Cup 1 class. Jean-Marie Dumont is 10th in the TCE series, and he now is cruising into turn 14 and goes off the track. I think he's out of power. It's going to be another code 60 if he parks it. Well, they might just be able to snatch him from there. He's on the right side of the track, which in that position is actually the right side of the track. So they should be able to get a tow vehicle to him, and that will tow. Yellow flags down through 13 into 14. Very dangerous position for that car if somebody loses it or sticks it up the inside going into 14. So the drivers will have to respect the yellow flags. Well, he's got the car going again, and Jean-Marie Dumont with the window net down as well on that car has done the three-fingered salute, Control, Alt and Delete, and looks to be heading for the pit lane in the leading Cup 1 BMW, the 235i. Oh, he's gone past the pit lane entrance.
Bizarre. I thought he was pulling over, and then
so did I.
He just seemed to eschew the opportunity. Meanwhile, Dries Van Toor is a lap behind. He's a lap and he's a lap and 40 seconds behind.
Isn't that far, is it?
In effect.
He's just done a 59.4 to back up his 59.1, which was the lap before.
Exactly.
So he's not messing about.
He's not messing about, but in total, he's got 40 seconds to catch up before he then has to unlap himself from Rick Breukers.
And he is the next of those two cars to pit, of course.
And, well, yes, but there was so much jiggery-pokery going on through that last little sequence. 3 code 60s we had in very short order, close to one another. One of them was of 5. The first one was 5 minutes. The first one was 9 minutes. The second one was 16 minutes, and then the last one was 11 minutes. So we had 3 very relatively short code 60s, but very closely spaced as well. In in the TCE part of the race, we do have 2 cars on the lead lap because the Fabian Dance Autorama Volkswagen Golf is a minute and 3/4 behind the AC Motorsport Audi RS3, and Tom Boonen's at the wheel of the 188 car, Fabian Dance at the wheel of the 112. Those 2 cars have now stretched to something like 8 laps ahead of Bas Kooten Racing with their Cupra, and then 101 Henry Littig is just a minute and 11 seconds behind, so not beyond the possibilities yet that we could have a red camel car on the podium for the TCE race. It's a battle between Audi, Volkswagen and Cupra, 3 different makes of car in the top 3 places, and 3 rather different teams: AC Motorsport, Autorama Motorsport and Bas Kooten Racing, with Red Camel Jordans.nl in 4th place at the moment.
1:59.8 from Vanto. Only man consistently, in fact, only driver at the moment under the 2-minute mark, and he's done that for the last 3 laps straight. Although Rick Breukers got a little closer last time, a 2 minutes 0.6. Outstanding stuff from Vanto in the Audi. The 2 Hurricanes not being able to match the pace of the Audis and the Ferrari ahead of them at the moment, with Mark Anation and Stefano Constantini. But Constantini, remember, he's leading AM in that number 12, the black Target racing car.
They've done a great job in that Target car.
Shh. Can't believe you, Paul, really.
Well, whatever happens, they've done a great job.
They had quite a lot of penalties in the first third of the race. I remember looking down on that black number 12 quite often from the camera above the penalty box.
They were, yeah, absolutely, and they were pulling away in the very early stages. Then they had penalties. Then they had a couple of little niggly problems, 6 and 7 minute pit stops. That dropped them down. But clearly the car has always had the pace. But I think what has also been impressive is the performance of Giacomo Altoe and Timur Bogoslavski, who have really, they're the semi-pros in the car. Stefano Constantini is the AM, along with Alex Autumn, who I think probably Alex still needs to do some more driving in that car because he's only done 1 stint so far. But across the 5 of them, it's been a very well matched set, and even though Dennis Lint was very quick in the early stages, I thought, well, maybe the rest of them won't be able to, but Timur and Giacomo have done a great job in that car as well. So regardless of what it does in the rest of the race, they've done very well so far.
Still some great battles going on in the classes. Sami Moutran comes into the pits in the 950 from 18th position, the dual racing 991 Gen 1 Cup car. That's leading that 991 class. In 2nd place in that category, Roland Verman in the NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten car. It's a few laps behind, 4 laps behind, but beginning to come under a bit of pressure now from Goslar Rodest, who's now driving a similar Gen 2 car in the colours of MRS GT Racing, the 980. So still the top 3 fairly close together in 991. Full sunshine here, the 13 hours and 18 minutes of darkness well behind us. And now we just wait for the heat to rise. Dries Vanter in the black and fluorescent orange. Just going through the parabolic at the moment. Nick Damon rejoining us in the pit lane. And
number 840 coming into the pits as well, Jean-Marie Dumont, the Duvo Racing BMW, having had that stoppage on the circuit, did another lap and then came in the lap after.
Don't understand why he didn't head for the pit lane straight away.
It's easy from up here though, isn't it?
What can you see, Nick?
Well, they've opened the boot which makes you think it's a fuel system issue.
Either that or he's delivering breakfast.
Could be, actually, that's a very good point. Also, I've just seen the Jim Clark tribute Lotus, the green and
the
gold
Lotus
one, go
25.
back into the pits again. But I think they have had a reasonable run prior to his most recent visit.
Did we have both Lotus running at the same time?
Yes,
there?
yes,
Excellent.
for a couple of hours at least. Here he is. Yep, he's just going up on the jacks. And they're once again peering into the motive area. They've had a lot of gearbox problems with this car, or drivetrain problems with this one. The other one, of course, had a complete new engine. But they are really a very, very hard-working team.
We've had 2 cars, at least, that have had new engines, because one of the KTMs did, the 248 car.
246.
246, I went the wrong way. I remember 247. But the 246 had a complete new engine as well. You've got to give them points for perseverance, this Italian team. And in fact, as I was talking about the 246, that's in as well. And the engine cover is off that car. The driver climbs out.
This is not on fire this time.
No, that is true.
What they are adjusting, whether this is the problem or not, the mechanic was adjusting on the Lotus, the 633. He was fiddling with the clutch mechanism, the clutch release mechanism. They have had a lot of drivetrain problems. It may well be they just need to get that particular bit of linkage off first before they can do something else. Walking back up the 246, this looks like a relatively oh no, it's not. There's a computer plugged in. Never a good sign when they plug the computer in.
All they're doing is changing the MP3s on the hard drive.
Yeah, apparently he's had enough of Chris Rea. He's been on the road to hell.
I thought they were getting rid of driving home for Christmas, actually. That's the...
Realistically, Chris Rea, lovely bloke, but do we need his music? Discuss.
Oh, yes.
OK.
His country album that he did a few years ago is absolutely fantastic.
Is he one of yours?
No, he's a smoggy.
Oh, gosh.
Comes from Middlesbrough.
Well, that's better than coming from Newcastle, isn't it?
In fairness, you're probably right there. We are not short of a few good musicians from the northeast of England, though.
It does go well there. Certainly musicians of a certain age, with your Stings and everything else.
Mark Knopfler, Brian Furry.
So where are the northeastern musicians aged 30 and below then?
Oh, there's been some decent ones. We've got a lad from Sunderland who Joe Bradley knows very well, who composed the theme tune to the Sunderland AFC documentary, which was number 1 in the download charts over Christmas.
The show you can't watch because you get too angry, not at the quality of the programme, but the quality of the football.
Well, the attitude of the footballers.
I'll tell you one thing I just noticed, this KTM. This KTM has got a reach and rake adjustable steering wheel.
How lovely.
The driver undid it and just pulled it up to where he wanted to go and went from there. Do you know what's also
the seat doesn't move, Nick, so
yes.
you probably have a pedal box.
It's
that
probably
moves
got
in
electric
there as well.
pedal boxes. Well, you're right. Do you know what also had a reach and rake adjustable steering wheel, way ahead of its time? My Triumph Dolomite.
Well, my Sunbeam Alpine
exactly.
had one.
We haven't mentioned. Was that reach and rake? I had reach on the TR4.
In fairness, it was just reach, yes.
Yeah, so I had reach and rake on the Dolomite. I haven't mentioned old cars for about 7 hours. I'll get it in now before the excitement of the end of the race.
That classic car programme for the radio, I definitely think it has to happen.
We need to do it. We need to find a day that we're both free for the Bicester event, and we need to go and record it.
And just drool over one of the Sunday scrambles or something like that.
I think the good thing is, I think we'd have a meeting in the middle, but we would be off on different sides, because you'd be classic Porsche, and I'd be going, and I'd be looking at a lot of classic Italian metal, and you'd be going, well, that's metal now, it'll be rust soon.
Listen carefully. No, I've got an eclectic taste in that. Right, let's get back to what's happening on the track.
Rick Roykers lapping quickly in the leading car. Has just popped in a 1:59.4, followed by a slightly slower one, 2 minutes 01, very nearly 2 minutes 02 actually. But prior to the 1:59, he'd done 3 laps, all in the 2 minutes dead. So,
but Vanto's still in the 59s and joined there now by Joseph Kral last time around. But it's very impressive by Vanto, Paul. He's been super quick.
I don't know if it's spirit of the race, but kind of man of the race has been Dries Vanto for me.
He's done a couple of those Ironman stints that you like to see.
Not really Ironman.
Because you can't do the long ones.
Because you can't do longer than 2 hours. But they've been very, very consistent and very, very quick. And without being rude to Rick Broikers, I always get the feeling that he's on the verge of an accident. I mean, he holds it all together, and he's obviously a very skilled and accomplished car control.
Yeah.
But I don't quite kind of get that sense of confidence. It's kind of it's a bit like he was my son. I'm kind of going closing my eyes as I watch him go around.
Dries Vanthoor perhaps celebrating the fact that he's just become an uncle, as his brother and wife produced child last weekend, in fact. Little baby E.
The leading GT4 car is in the pits and in the penalty box.
Oh.
And, this is Katerina at the wheel of the 405 ERC Sport Mercedes. Katerina Kaivalova. And it's probably only about 10 or if that 15 seconds that Katerina spent at rest.
QSR Racing next up with Nico Verdonk, but a couple of laps back, Paul.
Yes, and Nico having dealt with Frederick Lestrup, remember before that Code 60, he was just behind Frederick Lestrup, and I suggested we'd be getting a good battle between the two of them. Well, Nico made very short work of Frederick. I hope that wasn't as a result of doing 60.5 kilometres per hour during the Code 60, but Nico then in the QSR Racing School Mercedes, the semi-pro driver of the lineup in the 454 car.
Let's head down to Nick. Where are you, Nick, in the pit lane?
I'm with the 405, the GT4 leader. John Minshaw is getting into the rather attractive GT4 Mercedes. As you say, out has got Katerina, who I know Bruce knows well from her Strike Racing exploits. Someone's turned the windscreen wipers on, which they don't need, so it's been knocked on the go. Car is showing some little scuffage on the lower left-hand side. The exhausts don't do the side exit trick in the GT4 version of this car. They just come out the back. So that was just a bit of the quite common lower sort of a door problem. Oh, back again! It's the Ginetta, the 378. Colin White's got it rolling again after the third major repair of the race. Good brain, boys. They are absolutely in a battle with PB Racing for spirit of the race, those two, aren't they?
Yes. Absolutely agree with you there. Another front end on the 378. I wonder if Lawrence Tomlinson gives discount to Colin White for front ends of cars, or he just has a standing order for 3 after every event. Does seem to have to. He was cutting one apart at a race, I think Barcelona a couple of years ago. He was cutting one apart so they didn't have to take everything off. And I'm just thinking, oh, Colin, just replace the whole thing. How much must that cost? And he's taking it a bit and then riveting it on.
Knowing Colin, he'll have built a mould and put an existing one into it, and he'll be manufacturing his own.
True enough.
Out of resin.
Clever lad is Colin.
Absolutely. And
like him a lot. He's a real enthusiast, isn't he? Was it Barcelona where he got on his push bike to go and see a car that was broken down, and the moment he got there, the car fired up and left?
Well, I'm with Colin. The problem was because it was one of those push bikes that you have to unfold, and if you don't unfold it in the right order, it's a bit like a deck chair that you can't open.
Right.
With Colin right now.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Colin, I have to ask this. So what is the spares bill for this race now at?
The spares?
Spares bill, yeah.
It's our French driver, I'm afraid. That's twice he's hit the car. So I think we'll retire him for the rest of the day, I think, now. So, yes, it's a bit bad, isn't it? I think he's trying a bit too hard, really.
Yeah, you had 2 front ends and you had 1 diff failure. Was the diff failure just mechanical, or was that edged on by something else being touched?
Well, the car got hit numerous times. The GT3s are coming in this corner so fast and sliding the side of you, banging the wheels. We actually lost a sheared M10 cap head, which is real high tensile. It sheared that on the front suspension. That tore the front suspension round, which then burst the tyre, which then you had to get it recovered back here. And then we got hit in the back, which then hit the drive shaft, which ruined the drive shaft, and it ruined the diff mountains. so we had to put new mountains on. And then the front mountains wore out as well. So it's a collation of damage for being hit in the sides all the time, but the front ends was definitely the Frenchman's fault.
Colin, if you just show us your hands, because you are the driver, but you're also the mechanic. So when you say we fixed this, normally, when Lewis Hamilton says we fixed it, he's had 17 people in overalls do it in Mercedes garage. When you say we fixed it, we fixed it.
I was fast asleep and they come and woke me up because they wanted to know what bits and did I want to fix it again because it was just a few hours ago. Was it worth it or not? And if we're here, we might as well keep racing.
Brilliant attitude. Thanks, Colin. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
That, straight up and down, is Colin White in a nutshell. If we're here, we might as well race it. He was walking up from his rest period and he's now got oily fingers. Extraordinary stuff. That car back out. Angus Fender behind the wheel of it has dropped to second place in SP3 and now is 23 laps behind the Vortex V8 Scirocco and the GC10 car. Philippe Bonnel in the 301 car. That's going to need some wars to befall that particular car for them to catch up. But you can't fault Colin's enthusiasm and the team's as well. And again, great supporter of this form of racing. Turn 10, end of the back straight, the 916 Porsche, just being passed by... by Air Nissan. And I say Air Nissan, and I'm trying to work out which one that was. Is that the 23 that's back out again, Paul?
I think both are out.
Yes. That was the car that got the new rear subframe and transaxle unit. Ollie Jarvis had been pedalling that car with some gusto and got it up to 8th position earlier on in the race, and then it spent about 3.5–4 hours in the pits.
Yeah, they are both out. Philip Vlasic is at the wheel of the 23 at the moment. He's in 55th position. That's overall positions, not 55th in GTE, and 11th in the A6 Pro class. The other one is doing rather better. Josh Burden in the number 35 car is in 6th place overall, and I haven't said anything about that car.
And neither should you. 990 in the pit lane. That's Dennis Durrani. He's coming from the SP2 second position, 17th overall. Looks like a very standard pit stop. It's going to be a new set of Hankook tyres all round. Incoming driver, not perhaps Dennis Durrani, the incoming driver, Nick, perhaps not as, how can I say this, not as precise as he might have been.
No, he's very lucky because MRS, of course, own 2 garages in a row because they've entered 5 cars. And he's skidded way past the first garage. And CJ, our cameraman, who always gives enough, he's not silly, he knows to stand away in front of the car, had to backpedal rapidly to avoid being wiped out by it. So there's a bit of a misjudge there.
That was CJ, your cameraman?
Yes, it's CJ. We've got CJ instead.
Yeah, well, CJ didn't get where he is today by not knowing to backpedal when the Porsche's running at him.
Well, that's made my day. 1970s British comedy reference has gone over the heads of 97.4% of the audience. But I love it.
Did you like that?
I do.
Excellent stuff.
I'm now thinking of my mother-in-law.
And Dutch... Oh, no, that's Jumbo, not Hippo. No, forget that. The Jorgensen Strom BMW, Jared McLeod out in that car. Currently, the 450 sitting well down the order. But it is still running. We didn't think we'd see that car back, but that's another team who've worked really hard. They are in 13th in GT4, 47th in the GT standings. And that car looking pretty well fettled now. The new GT4's from BMW Motorsport, partially developed using this race as a testing program before they were released to their customers, and pretty good job with that car. It's been relatively successful since they've been introduced. Fairly standard looking car bodywork wise. There's a couple of trains of thought with GT4s. I actually prefer the ones that look slightly more standard. Nissan 23, having found out that it was out on the track, has now just come in for a standard top. That was stopped Philip Vlasic, who got out of the KCMG GTR Nismo GT3, and the KCMG car that had all of its woes earlier on with that rear transaxle problem. Actually, that's not fair. It wasn't the rear transaxle that was the problem, it was the cradle, the subframe that holds that on. Joe Bradley having a good look at that car earlier on in the pits and seeing broken metalwork underneath there, and the whole unit had to be fixed. Now, as those cars are going off, now they are going off to Bathurst, not sure if any of the Audis are, but the GTRs are, both the KCMG cars, so they're now on an extended test session to make sure that the cars are in relatively good fare, because they're going to get boxed up into the containers and sent to the Antipodes.
We've got 3 cars, John, that are 14th, 15th and 16th, separated by less than a minute, but they're all in different classes. So in 14th place, we've got the 85 CP Racing Mercedes in A6 AM. In 15th place is the number 710 Lipa Motorsport Lamborghini, which is in the lead of SPX. And then in 16th place, we've got Jean-Pierre Valentini in the GPX Racing Porsche, car number 24, remember the Gulf-sponsored car, and that's an A6 Pro class, but Jean-Pierre Valentini isn't the quickest driver in that car, so is kind of losing ground, but within those 3, as I say, there's not that far amongst them, but they're probably not squabbling amongst each other, and because they're running in very different classes, I don't think we'll really concentrate on any battle that might be happening, but I thought I'd draw attention to the fact that even this late into the race, we've still got cars close together.
Well, we've got a real battle in GT4 again for first and second, with the ERC Sport Mercedes of John Minshaw, the 405, and Nico Verdonk.
Yeah, well, that's because Verdonk needs to come in for fuel. This happens every time, doesn't it? Because
he's caught him.
Sometimes Verdonk actually gets past and gets into the lead, and then has to come into the pits just after he's got into the lead.
Here comes Verdonk through 14. The 405 is the black and red Mercedes coming through turn 15 now, and Nico Verdonk in the white with red and blue car. They've got traffic ahead of them as they come onto the front straight. Meanwhile, in the pit lane, or in one of the garages, we've got a bit of stirring down there, which we'll get back to Nick for in a moment. Here's Nico down the front straight. They're both about to be passed by one of the GT3 Audis that heads down into turn 1, and now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all on the same piece of tarmac as they go into turn 3, and Verdonk was right up the inside there, and I think he's gone through. Let's pick them up as he comes through, and yep.
Yeah, I reckon Verdonk's got enough fuel for about another 10 laps, so if he does get through,
no, he hasn't.
It's worth him pushing on.
He was almost off the track as he tried to go through, but he's still a couple of 3 car lengths behind. So much traffic, all of a sudden we've got one of those clumping incidents where every single it's in the regulations that once in a while every single class has to have at least 1 car on the same piece of circuit, and I think we've got that at the moment. I'm not kidding. Porsche went very wide there. That was the Herbeth car, the number 91, coming out of the parabolic onto the back straight. Ralph Bowen behind the wheel of that car, 3rd in A6 AM, 10th overall. This is extraordinary stuff as far as the traffic's concerned. We've still got, I would think, something like...
I think we're about 67, 66, 67 cars still running for the 74 that started the race.
Probably a little less than that. So Verdonk has managed to find his way through, but he'll have to stop in a little while, because he's been in that car for an hour and 11 minutes.
Yeah, I reckon he's got. He's going to be constrained by fuel in the end rather than time, I think. And he's. I think Verdonk has got enough for about another 10 or 15 laps. So somewhere between 20 minutes and half an hour, and he'll be out of fuel. So he'll be out of fuel before he's out of time.
John Minshaw has been in just 11 minutes in the ERC Sport,
which is why he's fallen back into the clutches of Nico Verdonk, having taken it over from Katerina Kavalova, and Katerina wasn't anywhere near as quick as John Minshaw is, but clearly Nico is just a tiny bit quicker than John Minshaw.
Here's the GT standings after 19 hours. Still the 88 leads by that couple of laps, or just on that, with the Audi in second place, Ferrari in third, another couple of laps further back, and Lamborghini in fourth. Three manufacturers in the top four. KCMG's Nissan makes it four manufacturers in the top six, with the 35 car 8 laps off the lead now. And the top 10 made up by Herbeth Motorsport in 10th position. The A6 AM leader right in the middle of that is the target number 12 Lamborghini. SPX Leipert Motorsport still in 15th, still leading their class. 991, up a position from the last time that I gave you the update. Dual Racing, the 950 Porsche 991 Gen 1 Cup car. They lead that Porsche only class by now almost 3 laps from Baz Kooten Racing in second position. Baz Kooten's NKPP number 20 in position number 20 in the GT running. Outside the top 20, and GT4 battle, QSR and ERC Sport having just swapped around, with Nico Verdonk needing to pit in around about 10 laps time, whereas John Minshaw in the 405 in 25th position has got far further to go on his fuel, because what we're looking at with just under 5 hours to go is how that shakes out towards the end of the race. Third in GT4, another BMW M4 GT4. This is the 426 of MRS GT Racing. Zorg Rennsport and Century Motorsport making up the top 30 in similar cars. VDS Racing Adventures have the 758 Mark Coupe, the Mark II V8, that pretty red 758 car in 32nd position. Haven't mentioned those guys for a while. Dragon Racing trying to get some laps back, 37th position for them. Same story for their GT4 competitors, Sicily Motorsport, who was super quick early on, but that Mercedes has been plagued with problems, the 462 car. Same story for the AMG GT3 of Abu Dhabi, Black Falcon. Core Oysters 717 BMW M3, that's still going around in SPX in 41st position. And that car has Dennis Howling in it at the moment, 5th in SPX. From there on down, it's problems. And the RHC's Jorgensen car still running in 46th position. 49th, Ben Matzes in the Writer Engineering Crossbow is back out on the circuit as well. And the bottom 5 all mired in the pits for at least, well, hours now, to be honest. So those cars unlikely to be seen again. Early finishes. Let's take a quick look at the TCE categories. Tom Boonen leads for AC Motorsport in the Audi number 177. Autorama Motorsport by Wolf in second. And now actually just under a lap now, I think, for that Fabian Dance driven car. 188 from 112, and then the Cooper of Bav Kooten Racing, the 125. They've come back into it, although they are 9 laps back. Yeah, 1:47 between first and second. 1:47 between first and second in that category. Cup 1 now gone back to Fun M Motorsport. They were the pole sitters all those hours ago. Johannes Schmelich is the driver of the 802. Duo Racing, remember, had some problems earlier on. They've dropped down to 9th position. Shengu Motorsport, Zoltan Shengu had the underbonnet fire in the Cupra, down in 10th position now, and beyond that, it's all about drives back. Although we do have the 11th position, the Vortex leading SP3. CWS Engineering back on the track in 13th, trying to chase those down. And the Lotus 634, yes, that's running again, as is the 633. Mauro Guastamacia is behind the wheel of that car. Stefano D'Asti, the man with his name above the door, sort of. He's the guy who's brought it here. He's running in the 634 car. And that is how they stand after 19 hours live from trackside on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We'll start another hour of racing right now. So let's head into another hour of racing. Checking a few things out on the timing screen there. Harold Schlotter has brought the Leipa Huracan Super Trofeo SPX leader into the pits, but he's in fuel, so that's fairly standard. 16th position and 17th, Werner Nergebauer in the MRS GT Racing Porsche is second in that category.
But 5 laps behind.
Yeah.
And I think I'd say Neugebauer.
Neugebauer.
New builder.
New builder, okay. Breukers, 202 last time around at the head of the field. Vantour, 201. Vantour must be coming to the end of his fuel, mustn't he? Surely.
He's getting closer to the end of his time than he is to his end of his fuel. Half an hour of fuel left, I reckon. And Vantour with 45 minutes, 46 minutes of driving time left. He's got a little, Rick Breukers has a little more fuel than him, on the assumption that when they came into the pits, they actually got up and got fuel, which is not always a safe assumption, because sometimes you get these short pit stops where, and of course we had that for the 88 car, where Dimitri Parhofer came into the pits after the Code 60 is finished, just to do the driver change over to Rick Breukers. But that having been done, I don't think they then put any more fuel into the Audi, the 88 car collection Audi.
488 or 468? 468, a crabbing GT4, right rear suspension failure. There we are with another issue on suspension, and this is another GT4 car. 488, the Dragon Racing car. It's not been their dear local team. We're leading the class early on. Phil Quiff is behind the wheel of that car. They're 10th in GT4. He's got it off the racing surface. You'd expect that of Phil. He's a very experienced and respectful driver. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it back to the pits from where he's pulled in. He's come straight off. That's the part of the paint. He's out of the car. And he's looking at a right rear wheel and tyre combo that is about 2 inches further forward than it needs to be at its leading edge.
probably quite a difficult thing to diagnose exactly what had happened to cause that. It's easiest thing to do is to get out of the car and have a look. You know something's completely not right, and Phil, with his engineering background, will be eager to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think that was happening from a while back. You can often feel that. Had that happen to me on the other side with the Ginetta once, the G55, and just snap the hub mounting. Nick Damon can give us some news from the pit lane where things are picking up again.
I don't know how long it is since the end of the last Code 60. I'm sure Paul does, but obviously now we're getting to the point where people who did things are now running out of things. You have the Black Falcon #2 car, the much laboured, the brake problem car, has just made a pit stop. We're going to get Adam and Christina brought it in, I think. I'm not quite sure who got in. It might have been Huber Haupt coming in from 19th overall. Also, we have we're waiting for the 24. The Attempto racing car that's left running, the 99, isn't it? That was going to do it, and then when the car started crabbing, they were worried there was going to be a Code 60, and then didn't. We've got the 462 Mercedes is about to rejoin. The Sicily Motorsport car is about to rejoin after some more pit action. Apparently, we have the 154 Audi has issues on the right rear, is in the pit lane right now.
Yes, he is coming from 5th position in his class.
And the Herbert Motorsport car with Ralph Bond is coming down the pit lane as well. So everyone is now blinking. Those change we made.
Nick, sorry to interrupt you, but we've got another mad half hour. The 24 Gulf Racing Porsche is also with a problem. That car's got Jean-Pierre Valentini behind the wheel, 8th in A6 Pro, and inside 15th position, inside the top 20 there. That was up at the top of the hill in front of the hotel at turn 12. He's managed to get that car off the circuit, but that's going to need recovery as well, and that's on the wrong side to get it in the pits from there. So Nick, that's going to, I think, cause another Code 60. Go ahead.
It's bad luck, because they're actually waiting for that car. The guys are all out, set up to pit the car.
Oh, he hasn't run out of fuel, has he?
And they're waiting for it. They're waiting for it for a while, at least 4 or 5 minutes, and possibly it has them, because they've now shuffled back in. Standard stop for Herbert. One of the Renaults got in. Can't tell from the distance who it was. And now, and the Grasser Ferrari, sorry, the Grasser Lamborghini went and got fuel only.
Oh, did it? That was machination, and that's in and out. Oh, 24 cars moving again. So a quick Control Alt Delete. Now let me have a look at that as it comes down the hill. Nah, there's no problem with that. It's cut out. I reckon he's on the reserve, and he's whizzing back in. The 488 will get recovered to the pits, apparently. That could be jaunty when that gets rolled. But that's going to have to be a flatbed. That can't be towed because of the rear suspension. 24 is going to be recovered to the pits, but that's moving again.
This is quite amusing, the 24. Do you remember Bedknobs and Broomsticks and the Vultures? The Vultures who wanted to rescue the injured players at the football match, the animals versus human football match. They used to run, oh, the person's not injured, and have to go back in again. The pit crew's the same. They came out, oh, the car's not coming, they went back in again. As soon as you start rolling, they came back out again. Very excited, we can change tyres. Marvellous.
Bedknobs and Broomsticks, that was a musical, wasn't it?
It was a live action and cartoon musical.
Yeah, you see, I wouldn't have watched that, would I?
Angela Lansbury.
Was any of it in black and white? Because that's just the trifecta there.
Well, hang on, just for a bit of 70s British pop culture, whilst it was made, it has a guest appearance or a brief cameo by Bruce Forsyth. Yeah, didn't know that, did you?
We had one of those last night, didn't we?
I am shaking my head, Nick. I'll come back to you later. The 85 CP Racing Mercedes, which had the slide on the Seat Cupra oil earlier on, and then picked up the car collection. I'm very much indebted to those who sent me the onboard from the car collection 33. Absolutely nothing car collection could do, and actually not much that Charlie Putnam could do either, because he completely lost it on the oil. That the car just exploded into flame in front of it. The 24 has made it to the pits, and Nick Damon is there with the GPX Racing Porsche.
Yeah, Nicky Passarelli's got on board, Jean-Pierre Valentini's got out. They've started off doing the whole standard stop thing. Tyres are done, windows are clean, a little bit of fluid top-up. given the fact it's stopped out on the circuit, they don't appear to be offering dolly wheels or anything. They're just, no, just going to let it go again. So no idea what that was. That's the sound of a Porsche at full whack. No, weird.
I mean, I've been astonished at how many cars have run out of fuel, either and then been pushed to the refueling, or just run very low on fuel, and because of fuel surge or the temperature, have not been able to pick up the last bit of fuel, and they've miscalculated it.
Fuel surge, that well-known Frenchman.
Yes, I mean, I suppose in a way that the fact that it is so easy to then bring them back on the end of a tow rope and get them going, and there's no penalty, it's worth doing.
You lose too much time.
Yes, but if you've already lost a lot of time...
let's go back down to Nick. Jean-Pierre Valentini was the man behind the wheel of the 24 SPX Racing Porsche in the Gulf colours. Let's find out why he ground to a halt at turn 12.
Jean-Pierre, the team were waiting for you, and then you ground to a halt. We thought that's a problem. Then you got started again. What was the problem?
When I stopped last corner, when I was overtaking a slower pilot, he closed the door, and I had to spin, and I could not put the engine on again.
Oh, we didn't see the spin. We just saw you off the track.
In fact, he touched me, pushed me inside the corner, and I could not put the engine on again.
Was there any damage to the car?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
So contact and failure to ignite on that car. Phil Quaife 488 Dragon Racing Mercedes. God, so hard for me not to say another manufacturer because they've run Italian cars for such a long time. That's on the back of the flatbed and heading down. A bit of a touring car battle out on the circuit, or at least touring cars line astern. 188 is Tom Boonen, the AC Motorsport, leading the class. 125, Luc Hortog for Baz Coton Racing is in third position, but fully 9 laps back. Those two cars with very similar pace, as you might imagine, just allowing the leader to go through. And the leader being Rick Breukers in the number 88. So 88 and 188. Both Audis, both leading classes. Paul mentioning that earlier on about whether there was some symmetry there or that was just pure coincidence.
But both of the... Oh no, we've got rid of the number 35 Nissan now, haven't we? We did have both of the Nissans in for a moment, and...
Joshua Burden's taken the 35 out, although he has lost 6th position to Nick Foster in the Tempto Racing car on the pit stop cycle, Paul.
Yes, and it was he who brought the car in, so Josh Burden doing a double stint. The number 23 car, having been in for all that time and went out again, didn't stay out for very long before Alexander Imperatori brought it back in again after just a couple of laps. So it was a short fling from the 23 Nissan.
In fact, Indy Doncia went through as well in HTP Motorsports Mercedes. That's one of the AM cars, so Josh Burden dropping down to 8th position from 6th with that pit stop. The 154 and 488 incident is under investigation. Aha! So, the two cars that we saw with issues seem to have come together. 488 was the Phil Quaife car, and the 154 was Philippe Thillion in the Audi, the TFT car. And that machine, those two cars rather, seemingly have come together, and that is being looked at by the race officials.
Just
as we're heading down towards the last 4.5 hours, Paul.
Just getting a big tranche of penalties coming up on my screen again. They seem to kind of gather them up and put them all in together. So as and when the next lot of cars come in for penalties, there's a chance that we might be able to tell you why they happened. A mixture of pits infringements. We had one car That's kind of unusual. The number 99, don't see that a lot. Attempto Racing exceeded the stint time. And with a 2-hour driving limit, it's pretty good to exceed that one. That's worth further investigation.
Well, they're on 155 at the moment for Nick Foster as well, so they're pushing the envelope there in that 6th position Audi with the 2019 Evo kit on it. Did we get to the bottom, dear collective, of whether any of the Evo Audis or any of the Audis here were going to Bathurst, and therefore do they have to un-Evo them and go back to 2018 spec?
I didn't see anything come back on that. We had our own little ideas, but we can get the definitive version.
Brett Noble asks, any clues why the new Aston Martin GT4 that raced in the region a few weeks ago isn't here for more development? I couldn't race it, I'm afraid, because I was too busy. So I think they took the idea that, you know, no point in it, really. No point in attempting it. No point in even attempting. No, I don't know is the answer to that, Brett. Number of people, including Right Turn Lover, asking about drive time requirements for the 25 and 91 poles. Paul, is there any chance for the Herbert guys to make up further class position on pace? This was something we were talking about earlier on, and one or two of the drivers, Paul, were saying this race, it's the old David Coleman quote, isn't it, from Athletics on the BBC back, if we go back to the 1970s. This will please Nick again, where in the 1500 metres, he would, or the 400 metres rather, he would always say, but the stagger doesn't unwind till the back straight. You know, we're not really seeing a true picture as to who's left to drive. 25 and 91 particularly being asked about there.
Give me a few
I will
seconds
let you
to
do
that. I've established that it was Marvin Dienst who overstepped the mark in the car collection car, and he drove for a total, 16 seconds longer than 2 hours. So it was only slightly over, but 16 seconds is longer than 2 hours. He drove 2 stints and just got the sums wrong at Attempto Racing. And so now go and investigate what happened to 25, which is the HTP.
Nick Foster has come in for Attempto this time, so he would have been close, but I think just under the timing there. Nick Damon can bring us up to date with action from the pits as the stagger unwinds at the back of the back straight.
Well, yes, indeed, it was the 99 car that came in the Attempto Racing, the black Audi, after abandoning their stop about 5-6 laps ago. Really wanting to stay on the edge of legality, and they've made it by a couple of minutes. Also, the 430 Century Motorsport GT4 car came in for a full service as well. And it looks like Coroyce is back in the pits in the 717, but at least this time it looks like a standard service rather than replacing something that shouldn't have broken in the first place.
Okay. An hour 56 and 56 seconds, so just about 3 minutes short of the full distance for Nick Foster in the Attempto Audi that time around.
More problems for a touring car. It's the 154 again. That was the car that had damage to the right rear. This time driven by, oh no, it's the same driver as well, Felipe Theron. But that was just I say in inverted commas, a harmless spin. A couple of people asking early on, and I meant to check it out, and now that Johnny's here, he's managed to find the answer to this question.
I brought the internet with me, that's why.
That was good. Very nice, yeah.
Took a while to get it in the suitcase.
A couple of people asking about Tom Boonen, the Paris-Roubaix winner and road racing champion, cycling champion. Is that the same Tom Boonen that's in this race? And the answer would appear?
It would appear to be yes, because he's packed in the cycling now. Officially retired road racer on racing bikes, but still keen to to allow something else to do the pedalling, I suppose, but still in a race format. So in June 2017, Boonen awarded his motor racing licence after passing the various tests required and did the 25 hours for the VW Fun Cup at Spa, I assume, that year. I think it was 2017. So actually just into now his 3rd season of motor racing. And no stranger to the 24H Endurance Series, having raced a Cup 1 BMW in 2017 for QSR Racing School. So what race was that at? Oh, he did COTA in 2017 in the number 154 BMW for QSR.
I like this coming in on RSL_studio from Simon Tibbett. Says, I thought I'd be cool and not sleep at all, but having not driven since 4 o'clock this morning, I've slowly crashed. Very much looking forward to a shower and bed this evening.
As it slowly trails off
into the distance.
I like that.
That's fantastic. Well done, Simon. Get yourself a cup of coffee and get back up. Nick Damon?
That sounds like Joe Bradley on the sat-nav. Joe, do I get off now? Joe, wake up. Do I get off now?
The mere fact that you put Joe Bradley in charge of navigation when he couldn't find his way to the front door of the apartment you were staying in a couple of years ago is just scary to me, Nick.
Very
just scary.
You need the middle lane here, says Joe. Which of the 3 would that be then, says Nick? And the middle lane is no longer the middle lane because that lane's gone off there now. Oh, no, we don't need this road. We don't need this road, I'm
But to
afraid.
be fair, Joe puts himself into the position where he has to be the navigator.
Because he always calls shotgun.
He always calls shotgun. I don't know
That's
why,
a good
but,
point. Yeah.
So I've got a question for Nick, because on a number of occasions people have told me that the HTP Motorsport, the man filter car, Mercedes, has got Bryce Bosey getting into it. But according to the screens that I've got, the data that's being given to me, Bryce Bosey hasn't yet driven the car. Now, he doesn't have to drive the car in order for the car to be qualified as a finisher. If he wants to score points in the Championship of the Continents, he does. But if you know, for the qualification of the car, Bryce will need to drive it. But
well, that's a proper task you've given him there.
Yeah, so Nick can go and find out
go and ask somebody
whether Bryce Bosey has been in the car or not yet. The 2 drivers who have to do the 12 hours between them, Alexander Pakavina and Martin Conrad, have done about 9 hours, but we'll keep an account on that for everybody else. And then
what did we find out about the 91 and the 25?
That's exactly the answer. I mean, the 25 is the man filter
of course
car.
it is, yes.
And the 91 car, Ralph Bone and Daniel Alleman, are the 2 AM drivers who have to do the 12 hours minimum driving between them, and they've done 9.5 of the 12 hours.
No way.
But
we've got a problem, Paul, for the leading AM A6 car. It's the target car. It's on the back straight. It's moving slowly. Stefano Constantini, who's been doing a great job coming to the end of his stint. He's been out there for 1 hour and 42 minutes. He was in the darkness hours as well, and he has done some cracking driving, but that is a Lamborghini that I don't think is running on all 10 cylinders. It may not be running on any cylinders at all, and the door of opportunity in AM opens for HTP Motorsport and Indy Donchi, who is just a couple of laps further back, and all of a sudden it's all going to start happening. Yep, the Lambo's ground to a halt. It's going to need recovery. Cars going back past so quickly. Let's go down. Surely we're going to get a code 60 here. Nick Damon, meantime, has been into the 25 pit for the Mercedes-Benz and says...
well, I started off by asking Martin Conrad, and Martin said, well, ask Bryce yourself, because Bryce was sitting down behind. I said, Bryce, why aren't you driving? And he said, I think you should ask those in the pit wall. It's a very long explanation.
So he hasn't driven?
He hasn't driven, he's not driving, he's not happy. But, you know... Who knows? Let's not speculate.
That sounds like a bit of a domestic. You don't want to get involved
domestic,
there.
Perhaps check not clearing. Who knows?
Let's not move. Let's not discuss that. The Lamborghini is off to driver's left at about the 100-metre mark, which doesn't exist anymore. That went a long time ago.
Yeah.
A huge amount of Hankook pick up there, and through again has gone Indy Donchi, and that, I reckon's put him, he's on the same lap now, so is he on the same lap? Is he still one lap back? This might well be. Oh my goodness. As Indy Donchi in the bright yellow man-filtered car picks his way past the 101 bright orange Seat and the 802 BMW GT4 car. Is this Donchi pitting? Yes, it is. He's pulling into the pit lane now, so Nick Damon is in exactly the right place. The Lambo has moved 10 feet, Johnny, but that's all.
Yeah. The wheel track's pretty obvious because it sort of picked up all of that loose Hankook marbles.
Arty love.
Yeah, so you can easily track its progress, and it's very slight indeed. So the 12 car is firing somehow. He must have done a reset, Costantini. But Stefano still leading just about as the car that was about to take the lead in A6 Am has pitted, Nick.
Indeed, the 25 car, Indy Donchi gets out, Martin Conrad gets in, having a quick shifty at the brakes on the front left-hand side. Brakes have taken a hammering this week for some reason, not tyres. The driver change is still going on. Behind me, the Grasser Lamborghini came past, as did the BWT Audi. Now that's about 7 seconds longer than it needed to be from when they kind of finished what they were doing, or should have finished what they're doing, to releasing the car. So that's not cool. The acrid smoke coming off, that's appalling. So we're into another rotation, and I expect we're going to see people like Scuderia Praha and the leading 88 car very soon.
No full course 60 or code purple. The pickup truck is there for the tour. Now I've got a question, Paul. If you get towed back in, do you lose that lap that you were on?
In theory, yes, you do, but I'm not quite sure whether the timing screen does that. I'll have to check.
Right, okay.
So next time there's a car being towed in, I'll watch it come across and see if the stream does it. I mean, it certainly sends a trigger that pit in has been passed.
Yes.
So you might actually be credited with the lap. Because the problem with doing that is that you may be coming in from somewhere else and taking the service roads or a shortcut. So I haven't actually ever watched the screen as it comes across to see if it increases the lap counter number.
Second place car is in the pits, and Nick Dim is watching Dries Van Toor. Is he getting out?
He's out. Very quick stop. The Mercedes guy should look at that, because they even managed to get 2 seconds of fluid in the back of the car, of oil. I was walking down, so I didn't see who got in. Van Toor has got out. Not seeing a setup.
That was a cracking stint from Dries Van Toor. I reckon if you look at his averages on Paul's machinery, I reckon he'd have been the quickest guy if his averages through that stint. He was peppering the 159s in. Yes, really, really good. I've been impressed with Dries.
And he's been closing the gap for all the time that he's been in the car between himself and the 88 car collection car. Ferrari is also in the number 11 Scuderia Praha car, as is the Grasser Lamborghini Mark Ineichen with the number 63 car. On the rotation, I fancy it should be Chris Meese getting into the WRT to answer that question.
Dries Van Toor out of the second place car as the number 12 Lamborghini gets a tow from the Ford pickup truck. They've gone all the way out to the far side of the circuit at turn 10. I'm just going to pause for a second before I go down to Nick, because I'm not entirely certain. Has he got that restarted? Have they given him a bit of a bump, a tow start? Because they're not going to get him back to the pits from there. They're on the wrong side of the track. And this is still the leader in A6 Am. And that's why this is important, because we haven't seen the 25 come back around again. They've unfastened the tour up. Let's keep an eye on that as Dries Van Toor is with Nick Damon. This is an odd one, but I think this is the leader just being abandoned here. Nick, go ahead.
Dries, another great couple of hours stint there, but it's very hard to gain on the other Audi, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think we're evenly matched. In the beginning, they put their AM driver in, so they put me in, and I pushed as hard as I could from lap 1, and we could get the gap down a little bit, but then they put Rick back in the car, so yeah, then it was evenly matched again. At the end, I could get a couple seconds out of it again as well, but yeah, I used a bit of too much my tires in the beginning of the stint, so it was a bit sliding at the end, but it was good fun.
Was it frustrating, those code 60s at the start?
Yeah, it was, because, you know, we have two gold drivers in our car, so we have to really maximize our 12 hours, and it's frustrating when I get in me or Christopher get in the car, and it's straight away a code 60. But anyway, that's how it is. That's racing. So yeah, that's how it has to go.
Thanks, Dries.
25 HTP bright yellow and green car, Johnny, out of the pits. Yeah. And it's got Rolf. No, it hasn't. It's got Martin Conrad at the wheel of that car. And I reckon as it comes by next time, it will take the lead of A6 Arm. The 12 car still Stefano Constantini has not been brought back to the pits. This has taken rather a long time. And meantime, the overall leader, Rick Breukers, is at the feet of Nick Damon.
And he's staying aboard. So Rick not getting out the car. He's getting 4 new boots, and we're getting some fuel. But Rick is going to extend himself to the full 2 hours he's able to run. He will just trundle down. You'll see him swipe right. Such an effective way of getting fuel. So interesting, they're not changing drivers at the 88 Car Collection Motorsport.
Of course, they don't have to, because Rick Breukers, as Dries was just describing to you, got into the car when Dimitri Parhofer got out. And of course, Dries got in whilst Dimitri was in the car. So Dries had to get out because he was getting to the end of his driving time, whereas Rick, as you say, can go up to another 2 hours. Dries does himself down a little bit because over the course of the stint, he did gain 9 seconds on Rick. Yeah, I mean, when the gap is over a minute, or in fact it's over a lap, he's a lap behind. Taking 9 seconds isn't going to really make much of a difference, but it does show how hard Dries was trying.
Keeps the pressure on, though, Paul.
Keeps the pressure on, yeah, absolutely does.
What I can't tell you at the moment, because it would appear Scotty has beamed it up, is where the 12 car has gone. It was towed all the way to the end of the back straight and then off to driver's left, and now it's disappeared.
It's supposed to be coming to the pit lane rather than to the scrutineering bay. That message being sent to the team.
It's not within the racing surface at the moment, yes, so it must be on an access road.
Right.
So that's a bit of an odd one.
It is somewhat.
I've got the binoculars out and I can't see it anywhere near whereby it went. I did see a repositioning of a safety vehicle down there, and I wondered if they've handed it off to someone else for them to tow it back, and that's why they were unhooking that car. And there's another pickup truck which has got fire retardant equipment just heading over towards turn 10 and pulling up there next to the safety vehicle. No, that's gone straight through, and that does not have a Lamborghini on the back of it. So I presume it's coming outside of the circuit, but contra-race down the return road to driver's left on the back straight, and then it'll pop through the tunnel somewhere. More problems. A spin for the 916. That was the car on pole many hours ago for the 991 Cup class. That's Philippe Decombe on his outlap. Called Hankooks there, Philippe. And without any assistance at all, just tried to take too much speed. Yeah, into turn 11. It's a tricky little one, that one. And the back end of the car proving that you can't argue with physics.
The answer to the A6AM class driving time question, 91, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the AM drivers have done 9 hours and 35 minutes, which means they have 2 hours and 25 minutes still to drive in the remaining.
More than half of what's left.
Exactly. So they've got to do 50% altogether. They just keep going at the same pace. And in fact, Krasnikova and Martin Conrad, the two drivers of the number 25 car, have done a little bit more driving than that, so they can afford to be a little more or a little bit less conservative is probably the best way to put it. And of course they've still got the legend that is Bernd Schneider sitting around in his slippers somewhere waiting to get into the car once he's had his Sunday lunch.
Lead change at A6AM has happened. Martin Conrad now in front in the number 25 HTP Motorsport Mercedes and up to 7th place in the GT Series standings.
And that's a perfect timing that Johnny should say that, because Nick is down in the 25 pit. Martin Conrad in that car, which means Nick can speak to his teammate.
With Indy Donji. Indy, you've just taken the lead in A6AM. It's been a long time, but the team's finally come together.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. We had a really long night. Our guys, our amateurs, having a really tough period now. They're struggling a bit, so I had to jump in. And now we're in the lead, so it's really good, looking well. And hopefully we can keep it like this, still 4 long hours.
What was the cause of the struggle? Was it the traffic, the visibility in the dark, or why was it particularly a problem now?
I think for the guys it's pretty hard to keep the consistency for themselves, and especially physically they're struggling a lot. So yeah, I help them through and try to get them to the finish.
And of course you've still got Bernd Schneider to go at some point.
Yeah, we still have our joker, so we can always put Bernd in the car, the legendary Meister.
Indy, thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, 5-time German touring car champion Bernd Schneider, but also many other accolades, including plenty of success in GT3 racing, and he's done an awful lot of development work on the GT4 version of the Mercedes AMG as well. Was out effectively testing that in the Spa 12 hours in 2017. That was prior to homologation.
And besides all that, he's actually a really nice bloke.
He is, I know.
He's brilliant.
Who would have thought it, eh? Someone who was so successful and, well, he's also a great chap to sit down and have a coffee with. And many, many stories from such an esteemed career, which continues on. He's only 54.
57.
I don't know. Anyway, 188.
Oh,
188, smoking. It's Tom Boonen, the road cycling ace. And the car has had contact. Where's that smoke coming from? Front left corner, maybe? Or,
yeah, it is.
Or is it the cockpit?
Oh, you might be right. I think
got
that
the
is
window
coming
down.
out of the cockpit. He's heading down the hill towards 14. And that is coming from inside the car, definitely.
Man, that cannot be a pleasant environment for Tom Boonen in the AC Motorsport Audi that leads the TCE race.
Tom Boonen, used in his early sporting career to 2 wheels, not 4, 5 times the winner of Paris-Roubaix, and he's got the door open to try and get some air in. That's a smart piece of driving. How can he see out the windscreen? That
I don't think he can.
Oh, that is horrible in there.
Visor up, peering out of the driver's door. It's partially open. Is that a dashboard?
He's got to get across the track, but I'm not sure how he can see anything there. He's done that really well. And right rear is the problem. That is rubbing up against the wheel arch, and it must be getting sucked back in the car. The green number 1 means he's leading not only his class, but the TCE series standings. And Nick Damon, you've got a guy doing sort of Terry Grant stunts. Martin Schenker used to do this. Actually, he used to virtually stand on the roof if he'd won Rallycross. And he's coming down towards you. Tom Boonen, the former professional cyclist, brings the 188 in with smoke pouring from inside and outside the car.
And the fire tender has come to join the party. That is not tyre smoke. That is actually coming though. It's on fire, massive fire at the rear. right near where the fuel is, but I'm wondering whether that actually started. It's a fire with a glow, which is more of an oil fire. I think that's pickup that's caught fire.
Yeah.
It may have not igniter, but that is certainly a lot of the burning there was rubber pickup, but what initially set it off was a large amount of scorch on the body valve. Oh, that's very accurate. Behind where the fuel pump, where the fuel tank would be, but actually they're using that aperture for the air jacks. No obvious sign of anything leaking, to be honest.
Nick, here's another leader in TCR and TCE who's had an issue whilst leading that class.
Let me see if I can have a chat with Tom.
Time for that car, yes. Tom Boonen is out of the car. He's done a great job to get back.
I think he needs a bit of time to compose himself. It's obviously a lot harder to get out of a TCR car that's having a problem than a bicycle. Oh, you don't want to, it's very, very acrid when you breathe in the...
Try not to do that. That's the second time that car has had a problem, as Paul rightly says, while it has been leading.
I think they're going to try and recover it. I don't think this is it, because I don't think where the fire was is not where there's loads of electrics. The Audi man just waved going, no, 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 no.
Fabian Dance has gone through for Autorama.
John, there has been a failure in the suspension on the rear right. Now that's crabbed. I think that's crabbed. That's then caused the heat build-up. That heat build-up has ignited the rubber pickup, and that's what's caused the fire.
I think there was. There might have been contact on that right rear, Nick. That's what was my original thought when I saw the.
It would be to the tyre. There is no damage to the bodywork at all, but the rear, well, either the lower wishbone mount or the toe link mount is broken. I mean, I know the rear end of these cars isn't. I don't think they have double wishbone rear ends on these TCRs, do they? They have a
lot of heat, though, Nick. I mean, it's burnt off the livery wrap. So the 112 car comes through and will be scored as the leader.
It's already in the lead because it's gone past the car that's in the pit lane. So as long as it gets past the finish line,
which it's just
will do. The key thing now is whether it can maintain second place, because it's over a quarter of an hour until the third place car will catch up. So it might have a chance of maintaining second place if they can get on with it. I reckon it will be about 16 or 17 minutes before the next car up, which is the Baz Kooten Racing Cupra, car number 125, which has had its own litany of problems during the event.
Nick, what were we talking about at breakfast? Suspension issues. On all shapes, sizes and classes of cars.
The really strange thing, last year, all we talked about was punctures. I am absolutely certain the Hankook tyre is the same this year as last year. We'll confirm that with Manfred when I see him. But now, obviously the teams have gone, right, we need to sort out the problem with the tyres, and they just transferred the loads to suspension. We've had so many suspension problems and the odd brake issue. But tyres, I can only remember, I think one, or possibly two punctures caused by just being a puncture, not by something else going wrong.
999 had one, but you don't know if they've run over debris. That's the thing, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, we had one for one of the TCR cars, but he'd milled away the entire inside of his alloy wheel because the caliper come loose.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a good one. That's always good.
So, yeah, well, they are now working on the 188, but it's a big job, because the first thing they're going to do is clear up all the fire extinguishers and then work out what to do next.
And that is Joe Bradley, who ran British touring car teams in Clio Cup teams. That's the job for the apprentices. So they'll be doing that. So a new leader, Johnny, in the TCE category. Still a yellow flag at turn 12, which is way up at the top of the hill. And let me see if I can pick something up there. Oh, another problem behind the wall.
It's another class leader, 603.
603. It's
the A3 class leader.
That's the BMW E46 from GR Motorsport. And he's coming down the hill. That's exactly the same place that we first saw the problem for Tom Bowman. He pulls out on the track and very nearly into the path of a fast-moving Porsche. Now, who's behind the wheel of that car? Because they're not really concentrating on what's going on.
It's Geert Houthoeft for GR Motorsport, the E46 BMW.
Leader in TCE in to soak up a penalty.
Yeah.
The Autorama machine.
Relatively short one, though, for Fabian Dance, and now he can head down towards the team, and it's only a stone's throw away from the penalty box. So they've got a lap clear now of Tom Boonen's car, which is still in the garage, and the main job for those guys at AC Motorsport is just to clear all of the extinguishant off the car now, and from virtually all of the cockpit, with the walls of the cockpit covered in this film now, which is very difficult to get off and make it suitable for a driver to take position once again.
Checks on the rear suspension on the 112. Now that shares the same suspension componentry as the Audi that you've just seen have a problem. They're built in the same Seat Sport factory. And here's the 12 Lamborghini in the pit lane, and it drove there.
It did.
Nick Tierman is there.
It's under its own power. There's absolutely no indication of any damage. In fact, it's one of the most pristine cars. Entire track got a little bit of scuffage at the front, but nothing dangerous. But
That's a 23-minute lap there, Nick.
I've no idea why that is, because you look at that car, you say, oh, it looks great. Everything's
This is
great
the
with that
car that stopped on the back straight when it was leading A6 Am, was towed out to the edge of the circuit, and now has magically reappeared.
They've done a driver change.
And the lap has been counted.
Constantini's got out. There's been a driver change. You can see who got in. It was one of the amateur drivers. It wasn't the super fast Dane who to put the thing onto pole. Not Dennis. It was Dennis Lynn. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's.
And just to finish up with something that we were talking about earlier, Nick. Paul has just informed me that the lap that he was towed was cancelled as the 603.
It was counted.
It was counted. Sorry, it did count. Okay,
but it was 11 times the length of any other standard lap.
603 has ground to a halt. It looked like he'd got it going again, but not for a full lap. And he went past the pits as well and went round again. Wow, unbelievable. We normally have a happy hour early in the morning, but we've had a daft half hour or a little bit more. I just want to go back to the point that we were making earlier on. I did say that the Volkswagen and the Audi were built in the same Seat Sport factory, and they are. That wasn't a mistake. The Cupras, the Volkswagen and the Audi TCRs are all assembled there, supported by their own customer racing from the different brands, of course, but they are essentially the same. I think it's the MQB platform, which is the medium-sized, the B-segment car of Volkswagen AG, and therefore they share a lot of componentry. And having been just a couple of pits down, Johnny, from that Audi, by the way, the BMW 603 is moving again, from the Tom Boonen Audi, it would seem sensible that they would have a look at the rear end of that car.
Especially because the 112 has such an advantage over the third place car of Bas Couten's Cupra, the Loic Hartog-driven 125. We talked about Dance taking the lead. He's now ahead of Tom Boonen, and assuming that 188 car is not going to return to the race in hurried fashion, then they've got something like 15 minutes to play with. Why not check the rear suspension when they've got the opportunity to?
Well, that 112 car, I think, is still in the pit, and Nick is there. That's been a long stop.
Yeah, but that's what's called good team management, because they've pulled the car in. They've not checked what they've done. Look, they haven't checked the rear suspension. They've taken all the pickup out, because that's what caused the fire.
Brilliant.
So there's about half a tyre of pickup that's come out. They also took the opportunities to film the vast. This is the amount of pickup that came out of the car. If you rolled it together, you get just less than a football, probably a netball worth of rubber pickup there that's come out of the. That was what caught fire on the 188 after the problem with the rear suspension. And they also put a litre of oil in as well. So good motor.
I bet they top the washer bottles up and charge them 15 quid for it as well, because that's what normally happens down the garage, doesn't it? The BMW that I think Johnny still leads. It had quite a lead over the Colin White Ginetta, that BMW.
It's an A3 class car, so it's actually fine. The two Lotus.
The two Lotus, of course it is. Yeah. My apologies. It has finally decided to come in to the pit lane after a stop-start lap of much excitement is Bigger Bend.
Yeah.
Bigger Bend is much exciting, I think was the actual quote. In comes the blue, white and red Beamer, one of the older cars in the race.
Yeah, got quite a bit more white on it than when it started the race because of all that tack tape that's been applied. Looking rather dog-eared now as the 603, but that's what we like, a car that's been put through the mill overnight and is still leading its class, 12th position in the TCE Series race. So door is opened, maybe a quick conversation with Geert Houthoeft and maybe a word of advice as well. It's not like Geert's going to get out of the car, so he will stay. Oh, having said that, no, one foot is dangled out and now the rest of his body appears, so that'll be the end of stint for the 603 driver and new pilot being prepared. It might have come in actually on a relatively short call for the team. They probably weren't expecting it down at GNR Motorsport, but they have Carlo van Dosselaer to call on, and also Danny van Dosselaer, and two other drivers as well, potentially too.
We're live from trackside at the Dubai Autodrome. It's Paul Truswell, Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh in the booth, and Nick Damon in the pits, and our coverage of the final 4 hours of the 2019 Hankook 24H at Dubai starts next.
Hard work going on the 603 BMW, which has just come in from the Class A3 lead. They do have a significant advantage over Stefano D'Aste's Lotus Elise Cup, so can afford to take as long as they need to, really, to recover or to repair the problem with this BMW. It ground to a halt at least once on that lap. I think it was twice in total, and did manage to limp down pit lane under its own steam. But this is just the latest of many dramas to hit the A3 field, because Lotus 634 and 633 have had all sorts of problems to try and solve on the fly. 40 laps separate the two Lotuses, and then another over 50 laps is the gap then to the A3 class leader. Big drama as well in the last 10 minutes in the TCE battle for the lead. It's amongst 6 TCR cars, and Yannick Mettler, who's just taken over the Fabian Dance Volkswagen Golf, is now back into the race. But a clever bit of work just been done outside the garage of Autorama Motorsport, trying to prevent a problem rather than needing to cure it. And this was something that was alerted to them by another car, the Audi AC Motorsport machine, we think with a suspension difficulty, which created heat around the wheel bearing.
And that's the car from which they took the lead, of course.
Yes,
after
it is.
Yeah.
And with tyre pickup building up on the 188 car, all that heat on the rear right wheel, or rear right tyre hub and bearing, has created a fire which then engulfed Tom Boonen in the cockpit. The 188 had to come in. Tremendous driving halfway out the door for Tom Boonen just to see where he was going, and the car had little choice but to concede the lead to Yannick Mettler. So the 112 Volkswagen now leads from the 188 Audi, but that is still being worked on and remains in the garage. Has something like a 15... it's much less than that, actually, now. Only 4-lap advantage over Ronnie Yost.
It was a 15-minute cushion when he first came in.
But he's been in there for 10 minutes, so it's probably down to about 5 now. And it remains to be seen who will take the 188 car back out again, if indeed it does reappear. But, yeah, down to only 4 laps now, the gap back to Ronnie Yost in the 125. Baz Kooten Racing Cupra. The red Camel Jordan's Cooper is 4th, car 101, ahead of another Audi RS3, the one run by TFT, Kokomo and TLRT, that's car 154. They in turn lead the 100 Team Work Motorsport Audi. The Fun M Motorsport BMW in Cup 1 is that class leader, 802, from the 840 Duvo Racing entry. 9th position, and formerly in the podium positions, the JW Bird Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, and completing the 10 in the TCE series, Zhengdu Motorsports Cupra number 133. 11th place, the Vortex V8 Scirocco, car 301, ahead of the BMW E46, which has had all the problems of late and still sits in the pit lane. Car 603 brought in by Geert Houthoeft from the GR Motorsport crew, the all Belgian driving lineup. 5 of them have been piloting the 603 at various points. They're still hanging on to the Class A3 lead. CWS Engineering is another SP3 car. That car's second in that division. KCMG, Honda Civic long out of the race, but the 2 Lotus PB Racing Elises are back into it. And then we are into firm retirements. The LMS Racing Audi RS3 number 129 and the AMAG first century Porsche Ticino didn't even get the chance to start the event. In the GT series, it's Car Collection Motorsport here this weekend with 3 cars, but their A6 Pro entry leads the way with young man Rick Brokers, only 20 years old, back at the wheel. We're 2 laps away from the 500 milestone. Michael Vergers in second position for MS7 by WRT, so 2 Audi R8s first and second. And then it is the 11 Matteo Magliucelli driven Ferrari 488 for Scuderia Praha. 4th place for the bright green Lamborghini Huracan of GRT Grasser Racing Team. KCMG's Nissan GTR is 5th ahead of the sole surviving Attempto Racing Audi number 99. 7th place for the newish A6 AM leader, HTP Motorsport, benefiting from difficulties for the former class leader, car number 12, the Target Racing Huracan, which has slipped out of the top 3 now in A6 AM. So here's your top 3 as it stands, 25, 91 and 34. They are 7th, 9th and 10th in the GT series overall. Team Porsche Centre Hong Kong, number 92, is 11th, ahead of a recovering Target Racing Huracan. That car is back out on track now with Alex Autumn at the wheel. SPX is still being led by the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, number 710, from the 990 MRS GT Racing Porsche. And the 991 class leader is still the dual racing car of the 3 Mutrans and Charlie Eastwood. Completing the 20, the second place car number 991 in the 991 class. That's the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten entry. 21st, Christopher Zerkling in the MRS GT Racing Porsche, 3rd in class for that particular car. 4th in class is the 911. And 3rd in SPX, Jean-Michel Jerome in the Speed Lover Porsche. That car's 23rd. From 25th down to 30th in the GT series, it's GT4 cars, and the ERC Sport Machine from England is currently leading that, car 405. It's a Mercedes-Benz. Now a BMW second, though, in GT4. One of a number of MRS GT racing cars here this weekend. That's 426, which has got ahead of the QSR Mercedes. Zorg Rennsport come next ahead of Century Motorsport, and it's the VDS Racing Adventures Mark that completes the top 30 in the GT series. Other cars to point out to you include the A6 AM number 33, which is another one of the car collection cars. And Dragon Racing, you think that's retired, 33? Oh, yes. I think that one came in with a front right wheel, which was no longer rotating.
After contact with the CP Racing.
85.
I remember sitting and eating some breakfast thinking something not quite right there with only three wheels going round on the wagon. The Dragon Racing Mercedes completes the top 40, so that is 11th position in GT4. Well, that's also a car.
I don't know if we're going to see that one again either, Dragon Racing.
Of the race, last to drive it, Phil Quaife. And all I'm seeing beyond that on our timing screens is the letter P next to names, the exception being the 246 KTM Crossbow, which at the moment is being driven by Benjamin Mazatis, and that's the Writer Engineering KTM Crossbow that had the fire in the opening hour and steadily working its way back into the top 50 now. So 246 is running, but the cars immediately above it and below it on our graphic are not, sadly. Arnaud Gomez last to drive the Vortex 1.0, and these last 5 of a 55 car entry long gone.
My calculation out of the 74 that start says that 20 have retired.
That's a big percentage, an unusually big percentage.
And it's happened in the last 2 to 3 hours. Now, there may be cars that are in the garages which have been worked on for 2 to 3 hours, which I'm assuming we're not going to see again, but which we might.
As the 969 Porsche now has trouble at turn 9, which is just coming out onto the back straight, but that looks like a tool will do the job as well. That's one of the Cup cars, of course, that particular machine, and that car sitting in 31st position, 6th in class for Lucas Marron. And the Tour hitch being attached. Love the way these marshals go about their business, completely unflustered. They've been really, really impressive this year, and I really want to compliment particularly the first marshals on scene at the all of them, all of our marshals this weekend, but particularly ones that were first on scene at the burning Honda KCMG. They attacked that immediately with handheld fire extinguishers, clearly not sure whether the driver was out or not, but they put themselves in harm's way there and did a really, really good job of containing the flames enough so the driver could get out and wait for the fire tender to get there.
And how quickly was the fire tender there, John? I mean, it was, you said 90 seconds, I think, at the time. It seemed like less than a lap.
It's extraordinary.
So it was in exactly where it needed to be, when it was needed to be there.
Into the pit lane just a moment ago. Came Ramzi Moutran in the dual racing Porsche 991 Cup leader. That's a Cup 1 version of that particular car. The car's gone to fuel and has been taken out by Nabil Moutran. And Joe Bradley is with the car. It's in 18th position. Good morning, Joe. Welcome back.
Good morning, guys. I'm going to complete the trio because I've got Sammy here, the third of the brothers. Ramsey brought the car in. Nabil's gone out. The 950 Porsche is going round and round. I don't want to say anything else. Tell us, summarise the race so far, Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing what we do. We talk about it all the time. It's this race, especially Dubai, not just endurance racing. There's something about Dubai. It's about staying out of trouble. It's about it's about going around and trying to stay out of trouble, keep as consistent as you can. And through the night, we've managed to do that. It's been a really interesting race. Less cars on the grid, but you know, we've done this one 10 odd times now, and it just feels like there's been a little bit more, I hate the word, but carnage. It just feels like the driving standard has been a little bit, everyone's in a bit too much of a rush, and it's unfortunate because there's a bit more space on track, and we could have had a bit of an easier ride of it. We've managed to stay away from most of it, and you know, we are where we are.
I think everyone came into this race, from when I talked to guys, expecting carnage from the very off. That didn't happen. We kind of bedded this race in, didn't we, Ramsey? And then we saw people perhaps becoming a little bit overconfident. Is that what you think that we found out there?
Yeah, I think so. And also I mean, there's big driver lineups, right? Every car's got an experienced person and less experienced person. And it became really obvious. Some people had not driven enough at night here, and they didn't know where they were going, and their braking points were missed totally, and they couldn't tell if it's a GT3 behind them or a slower car. And it's just felt like a little bit lack of experience on this circuit at night. I mean, recommendation would be more time at night, especially before they're allowed to get into the really fast cars. When you got a GT3 that misses its points and goes straight off the track, and you've got to turn out because he's on the inside of you and he's about to take you out. It's not right, you know. These guys they're very powerful, very, very important machines, and very expensive machines. You shouldn't be playing with them like that.
Yeah, absolutely, but we tend to. You guys have come back with dual racing. You won the team's championship 2015, am I right? And 16. You've got the band back together. I see Jules Westwood winning everything for you guys, because endurance racing's won on the pit wall. Is pretty much the same team that won the championship with you guys?
It's pretty much all the same guys, yeah. Had to change the driver lineup a little bit this year. You know, Jules back on the wall. We've got young Charlie Eastwood in the car. He's been rapid, I think I would say, and consistent. It's been a great addition to the team. So yeah, it's just But we're going back to what we do. We came out to have fun, came out to enjoy ourselves as a family. We got, like I said, we always say, you know, whole family's here with us, and we're just loving the weekend, really.
Yeah, so, question, guys. Are you coming back?
Cheers, thank you.
Are we coming back? Are we coming back to Dubai next year? Definitely.
No, the rest of the season. There's lots more races this year.
I think the plan is to try and do a little bit more this year, as it always is, but, you know, said it to you earlier at the weekend, life is getting in the way a little bit, and, you know, whether we have to take another season of a bit of a hiatus, we might do. We'll regroup after the next couple of hours are out of the way and focus on those for now and then see what we do.
That's far too grown up for you, boys. Come on. Thanks, guys. Great to talk to you. See you guys. I'm not going to say anything more to the Mootrans because I don't want to jinx anything. I did hear you guys make, John, I think it was, said the quote, "Many bigger bend is exciting." But you didn't mention who actually said that. Do you want to hazard a guess? Or do you know?
Well, John's gone now, and I don't want to hazard a guess because I'll get it wrong. Go on, do you want to put people out of their misery?
It was René Arnoux at the Oostenrijk ring in 1983 in the turbocharged Ferrari.
That's good knowledge,
Many
Joe.
bigger bend was exciting in those days.
Absolutely right. Thank you, Joe Bradley, and go and see if you can have a word with Sammy and Nabil Moutran about getting them out again, maybe for Mugello, because the good thing is that's not till the end of March. There's loads of time to put in the preparation necessary and allow normal life to take its place too, because they've got well over a month to get a car organised for that. And the thing is, at the end of this event, all the cars are loaded back into the big metal containers, put on a ship, and it takes them a while to get back to their various homes. And then you can start to think about when to get the car sent to Mugello. But some of these teams, probably the bulk of these teams, are based in Europe, so much less of a complicated journey to get them to Tuscany for the final weekend of March. That'll be a split race, a 12-hour race, but a portion of it held on the Friday afternoon and the rest of it throughout Saturday. I think traditionally it's a 4 hours plus an 8 hours, so 4 hours Friday, 8 hours on the Saturday, and you can all be home for Sunday afternoon, which is a very pleasant way to go motor racing. The number 91 car heading out of turn 12, being chased by the 88, but on very different laps. It's Alfred Renauer in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and he has Rick Brokers almost for company there, who of course leads the GT series, so there will be blue flags being waved in the direction of Mr. Renauer fairly shortly. And it is the gap at the moment between the top two, a little over a lap between Brokers and Vergers.
Stefan Mucker, possibly the man to watch at the moment, car number 9. He's been given a time penalty for exceeding track limits at the final turn. We haven't actually been told on that message how long the time penalty will be, but he has been given that penalty, so that will have to be taken sometime within the next 2 hours. But he is closing in on Martin Conrad up ahead of him. Martin Conrad, he probably won't be too bothered because he's only interested in the A6 AM class, and Stefan Mucker is in an A6 Pro Audi. So if Martin Conrad has his wits about him, which I'm sure he will have, he'll just wave Stefan past. He's about 30 seconds behind at the moment, and on that last lap, Stefan lapping a couple of seconds quicker than Martin Conrad was doing. Martin, who's taken the car over from Indy Dontje, as he and Alexander Krakowina have to carry on doing about 50% of the race from here on into the end in order to get their minimum driving time up to the required 12 hours over the course of the 24.
Stefan Mucker certainly not wasting any time through turn 16 there, getting the car very wide indeed on the exit, all 4 wheels over the white line, and plenty of opposite lock required as well to get the car straightened up. And the rear wing, the giant GT3 rear wing that is on the back of, well, any of these GT3 cars, Mercedes, Audi, Lamborghini, but it looked like it was just some lateral movement for that car, for the car's rear wing from its 2 very strong struts, and it's actually strung onto the car from above. They are struts that go straight up into the air and then do a kind of full hairpin 180-degree loop.
Swan necks.
Is that what they call them?
I think they call them swan necks.
Swan neck rear wing struts, which do mean that you just get very slight on the straight, and particularly over the curve, you get the sort of very slight left to right movement of the rear wing, but that's all part of the design, I'm sure.
The idea is that it leaves the lower face of the wing without any obstruction on it, because it's the lower face of the wing over which air must flow more quickly in order to make the downforce work properly.
Right.
Because that's the longer face of the wing.
Yes, okay, but the greater pressure is coming on the upper face.
No, yes, the greater pressure is coming on the upper face. The vacuum is being formed underneath, and you want to get everything out of the way of the place where the
you're trying to channel more air underneath than on top, and that's what sucks the car down to the ground
and make it go faster. The idea is that faster moving air is at a lower pressure than slower moving air.
It's all clever stuff, isn't it?
It was all taught in physics at some point. I can't quite remember now. It was a long time ago. Did we ever mention that Red Camel Jordans were into third place in TCE? I think
no.
It was kind of inevitable that it was going to happen, and it has happened, with Tom Boonen's AC Motorsport Audi still being decoked in the garages. So that's allowed the 101 Red Camel Jordans. Cody Hill is currently at the wheel of that car, and Cody is 2 laps behind the Baz Kooten Cupras. So Cupras were nowhere earlier on in this race, were they? But they're now second and third in the TCE race, with a little over 3.5 hours still remaining. And talking of Tom Boonen, that car has now left the pit lane, the AC Motorsport Audi. It was up at the fueling area, which was kind of why it brought to my attention, because I couldn't see it in the garage, and we should be able to see it from here. Gilles Magnus has taken over the driving of the 188 car, and the pit stop for the car after that very disappointing and rather awkward moment, I suppose. They finally got it back out into the race after a stop of 32 minutes. So they had a cushion of 16. They needed twice that to get it out again. And as a result of that, they are now 10 laps behind the class leader, or the race leader in the TCE Series race.
Issue not sorted, though, because the outlap is very, very slow indeed, and Gilles already opening the door to try and get some air circulation in the cockpit, but he's being overtaken right and left by other TCR cars, i.e. cars in its class, and it's probably at about half speed of those that it's trying to catch up with.
I wonder whether that's just air vents within the car which are still blocked or something, because from what was being described to us, the car had all of the rubber moved away, but maybe there is still a problem, and clearly there is still a problem with the car.
Well, I just wonder whether this is just an exploratory lap after all the work on the 188. They're just seeing you know, whether that has improved things and to what extent. And then Gilles, after one lap, will come back in again and report to the team. But towards turn 6 and 7, the door needing to be opened. This was the initial problem for Tom Boonen. Actually looking pretty chilled getting out, remembering to unplug the various cables that attach his radio and other things. And sadly for one of his crew, getting an eyeful there of extinguishant at the back of the Audi 188, and Tom Boonen not able to chat to Nick Damon immediately because he just needed to take a gulp of oxygen and calm himself down. Did such a good job of getting the car back again. It's an issue that struck about halfway round the lap, so had to take it very gingerly indeed around the rest of that route towards the pits, and had no chance at all of seeing out from the cockpit through the windscreen, so instead opened the door and was peering the other side of the A-pillar. A brave effort from Tom Boonen, the multiple champion in road cycling racing. Oh, and a big crash for the 991 NKPP Porsche, which has left bits of the front end of that 991 class car all around the tyre wall. That's quite early on in the lap, turn 4. Gijs Bessem it is at the wheel of that car, and that's surely a retirement because the radiator, I think, has been stripped out of that machine. And it's just on the approach to the S's at turns 5 and 6, but you're going at a fair old rate at that point of the oval circuit. Obviously, we're using the full Grand Prix circuit this weekend, but that little chunk of the Dubai Autodrome configuration, labelled the kidney or the peanut circuit, purely because of its shape from above, and the car has been spat off at turn 4, I think.
Yeah.
Into the barrier. Yeah, we've come back on again. Thankfully, it didn't rejoin the track properly and then get walloped for a second time, and that's very good news to see Gijs Bessem clambering out of the car, but he's a little bit disorientated, no doubt a bit winded as well. He will have felt that.
Was second in 991, did you say that? Yeah.
I didn't say where he was in position, no.
Yeah, so second in the 991 class, behind the dual racing car from the Mutrans 950, and their margin over, they got, yeah, not that it was going to make any difference, but they had a 5-lap advantage over the next car up in that class, one of the MRS GT Racing 991 Porsches.
Fluid pouring from the front of the car. That's bound to be coolant from now, I think, missing radiator, if not entirely stripped from the car. It's been plucked out on one side. Engine in the back quite clearly because it's a Porsche Cup car, but the bonnet is rippled that far up. I bet you can't even see out anymore from where Gijs Bessem was sitting a moment or two ago. Doctor very quickly with Gijs though. Adrenaline still pumping through the body, so I'm sure initially he'll say, I'm absolutely fine. But the paramedics and the doctor, I think, that's just got out of that safety pickup, would far rather him to come back to the medical centre. So he'll be taken to the ambulance purely as a precautionary measure and given the once-over in the on-site medical centre. But that 991 car from NKPP, who have made the move to the 991 class from the TCR division last year and in previous years, that surely is now out of the race. And from second position, as Paul quite rightly says, in the class, this will give Nabil Moutran, who's driving the dual racing Porsche, even more breathing space. And Christopher Zirkling set to become the man to benefit, who is currently in third. Joe Bradley asking me a question off air. You might even be able to ask it me on air now, but...
just wondering if he was on an outlap.
Yeah, good question.
Just see one of his teammates just sort of as though he's in cool-down mode.
Not according to our screen, but it might have been quite early on in the stint. Paul will be able to let us know about that. The 991 car, if it had been in for a pit stop recently,
10
could
laps
have been on
10 laps he'd done.
I was about to say relatively new tyres, but they will have been at least 10 laps old and might even be double stinting those tyres.